I crossed, when Yo-Yo woke up, do you let out a dream? According to the memory in his head, he seems to have come to an unprecedented world of American comics. Not only SHIELD Avengers X-Men here, also Papa Antiques and District 13. In short, it's a hodgepodge of background worlds where Marvel and Jackie Chan integrates. And his current status is even more humble, just like a Huxia student with the same name and surname. Because of the coaxing and enticement of illegal organizations, he signed an inhumane living experiment agreement and became a guinea pig of the Life Foundation. Infused with an alien liquid life, he is being observed in isolation in the glass prison of the Life Foundation. It seems that it is a symbiote. Venom, Dewey couldn't help but exclaimed. He never dreamed that he would not only travel to the world of American comics. Even the alien symbiote Venom was obtained at the beginning. The substance of the symbiote is extremely against the sky, and it can endow the host with the combat power of 1,000 horses, an unprecedented self-healing ability, and instantly incarnate a superhuman with a physique and speed that surpasses that of Spider-Man. Here comes the key question. Symbiotes also have the side effect of interfering with the host's behavioral awareness, such as riots. Change hosts several times. The host is completely acting as a puppet of the riot control. Being possessed by the symbiote, normal food can no longer supplement nutrition and energy. Only substances containing phenethylamine can fill the stomach of the symbiote. Like a living person, also Venom's doomed host is Eddie Brock, and he has no protagonist halo. Are you about to die here? Moment. After realizing it, Dewey suddenly felt an unbearable hunger, his throat was dry, and he was indescribable pain and anxiety. Even the delicious food that the Life Foundation employs top chefs to cook is like disgusting swill and feces. Don't be afraid to avoid it. It's as if I'm going to die at any moment. Just when Dewey was helpless, a sudden mechanical sound sounded quietly. Ding! The binding of the parasitic system is complete. Whenever the host successfully possesses a key female character, he will receive a random surprise reward. In the heavens and the world, no matter what items, props, abilities, bloodlines, you have the opportunity to obtain them. Do you want to open the novice gift package? Attachment system, what the hell? It turns out that I am not Dewey, a Huxia student, but the venom parasitizing him. Hiss, awakening to come. Have you turned into an alien parasite? Never mind, they come the security. Dewey didn't struggle too much. After all, being a venom is not necessarily a bad thing compared to the 5 to 9 social cattle and horses. Open the novice spree. Dewey's face was full of anticipation. Next moment, a dazzling light burst out. In the system backpack space, a strange fruit in the shape of a bergamot with spiral patterns appeared. It looks like a special product of the pirate world. Devil fruit. After seeing the name of the devil fruit, Dewey couldn't help taking a breath. Animals, phantom species, human fruit. Buddha form, great Buddha fruit. After eating, it will give the host the wisdom of Buddha, the ultimate force that breaks through the limits of species, and the ultimate sublimation of mind and body skills. Note, the weakness of not being able to swim in the sea and not being able to eat other devil fruits has been successfully erased. Hang, Buddha fruit. It's still a Buddha fruit with no weaknesses. By eating this Buddha fruit, you will be able to get rid of the host, live alone, possess super high intelligence different from his peers, and learn ability. Even he can transform into a golden Buddha, awaken the innate king aptitude, and have the sky-defying combat power that rivals the shocking fruit. Ness, invincible. Dewey almost laughed out loud. Immediately, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the empty corridor. The black employee with a big shoulder and a round waist, holding a tray expressionlessly, came to the glass prison. Start distributing food. The Life Foundation provides extremely delicious mountain and sea delicacies every day, but there is no phenethylamine needed by the symbiote. Definitely. The Buddha fruit will reverse Dewey's diet. Even ordinary fast food can fill your belly and add a lot of phenethylamine. Even the weakness of fear of fire and sound waves may be wiped out. It's time to get out and do some exercise. Dewey suddenly became active, decided to get rid of the host and act alone. Sizzle, I saw an endless stream of black tissue fibers rushing out of the body, and in the blink of an eye, I ate a strange fruit with spiral lines all over it. Moment. Dewey heard a strong heartbeat. The trillions of cells in the body emit a deafening roar. It seems that every pore is breathing. What? Do not stop. I beg you, get out of my body. The Huxia International students were pale and seemed to be returning to the light, struggling with the last ounce of strength. Immediately, due to the excessive loss of phenethylamine, he died of breathlessness. Don't rest your eyes, click. The arms and legs formed by the condensed fibers of the symbiote, carrying the terrifying power of destroying the dead, slammed into the door of the glass prison. This is extremely strong tempered glass. Even if a small caliber bullet penetrates, it requires indiscriminate bombing. However, the strong tentacles condensed by the symbiote fibers shattered the indestructible tempered glass in a blink of an eye. The black employee didn't have time to react and was instantly smashed by shards of broken glass and was smashed into a bloody quill. Shit, target out of control. A sudden alarm sounded. I saw the black employee crawling as hard as he could, raising his hand and pulling the red button. The Life Foundation under the shadow of night. Immediately it was brightly lit. The security personnel quickly turned the surveillance cameras and captured the spectacular video of Venom's great power in real time. The fibers of the symbiote tissue are like cobwebs, and in a blink of an eye, they abandoned the Huxia students and instantly transformed into a burly behemoth. Like the Hulk, his body is sturdy and strong. The terrifying and ferocious appearance is made up of liquid substances staggered and spliced together. The overall shape is full of unprecedented strong visual impact, but it also exudes a sense of inhuman violence. The test was successful. He actually got the approval of the symbiote. Drake was ecstatic. At the same time, the sound of noisy and orderly footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Soon, security personnel with guns and live ammunition surrounded the scene with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. I have to say that the Life Foundation responded very quickly and immediately dispatched experienced mercenaries, ready to implement Thunderbolt methods to solve the problem. According to the agreement signed beforehand, you must stay in the Life Foundation. Until the team of experts sums up the habits of the symbiote, Drake in a suit looked excited and promised, "Don't worry, I will reward you with millions of USD as a reward. The person who knows the current affairs is Junji. Mr. Du Yi, Doctor." Drake's face was full of enthusiasm and yearning. This is the first perfect integration between symbiotes and humans. In any case, he will leave the living sample in front of him, at all costs. Million USD, looking at the security guards who were on guard and Doctor Drake, who was spitting. The corner of Du Yi raised a playful arc. At this moment, his appearance is quite ferocious, his shape is terrifying, there is liquid material flowing on the surface of his skin, and his gestures are full of explosive power. Regardless of strength, speed, or physical fitness, they have skyrocketed to an astonishing level that cannot be added. Get rid of the weak completely. Even in the dangerous world of American comics, he has the qualifications to be lawless. Why compromise with Drake? He didn't want the Life Foundation to reproduce a bunch of filial sons and worthy grandsons, just asking for trouble. After all, the patriarchy complex of the symbiotic society is almost well known. Are you going to reject my offer? Drake frowned and said in a deep voice, "The symbiote is invaluable and has even been valued by the Secretary General of the Security Council. Du Yi, individual force can never match the state machine. If you leave this place without authorization, you will undoubtedly be wanted by SHIELD. Why give up easy wealth? Choose to be a street rat hiding in Tibet." Dr. Drake had an intriguing smile on his face. "I think I've settled for Du Yi. Are you threatening me?" Du Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a playful tone, "To be honest, I hate threats the most. I don't know how to lift. Go." Drake was furious. Bang, bang, bang. The blows, like a hail of bullets, were overwhelming, and they were projected at the behemoth at the end of the line of sight. Definitely, Dr. Drake will not execute Du Yi, just a little punishment. However, a shocking picture followed. The bullets, which rotate in a spiral shape, carry a mighty force that cannot hit the target. It didn't do any damage. Instead, it caused the target's anger, howling like a wolf, like a tiger. "It's my turn to shoot." Du Yi stomped on the ground on all fours, like a dragon and a tiger leaping, climbing the rock to avoid, and immediately pounced on a mercenary who was close at hand, breaking the wind with 5 fingers, tearing the opponent's Yorda on the spot. Bang, bang, bang. The rest of the mercenaries hurriedly counterattacked, and the Gatling machine gun poured bullets frantically, directly penetrating Du Yi's Hungarian chamber. However, super self-healing ability takes effect quickly. The injury gradually recovered. The bullet retreated from the bones. Du Yi was unscathed. "Monster, use the rocket launcher immediately." The mercenary couldn't help trembling in his pupils, frightened by Du Yi, this divine ability. Simply unheard, unseen. I am afraid that conventional means are difficult to subdue at all. Boom, a deafening sound exploded. The mercenary with a bazooka on his shoulder pulled the trigger and slammed into a flaming missile. Crackling, I saw the building made of reinforced concrete slammed into pieces. An exaggerated airwave of unprecedented scale violently overturned nearby obstacles. The fire was burning fiercely. The mercenary whimpered in pain. The ashes directly covered Du Yi's trail. "Shet, who allowed you to use the bazooka?" Drake was furious. "If the symbiote dies, you all have to be buried." Previous next ding ding dang, heavily armed mercenaries scattered, slowly approaching the disintegrating glass.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Prison. Not good. Everyone be careful. The headed security captain could not help but let out a scream. Sizzle. The sharp arms and legs with metallic colors slammed through the head of the security captain. Then, like a sentry arrow with a tracking function, it turned a 90-degree angle and pierced through several battle-hardened mercenaries one after another. Swish swish, symbiote fibers fling. The gorgeous blood to the extreme splattered with it. The venom symbiote is enough to ride 1,000. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals in front of him are indeed strong enough to resist Duyi's attack. As far as the eye can see, the Life Foundation is filled with gunpowder smoke, and it seems to be reduced to ruins. Only Duyi stood still. Like a god of war, damn, Dr. Derek decisively gave up lobbying, panicked, and rushed towards the roof. There is a helicopter gunship ready to go. As long as you board the plane, escape from this place of right and wrong, and ask for the protection of the Secretary General of the Security Council, you will have a chance to make a comeback. But he obviously underestimated Duyi's killing intent. Boom, the ceiling shattered. A behemoth came to Drake in front of him. Duyi, looking at the hideous-looking Venom, Dr. Derek's expression was stiff, and he undoubtedly felt that catastrophe was imminent. The threat of death is close at hand, moment. Dr. Drake changed his attitude and said, money, beauty, power. I can give it to you, the only request is to let me live. We can fully cooperate, right? The combination of the power of the Life Foundation and your force is tantamount to adding wings to a tiger. There's no need to kill them all. Doctor. Drake completely lost his high-spirited look before. On the contrary, it looks like a lost dog with a smile on his face to please and fawn. Pray for Duyi's mercy and kindness. However, he underestimated how ruthless Duyi is. Although Duyi has no murderous thoughts, he is also very aware of the consequences of cutting weeds without eradicating the roots. Once the tiger returns to the mountain, the disaster will be endless. After all, Dr. Drake and Alexander Pierce work closely together. Alexander Pierce, ostensibly as Secretary General of the World Security Council, is committed to maintaining world peace. In fact, he is the current spy leader of the Hydra organization. Cut off one head and two grow in the same place. On top of that, Alexander Pierce telecontrols Bucky, the Winter Soldier, and kills countless stumbling blocks that hinder Hydra's dominance. As the Secretary General of the Security Council, Alexander Pierce can also command almost all the armed agencies of the member countries. Is Dr. Drake also a member of the Hydra organization? If Duyi realizes something, this is a setting that did not appear in Deadly Asgardian. It seems that Marvel and Jackie Chan Adventures' X-Men background integrates the chaotic world. Many things cannot be completely inferred from the plot of the movie. No wonder you can start a Life Foundation with a market value of tens of billions at a young age. It turns out that the gold master behind it is Hydra. Cut off one head and two grow in the same place. Hail Hydra. Duyi recited the slogan of the Hydra organization with a playful expression. Drake in front of him gradually changed his face when he heard the words. It seemed that he did not expect that the Huxia students who had never been masked would be able to discover the secret of the Life Foundation. Also, learn about the existence of the Hydra organization. Now that you know my true identity, you should understand the energy of the Hydra organization. Derek said with affection and seduction, Duyi, the Secretary General has received the news you are doomed. And if I live, I can intercede for you and become a member of Hydra. Stab it, symbiote fibers coalesce into an exaggerated death god scythe. Carrying the power of destroying the dead, he violently beheads Dr. Drake. Noisy. Duyi gradually returned to his original appearance and said coldly, I already said that I hate threats the most. Why don't you listen? Dr. Drake, just an insignificant little character. Unless Alexander Pierce himself goes out, I am afraid no one can make Duyi change his mind. Incarnate Venom and get the system, Duyi naturally has ambitions, not willing to be submissive. This is the right thing to do. Definitely, you must not underestimate the energy of Alexander Pierce. Hydra is huge and intertwined. Symbiote has been completely overridden. It can even be called the Snake Shield. A key Marvel Universe character, it's unclear who Alexander Pierce really is. How could the Secretary General of the Security Council, who holds the power of life and death, condone his rise? Correct. 12 spells. Dewey's eyes lit up. The story of Jackie Chan's adventures takes place in San Francisco. Spell. The 12 divine powers that symbolize the ancient fire demon lord. If he can collect all the spells, he can really do whatever he wants. Even Sorcerer Supreme has no choice but to take him. Still watch out for Thanos. Under the snap of your fingers, how can there be an egg? I may also be turned into ashes. What's more, in the depths of the earth there is a cosmic god group sleeping. It is possible to hatch at any time. Dewey couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly. Era of Ultron, Infinity War, Awakening of God, all are earth-shattering super events. Fortunately, Dewey was bound to the Parasitic System, which gave him the confidence to change his life against the sky, just limited to key female characters. This system, irregular, jingle bell, a rush of alarm sounded, suddenly interrupting Dewey's thoughts. Drake's suit pocket suddenly lit up. Caller ID, it is the Secretary General of the Security Council, Alexander Pierce. Interesting. Dewey raised his brows slightly. The symbiote fiber turned into a tentacle, picked up the phone and connected it, and immediately heard the voice of no anger and self-pretense. Drake, there was an accident in the symbiote. Why did you only notify me now? Quickly explain the specific situation. Across the ocean, International Financial and Political Center, New York, World Security Council headquarters, Alexander Pierce's expression was solemn and an ominous premonition suddenly emerged. Because the call was delayed by half a minute, is it? Feel sorry, Doctor. Drake is no longer alive. Dewey laughed. Alexander Pierce, should I call you Security Council Secretary or Hydra spy? Hiss. Pierce took a deep breath when he heard the words and subconsciously looked at Bucky, the Winter Soldier who was not far away, and suddenly had the urge to kill him. Without a doubt, Dr. Drake lost to the little-known symbiote host, a Huxia student. The key is why the other party will know his true identity. Pierce was puzzled. Pat, Dewey decisively hung up the phone. It's enough to click so far. With Alexander Pierce's mind, he can definitely understand Dewey's good intentions. Beep. Listening to the busy tone from the microphone, Pierce was silent for a while, and suddenly a sneer appeared in the corner. Inform Dr. Amnizola to use my authority to investigate the resume of this Huxia student. I have reason to suspect that the other party is a spy from the other side of the ocean. Across the ocean. Undoubtedly, it refers to an ancient civilization with a history of 5,000 years. It is said that an unprecedented peacekeeping force has recently been established in the East. Folk media call it the relevant department. It seems that the East is not far behind, decided to disrupt the plans of the Hydra organization. Pierce laughed. The point is, who would trust a cunning yellow-skinned monkey? Later, the fax machine immediately spit out emails with black and white characters on them, neatly listing Dewey's resume. Ordinary, 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 there is no dazzling spot at all. Even it has nothing to do with the legendary relevant departments. I am more and more curious about the origin of this Huxia. An intriguing smile appeared on Pierce's mouth, looking at the Winter Soldier who was close at hand. Perhaps it's your turn to go out again. Sergeant Bucky. At the same time, San Francisco, a solemn secret military base. District 13. The bald Sheriff Blake hung up the phone with sharp eyes, staring at a Huxia American photo displayed on the computer screen, and decisively issued the wanted order. As a peacekeeping armed force on the west coast of the United States, the military strength of District 13 is not inferior to that of the Sentry Secret Service, and SHIELD. In addition, Sheriff Black and archaeologist Jackie Chan have a deep friendship, and they also master a mysterious item called a spell. The surface of the charm is painted with vivid oriental zodiac patterns. Each spell carries an incredible divine power of the Lord, such as giving kinetic energy to a still life, powerful, move at the speed of sound, float, stealth, the art of change, etc., etc. Definitely. So far, archaeologist Jackie Chan has not collected all the spells. And in order to prevent the gangster from getting the spell, he is out on a dangerous mission. Therefore, Sheriff Black did not bother Jackie Chan, but decided to lead a team to encircle and suppress the evil super criminals, the Huxia students from the other side of the ocean. Dewey, according to the Security Council, Dewey is suspected of stealing state property, secretly engaged in espionage, and is a spy working in the relevant departments of the Eastern powers. Ordered Sheriff Black to be brought to justice as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Action, Sheriff Black gave an order. Wow, the secret military base located underground suddenly opened its door. One after another, infantry armored vehicles, bulletproof transport vehicles filed out one after another. Drive to where the target appears. Papa Antique Store. Blocking Chinatown must minimize losses. The bald sheriff conveyed the strategic plan in an orderly manner. Definitely. He is well aware of the relationship between his close friend Jackie Chan and his father, and he has also responded and dealt with it. Prevent the situation from being upgraded again. After all, according to the Security Council, the suspect appears to be an ordinary Huxia student. In fact, he has experienced brutal training from the Eastern Military Command since he was a child, carrying a lot of blood debts, killing people like hemp and exterminating humanity. Do whatever it takes to achieve your goals. Gunship remote support. Shoot Sidewinder missiles immediately when things go bad. Sheriff Black's eyes were deep, and through the glass window he looked at the old antique shop at the end of his line of sight. I saw Dad's antique shop suddenly closed. I can't help but shudder. Could it be that the worst has happened? Dad has been killed. How should I explain to Jackie Chan, Papa Antique Store? The layout of the furnishings is full of antique flavor. On the 2 rows of shelves there are rare treasures that have been around for a long time. Hardly a fake in the room. The sumo warrior with big arms and round waist, with a Japanese bun on the back of his head, and a thin old man in a woolen sweater hurriedly stepped back to the side. Is shivering? Oops. Zaya Oyu, what's wrong with you? The hoarse and aged Drake's voice reverberated. Papa's voice trembled, he could hardly believe his eyes. I saw the quirky girl in children's clothing. From the pore of her body, strands of black fibers continued to emerge like octopus tentacles swaying wildly, instantly woven into a pitch-black battle suit. Wrap it up tightly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully sending Zaya Oyu. Rewards have been distributed. Pay attention to check in time. There was an unsentimental beeping sound. Du Yi, who was curled up in Zaya Oyu's body and formed a mass of strange substances, couldn't help showing a vivid smile. After he left the Foundation for Life, he came to the Daddy Antique Store and decided to try his luck. Even if he can get rid of the host and act alone, there is no need to sway the market. After all, one of the properties of the Venom symbiote, it is symbiosis. It's like there is a cat on the jungler and Yaeme's pendant. You don't need to experience the wind and sun yourself at all. Moreover, he can perfectly control the host's behavior and distort the host's mind and will. Share the ability of the Buddha fruit with his host. Definitely. The fear of the unknown made Zaya Oyu's eyes turn red and she burst into tears. Wow, Uncle Long, Dad, true, am I a jerk? Zaya Oyu pear flowers bring rain. She vaguely remembered that when she came home from school, she accidentally bumped into a ferocious monster on the way. Then the monster got into her body. There is no way to get it out. Zaya Oyu, do not be afraid. My spell will surely dispel the demons from you. The old man pinched the puffer fish and gecko, chanting words in his mouth, like the great dancer of Oriental classical performance art, but there was no effect at all. Even the shadow soldiers are afraid of the chi curse that cannot be avoided. It didn't work. It seems that the things on Zaya Oyu's body are not demons. Trudeau's voice is straightforward. At the moment, he has turned his back on his wrongdoing and turned to the archaeologist. The voice did not fall. Ding, a dazzling light burst out. Dee opened the backpack space and saw the items rewarded by the system. The object that came into view was a dark grimace tattoo with sharp teeth and sharp mouth. It looks like Tara, the ghost demon king. Power of Shadow. After using it, the host can control the ninja army. Note, even if Tara is resurrected, he cannot take over the host's military power. Hiss, the Power of Shadows, Ninja Core, a classic supporting role throughout the show. Whether it's housework or fighting, almost everything is fine, enough to be regarded as an all-rounder. Can you summon a Ninja Core? Good, save yourself the trouble. Who doesn't want to be able to command a group of obedient little brothers? Dee is no exception. Whoosh, whoosh. Shadows followed one after another, like living creatures rushing from all directions. Moment. It turned into a silent ninja with only a pair of scarlet eyes showing, a daunting black-clothed ninja. Black-clothed ninjas lined up in 2 rows and bowed down to Zaya Oyu on one knee, as if worshipping their own queen. Oops, Black Shadow Ninja, why are you kneeling to Zaya Oyu? Dad couldn't help holding his head in a frenzy. This situation just shocked his jaw. Can't shut up at all. Is it the thing that appeared on Zaya Oyu? Is it the boss of Somber Ninja? His magic can't go wrong. Ooh, does the Somber Ninja recognize me as the master? Cool, suddenly it doesn't feel so bad. Zaya Oyu hesitated for a while and couldn't help but smile. Sadness is swept away. Just so excited, Black Shadow Ninja, it seems to be completely obeying her, even if she wondered what the hell was going on. However, actually, the object of Somber Ninja's allegiance is not Zaya Oyu, but the Venom symbiote in her body. The people inside listen. Don't act rashly. Du Yi, if you dare to hurt Dad and Zaya Oyu, you will definitely face severe punishment from the Star Stripe Federation. A burst of indignant shouts rang out. Sheriff Black, holding a megaphone, was addressing the criminals. After all the terrorist attack that broke out in the Life Foundation has reached the sky, the Secretary General of the Security Council personally asked about this. It also involves relevant departments on the other side of the ocean. Be careful, do ye harm? Is Sheriff Black confused? Zioyu Daddy True are puzzled. Next moment, he pushed open the store door and appeared in front of Sheriff Black. Jingle, the store is open. Sheriff Black clenched his fists tightly, and even the plainclothes detectives on both sides were tense and hardly dared to breathe loudly. As for the initiator of the terrorist attack, everyone has already grasped it. Huxia International students stole a mysterious substance that can be transformed into Kong Wu's powerful bloodthirsty monster. If you invaded Papa's antique store, it will inevitably lead to irreversible disasters. It is said that members of the Avengers Alliance are rushing to the West Coast. Get ready to investigate this, Sheriff. As long as Dad still breathes, the spell can heal him, don't worry. The plainclothes detective smiled reassuringly. Immediately, everyone's eyes were fixed on the door of Dad's antique shop. What happened? Where is the suspect? Dad, Zioyu True all seem to be safe and sound. Sergeant Black, the do you mentioned, I haven't seen it at all. There's one more thing. Why are you gesturing at Dad with a gun? Are you trying to shoot Daddy? Dad is not angry. Next moment. A taxi stopped not far away, and the dusty archaeologist, as well as the former Jiang Yang thief and snake, appeared in front of everyone one after another. Little Snake. The body is graceful and soft, with a healthy wheat complexion, like a dazzling black pearl, and the body sculpting uniform shows the graceful curves. Straight and long beautiful legs took a light catwalk and came to the old man's antique shop in a blink of an eye. Regarding what happened to the Life Foundation and what happened to Cheng Zioyu, the two of them didn't understand at all. What? Sergeant Black, why surround Papa Antiques? Jackie Chan scratched his head. In order to collect the 12 spells, he was entrusted by Sheriff Black and traveled frequently around the world. In this operation, no spells were harvested. However, it successfully suppressed the arrogance of a group of smuggling gangs. Hey, Uncle Long, tell you good news. I can summon the Dark Shadow Core. When Zioyu saw Jackie Chan, she couldn't wait to show it off, and all her worries and troubles were forgotten for a while. Just forgot about the parasites on her body. What? Dark Shadow Core. Isn't it the minions of the Holy Master? Jackie Chan is confused. Immediately, I saw shadows one after another, like living creatures from far to near. One after another, they transformed into silent ninjas in black. Even the little snake couldn't help blinking her beautiful eyes, as if she was suspecting that she was hallucinating. Oops, Zioyu, don't call the Shadow Core. Dad needs to give you a full body check. The substance that gets into your body is definitely not a good thing. Dad couldn't help but freak out. As a professional magician, he has a keen insight into potential threats. Definitely not an illusion. Dad, what you said, does that mean it? Sheriff Black took out his phone and played a short video. In the picture, there is a liquid life with claws and claws. It is like a black ink ball, but it has a strong vitality. Venom, mysterious alien life from space. That is, it slaughtered the mercenaries of the Life Foundation. Even Dr. Drake was brutally headed. What? My company? This kind of thing happened? The little snake said in amazement. After she reformed, she devoted herself to the Life Foundation. With her insight into modern security systems, she easily won the position of high-level security consultant. However, she never dreamed that the chairman of the group would die suddenly during the holiday and the archaeologist's mission. As the high-level security consultant of the Life Foundation, she seems to be to blame. The voice did not fall. Sizzle, a roar of snake letters echoed. I saw that the endless symbiote fibrous tissue actually drilled out of Zioyu's pore and transferred to the nearby snake. The speed is so fast that even the archaeologists with strong martial arts have not reacted. Everyone watched helplessly as the little snake fell on the spot. Being surrounded by alien liquid life, all round, but not the slightest feeling of suffocation, but extremely excited. It seems that phenethylamine is being secreted rapidly. Impressive, simply addicted, even Dewey felt refreshed for a while and almost went up and down. Mature royal sister and flat lowly are indeed not the same thing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully parasitizing the snake. Rewards have been distributed, pay attention to check in time. Nice, Dewey almost laughed out loud. It turns out that completing the parasitic mission is so easy, no difficulty at all. Even in full view, no one can stop his parasitism. Moreover, for the safety of the host, no one will kill the killer, not to mention that he will not be injured at all. Oops, the little snake is evil. What should I do? Dad has nothing to do. Dad looked helpless. After all, his field of expertise does not include alien creatures. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. Jackie Chan feels like his head is getting bigger. Venom, liquid life, parasites, what the hell got into the little snake? Even Sheriff Black is puzzled. And the only one who knows the true origin of the symbiote, Dr. Drake, has been brutally headed by Du Yi. Even if the entire Earth digs 3 feet into the ground, there is no other symbiote, and many more. Wrong, one more symbiote is at large, Riot. Symbiote Nation Leader. It seems to carry an arsenal with you. It is located at the top of the symbiotic food chain. It is able to drink and drink venom with overwhelming absolute strength. By the time the symbiote infiltrated the Earth, the Riots had escaped. His exact whereabouts are still unknown. If evil scientists find traces of Riots, maybe the symbiote is about to flood. It was not the picture Dewey expected to see. Symbiote, one of him is enough. Then he opened the backpack panel and began to check the rewards given to him by the Parasitic System. His eyes widened instantly. Breathing cannot help but tight up. Awesome. Golden Legend, the prop reward that comes into view is an unpretentious piece of flesh and blood essence. However, the name is thunderous. The ninjas are the sky-defying items that the world is flocking to. Pillar cells. After eating, the host can have super vitality, the ability to heal without solution, and there is a 1% chance to directly grasp the limit of the wood escape. Note will not cause backlash. Intercolumnar cells, flesh essence from the god of ninjas, thousands of hands. The first Hawkage who single-handedly elevated the ninja world war to the realm of fantasy. He is also the only ninja Uchiha Madara fears. 1% probability of mastering the wooden escape. Too low? Dewey calmed down a little and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The intercolumnar cells of the file size of the finger are not enough for him to stuff his teeth. It's gone in one bite. What's more, his luck has never been online and the water is reversed at the end of the year. It is impossible to meet the extremely low probability of 1%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the bloodline limit. Wooden, a pleasant beep sounded. Dewey's eyes widened. I can hardly believe my ears. 1% chance. Did he really bump into him? Would escape. This is Senju Hakuma's original bloodline limit. With the secret technique of wooden escape, the first Hawkage is enough to match the Uchiha Madara of Awakening Eternal Kaleidoscope Shaker. Dewey never dreamed that he could master Mu Dun himself. However, before he could test the power, he heard a scream. What? It actually got into my body. Venom, symbiote, how can I get him out? The little snake was a little sluggish and suddenly cried. The whole person is hysterical, crazy to the extreme. She feels dirty, not clean anymore, contaminated by alien parasites. I'm afraid I can't get married. Who would accept a woman who has been assaulted? Even her figure and appearance, as well as character, financial resources, everything is good. At this moment, she has clearly felt the strange eyes of everyone. Even the archaeologists she favored showed a complicated expression, such as avoiding snakes and scorpions, extremely heart-wrenching. Little snake, follow me back to District 13. You need a full body test. There must be a way to get rid of the parasites on your body. Sheriff Black hurriedly relieved. The Avengers are also on their way. Even if the scientists in District 13 have nothing to do, Tony Stark and Dr. Banner will definitely solve the problem. The Avengers, surprise the Avengers, it seems that Alexander Pierce really paid for it. The thirst for the symbiote is also beyond his imagination. Dewey has a heavy heart. As we all know, symbiotes generally have 2 weaknesses: fear of flames and sound waves. Even if he eats the Buddha fruit, and even the cells between the pillars, he may not be able to completely erase the racial weakness. Once the Avengers Alliance discovers the mystery of the sonic attack, it will inevitably lead to irreversible consequences. Definitely. He didn't resist heading to District 13. After all, the 12 spells that symbolize the divine power of the Holy Lord are stored in the secret vault in District 13. At the same time, New York Triple Wing Building. A brand new Quinjet rose from the ground, and its 2-wing anti-gravity engines sprayed hot flames, instantly increasing its speed to Mach 15, leaving a distinct sonic boom trail in the air. A burly blonde man in a star-striped uniform holding the iconic shield, his face is quite puzzled. Order of the Secretary General of the Security Council, Avengers Alliance coming out, West Coast. What is the crisis? The blonde man looked puzzled, the voice did not fall. The widow sister who was in charge of driving Quinjet smiled and said, "Don't worry, I heard that it is just an experimental body of the Life Foundation fleeing. There is not much threat, and it is just afraid of causing social panic." Miss Widow. Wearing a dark Aegis uniform, the exaggerated body curves are vividly highlighted. Burgundy curly hair draped over fragrant shoulders, collagen all over the face. Meimu seems to be discharging all the time. Dr. Banner, who was wearing a plaid shirt, could not help but straighten his eyes and become shy. Bruce, your heart rate seems to be climbing rapidly. A cynical voice echoed. A billionaire with a mustache, wearing a Mark 6 armor and exuding masculine charm, he couldn't help joking with a teasing look on his face. The Avengers. Originating from the last century, a secret program initiated in the 1990s, led by SHIELD Chief Nick Fury, in order to respond to and resolve major crises. However, there is still no mission worthy of all the Avengers, until today. The Secretary General of the Security Council orders the Avengers to go to the West Coast en masse. Life Foundation, I've heard of it. It seems that he is suspected of engaging in illegal living research and also has close cooperation and contact with the international criminal organization Mafia. Graham T. Barton frowned. Gangster, it's like a local snake in California. Head Wallen, almost anything is possible for money. Illegal living research. Gamma rays, Dr. Banner's eyes narrowed. Heart rate soars again, almost on the verge of getting out of control. It seems that he thinks of his own experience. A failed physics experiment turned him into an ugly, angry green monster. The world is afraid to avoid it. I hate his existence. Bruce, calm down. The sun is about to set. The widow sister's voice is sweet, as if the yellow warbler came out of the valley and the rain fell on the bead plate, comforting Bruce Banner's emotions in her way. Singing a familiar nursery rhyme. Little na, thanks. Banner calmed down a bit, showing a grateful smile. The goodwill for the widow sister has also increased unabated, however. He never dared to express himself for fear that the beauty might be abrupt and his friends might not be able to do it. At the same time, San Francisco, District 13. Sheriff Black took the lead, leading the archaeologists as well as Zio Snake, Daddy True and Zio Oyu, and returned to the solemn and secret military base. Inside the base, there is a separate medical institution, cutting-edge technology equipment. It can solve almost all wounds and repair damaged body tissue. Even organ regeneration is not a problem. However, after a series of tests and scans, medical experts still felt helpless about the parasites in the snake. Even if the color CT can find the hiding place of the parasite, there is no way to force out the venom symbiote. Need an MRI for in-depth examination. Remember to remove all metalwork. The expert in the white coat frowned. He has been over 50 years old, but he has never seen this mysterious substance. Alien parasites do not, it should be called a symbiote. The improvement that the symbiote brings to the little snake is also obvious to all. All hidden diseases and scars have been treated properly under the action of the symbiote. Even the complexion and appearance are beautified, and blackheads and pores are almost invisible, just like a beautiful artwork carved by God himself, perfect to the point of impeccable. I feel like I can do anything. The little snake was full of excitement. Immediately, he directly raised the sumo warrior with big arms and round waist, as if he had lifted a chicken. No stress, even the fatigue of a long journey is swept away. Victoria's secret angel will also be eclipsed in front of her. What? How is this possible? Parasite changed the little snake's physique. The archaeologist scratched his head, simply baffling. After all, Earth parasites have always been the main culprits of disease and infection and even death. No single parasite can provide benefits, however. The symbiosis researched by the Life Foundation actually broke the cognition of medical experts, turned the little snake into a real superhuman. Moreover, her body index is not at all abnormal. All values are already at their best ever. Little snake, can you summon the Dark Shadow Core? Zioyu stood on tiptoe, her face full of curiosity. The voice did not fall. Whoosh, whoosh. One after another, shadows are like living creatures rushing from all directions. Immediately, he transformed into a ninja with strong skills and bowed his knees to the little snake on both sides of the array. My God, isn't Zioyu the one who can summon Sombra? It's the Venom symbiote. Unlucky. Archaeologists can't help but go nuts. With his unusual fighting intuition, he has a keen insight into a sense of crisis. I am afraid the origin of the symbiote is not that simple. The things brought by the venom must not be all benefits. Are you envious of me, Jackie Chan? I admit that I had a crush on you, but your performance has disappointed me extremely. There is no need to continue checking. The little snake's face was frosty. Then she ripped off all the cables on her body. She actually grew a little taller. Her facial features were pretty and three-dimensional. Her legs were slender and straight, and she had a cold feeling that no strangers should approach her. It seems like a person has changed. One of the properties of the Venom symbiote. It is to stimulate the potential desire of the host, arouse the darkness in the depths of the host's heart, and make the host do unreasonable things. Oops, see it. The symbiote is really not a good thing. Dad hurriedly retreated. At the same time, The quirky Zaya-Oyu with his pitch-black round eyes spun around, swiftly headed for the vault and ran away with big strides. Spell. The spell will surely heal the little snake. District 13, it's almost a mess. The little snake was furious and felt disgusted with the endless tests. Even she began to rely on the all-round improvement brought by the Venom symbiote. One after another, the shadows wandered, one after another transformed into a black-clothed ninja who should not be approached by strangers. Surrounded by the crowd, a pair of scarlet eyes were revealed, casting a terrifying look. Daddy True, the archaeologist, couldn't help swallowing and screaming. "Little snake, what's wrong with you? Don't hurt her. She's reformed, it's all a Venom symbiote." The archaeologist backed away. Immediately, he grabbed a mop beside his feet and assumed a fighting posture. Even if the snake is not a threat, you need to be wary of the somber ninja. Kunai and shuriken like raindrops are projected towards everyone crazily. The tip is flashing with a chilling cold glow. The crowd couldn't help but hug their heads, hastily dodged to the corner. It seems the side effects of the Venom symbiote manifested. It will cause the host's mind to get out of control. Who else has it possessed? Medical experts panicked. And Zaya-Oyu, Trudeau's voice is straightforward. Then he suddenly raised a water dispenser and threw it at the menacing somber ninja. Crackling, the water dispenser fell to the ground. It fell apart on the spot. It also defeated the Black Shadow Ninja. After all, Somber Ninja has a special physique, and it is possible to break the defense by conventional means. The only advantage is that it can be summoned infinitely, exhausting all the strength of the enemy. Little Snake never realized her abnormality. Until now, I thought she was controlling the ninja soldiers. However, the object of Somber Ninja's allegiance is Du Yi. He not only aroused the wild nature of the little snake, but also summoned the Shadow Ninja to attack the dragon team directly. As for the purpose, just to force everyone to come up with a spell. It symbolizes the innate divine power of the Holy Master. Whoever masters the 12 spells can become a level God-Father powerhouse, above the rules of the world. As a loyal fan of Jackie Chan's adventures, Du Yi wanted to get the 12 spells more than once, and now he finally has a rare opportunity. Dujujudu, Operation Moose. A simple and honest slogan sounded at the same time. A moose doll dressed as Superman, fast as lightning, rushes straight to the Black Shadow Ninja, directly smashed the ghost ninja into pieces. Turned stillness into motion. The rat charm. What other spells are kept in District 13? Du Yi couldn't help but babble, simply salivating. Then I saw Zaya-Oyu walking fast and moving in front of everyone. The speed is so fast that even Du Yi can't capture her movement trajectory. It seems Zaya-Oyu used the rabbit charm, high-speed movement. Uncle Long, Dad, True, Sergeant Black, get the spell. Zaya-Oyu holds a pile of prismatic runestones in her arms. Immediately it was stuffed into the palms of everyone. Are you going to fight Daddy? Dad holds a dog spell moment. A youthful vigor radiated from the inside out, as if the wrinkles had subsided and the rusty old bones had smoothed out. To know, the archaeologist's martial arts all came from his father. Dad's fighting power is enough to kill the Black Tiger of Fu. To deal with a few shadow soldiers, it is easy to capture. My God, Zaya-Oyu, are you going to kill the little snake? The archaeologist clenched the dragon talisman and suddenly frowned. Dragon spell unleashed the power of fire. Terrifying to the extreme high temperature, even steel can melt. If the dragon talisman hits the little snake, I am afraid that the little snake will die on the spot. In order to eliminate the Venom symbiote, it is necessary to sacrifice the life of the little snake. Not worth it, attack the shadow soldiers. Uncle Long, where do you want to go? Zaya-Oyu rolled her eyes. Immediately, he clenched the horse talisman and rushed to the little snake not far away, wanting to cure the little snake, horse charm. It symbolizes healing, restoration, and invulnerability to all diseases. It can expel the abnormal effects caused by all external forces in the body. It must be possible to drive out the Venom symbiote. Let the little snake go back to normal. Hum. A blazing white light burst out from the horse charm, directly covering the little snake. Sizzle. An endless stream of symbiont fibers penetrated the pore of the snake's body like slender arms and legs swaying wildly. There was a deafening hissing sound, seems to be in great pain. Oi. Success, Zaya-Oyu frowned and smiled, however. There was no time to react and the fibrous tissue of the symbiote like a long whip was instantly thrown at everyone. Stick to the spell held by everyone. Oops, magic doesn't work against alien symbiotes. Daddy and True's chicken charms are gone. Dad was negligent. The dog spell was missed directly. The feeling of being old, physically and mentally exhausted swept in like a tide again, and he couldn't help hunching up, exuding an air of twilight. Mouse, rabbit, dog, dragon, horse, chicken. They fell into the hands of Du Yi one after another. The 6 spells without exception are sky-defying props with amazing mana, makes his breathing tight, heart almost stopped. The spell is so easy to get, simply high, cool. For my ascension, it is almost as good as the Great Buddha Fruit and the cells between the columns. Even if the invincible Hulk shows up, he may not be my opponent. Duyi was ecstatic. Immediately, he manipulated the symbiote fibers and weaved it into an airtight pitch-black battle suit, which perfectly wrapped the graceful little snake and turned it into a female Venom. 6 talismans in the shape of a ring are arranged on the chest. The surface is painted with lifelike animal patterns. Echo each other, brilliant. No matter his speed or strength, he has been significantly improved without precedent. Even the weakness of fear of fire and sound waves has been purified by the horse charm, completely invincible. No one can really kill him. After all, the combination of dog and horse spells is equivalent to the same life as the sky. Immortal, regardless of any injury or attack, it can be deftly resolved. It's like equipping a famous sword with no cooldown. Even fatal injuries are exempt, definitely. A snap of Thanos' fingers. It is still possible that he will be wiped out. Nothing to do with spells, no romance, completely random. Little snake, wake up quickly. District 13 will burn you to the ground. I really didn't reject you. Archaeologists can't help but go nuts. Look around, full of mess. The entire secret base was reduced to ruins. Due to the identity of the little snake, no one dared to fight, and being unilaterally suppressed, he was simply suffocated to death. Little snake. After listening to the archaeologist's defense, I couldn't help but feel in a trance and also had a keen insight into my own loss of control. I don't want this happen too, but I can't control my actions. With bright eyes and white teeth, the pretty-looking former thief Jiang Yang, with a struggling look on his face, is also resisting the Venom symbiote's manipulation and refusing to be reduced to a marionette. Hurt her partner and family, however. How can a mortal body be able to match the gods? She has no choice at all. Oops, be careful, everyone run, a panicked roar sounded, the crowd shook their heads, next moment. The overwhelming scalding hot breath spurted out from the little snake's chest, almost creating a sea of fire, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Even the ceramic floor tiles show signs of melting. It is comparable to the surface temperature of the sun. 6,000 degrees Celsius. Oops, Daddy's hair almost fell. Be careful, little snake. Dad touched the back of his head, his face full of joy. Then he grabbed the puffer fish and dried gecko and started the ancient oriental performance art, Jump God. There are words in the mouth, chanting an inscrutable incantation. Next moment, one after another, the green rays were instantly intertwined into a hail of bullets, and the ninjas in black with strong skills were beaten into a cloud of smoke. Magic must be defeated with magic. This is the wisdom that appears in the play. Since it is about the fate of the spell, there is no need to continue to hide it. Chi magic, what? Is that useful? Duyi almost laughed out loud, symbiote. Whether it is against mental attacks or magic damage, it has extraordinary resistance. Even if it cannot be completely exempted, it will not hurt the bones. What's more, he has already obtained 6 charms. Even the weak points are wiped out, but at this time. Within the range of Duyi's senses, he suddenly sensed something strange. Alarm bells in my heart, moment. The missile, which was as fast as the wind, shot from not far away, directly hitting his lower back and blasting him to the wall. Duh. At the same time, one arrow after another in the shape of a character burst out of the air. The moment the high-tech arrow approached Duyi, it exploded. Even if the weakness of fear of fire and sound waves is solved, the pain and physical discomfort will still be felt. The Avengers. Duyi narrowed his eyes. Through the gray smoke all over the sky, the sight has already seen the specific appearance of the uninvited guest. The gold and red steel battle suit, the soles of the feet and the palms of the hands are sprayed with gorgeous flames. The arc reactor on the chest conducts energy, and the weapon guidance function has been aimed at Duyi. Iron Man, Tony Stark. In addition, Hawkeye Lin T. Barton, also wearing a dark shield uniform, is above the commanding heights. The bow draws the full moon. However, Duyi's attention was not on the two at all. Instantly locked another Avenger, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. She has burgundy curly hair, and the body sculpting uniform almost highlights her beautiful body curves. He exuded a mature and intellectual beauty, like a ripe peach. It's as if you can pinch the water out, just the right amount of plumpness, quite attractive. OMG, the Avengers. Even collectively appeared in District 13. Everyone's eyes widened. Then the Captain of the United States also appeared at the scene of the crime. He is strong and burly, holding the iconic shield, wearing a star-striped uniform, exuding an awe-inspiring air, seemingly fearless. Even when she saw the hideous-looking female Venom, she didn't frown. Even after seeing Xia Oyu's presence, he protected her in front of Xia Oyu, for fear that she would be hurt in the slightest. Wow, team leader, Zioyu's big eyes flashed. The admiration for the captain of the United States is beyond words. After all, during World War II, it was the captain of the United States who attacked the Nazi Führer head-on, led the Howling Commandos, and dismantled the Hydra conspiracy. Even the imperial court in Daxia has advertised it. It's just that the court did not expect that the captain of the United States, who was supposed to be buried in the polar glacier, actually came back to life, also became the leader of the Avengers. Walter, what the hell is this? Devil figure, devil face. Could she be the incarnation of Satan? A cynical voice echoed, wearing the Mark VI. Tony Stark, who has already solved his old enemy's morning whip and developed a new energy source, can't help but frown. Even Jarvis has no way to identify the true origin of the female Venom. After all, this is a rare alien substance in the world. It has never happened before. No one knows how exactly Dr. Drake discovered the location of the symbiote. Do not, she's a little snake. The core members of the Dragon team, not Satan, don't hurt her, the archaeologist hurriedly said. Little snake, Dragon group, the Avengers looked at each other. Almost all noticed the smiles in each other's eyes, with all due respect. Without official endorsement, imitating Avengers without authorization and establishing a superhero organization is definitely not a good thing. Most likely to bring bad luck. Stark laughed, however. A horrific scene was then presented in front of everyone. Sizzle. I saw the fibrous tissue of the symbiote, actually taking the initiative to break away from the little snake, and twist it into a ferocious beast with a powerful, big shoulders and a round waist. The size is not inferior to the invincible Hulk. The surface is covered with liquid fibers. Mercury-like substances crisscross. The gestures are full of amazing explosive power, shocked the members of the Avengers Alliance. Even the Dragon team couldn't help but their eyelids jumped wildly. Nanny, symbiote, can you survive alone without the host? Or who is manipulating Venom in the dark? The sumo warrior was dumbfounded. Manipulating Venom? Is it a Huxia student named Du Yi? Du Yi sees no one alive, no dead body. He must be the one doing the trick. Sergeant Black's face is full of certainty. Indeed, his guess was not wrong. To be able to hold the post of Sheriff, Blake Augustus does have two brushes. Just this Du Yi is not that Du Yi. Zio, be careful. He seems to be targeting you. Hawkeye's pupils shrank and he let out a hysterical cry. But it's too late. Du Yi, who controls the rabbit charm, already has the ability of high-speed movement, which is comparable to 10 times the speed of sound. Combine it with the chicken charm to escape gravity, realize air movement. Even the Widow Sister has been brutally trained in the Red Room since childhood. Regardless of physical fitness, flexibility, and nerve reaction speed, they are all different from ordinary people, comparable to the world's top gymnasts. But there is no way to avoid Du Yi's invasion. One after another fiber tentacles catapulted. It seems that it will pierce through the delicate body of the Widow Sister at any time, but at this time. A middle-aged man with white temples, gentle and elegant, suddenly his physique doubled, his height skyrocketed, and his strong and knotted muscles burst through his shirt, instantly transformed into a muscular Hulk. Hulk, a terrifying monster spawned by gamma rays, he is always angry. Moreover, his combat power will continue to rise with anger. Even if the screenwriter of the Marvel movie universe has weakened Hulk's ability, it can be regarded as the strongest existence on the surface. Roar, hoo, a hoarse beast howl sounded. All the glass products burst one after another. Hulk is furious. How could he just sit back and watch his crush die? Boom, two palms hit each other. In an instant, a burst of unprecedented energy shockwave. The menacing Venom symbiote in the future has been blown to extremely distant places. Keep the Widow Sister's safety. Instead of attacking me and Barton first, he picked Natasha Romanoff, the sheriff. Excuse me, what is it? Stark frowned. I vaguely sensed the problem. Symbiote. Alien liquid life captured by the Life Foundation. Owned her and Zio successively. Sheriff Black told the truth. Moment. A bolt of lightning suddenly ripped apart the fog. Stark suddenly opened up. Little Snake, Zio, Natasha Romanoff, all are women, it seems. The parasitic targets of the Venom symbiote are all women. Definitely, too few samples. There was no way to prove his guess was completely correct. But it is enough to prove that Natasha Romanoff is in a dangerous situation. The Venom symbiote must not be allowed to succeed. Banner. It's up to you. Stark let out a whistle, however. Dr. Banner, who has transformed into a Hulk, has changed his personality and even his thoughts have been replaced by Hulk. He is extremely disgusted by others calling him Banner. Roar, hardly any hesitation. Hulk let out a deafening roar, rolling sound waves, the madness spreads, nearly stunned Tony Stark. It's so temperamental. Don't forget who's hurting Natasha Romanoff. Stark shook his head, hastily reminded, at the same time, a brain-opening idea cannot help but spontaneously. He's going to create a super armor that gives him the strength to rival the Hulk. Just how exactly should this armor be designed? Stark has no clue for now, a man cursed by knowledge. He will be chasing wildly by knowledge, and he will also have foresight that is different from ordinary people. No matter any skill or complex science and technology, it can be mastered in a very short time. Learn ability to fill up, even the charm can reach the max. Even for the Venom symbiote with extraordinary ability, he also moved his thoughts, wanting to decrypt this alien liquid life and create an unprecedented symbiont armor. Become the ultimate Iron Man? Definitely. A long way to go. He doesn't joke about his own life. Are any other symbiotes descending on Earth? JARVIS start the search engine and investigate various information about the symbiote. Even related news and short videos should be organized into archives. Stark's eyes were deep, due to his encounter with the Venom symbiote. The future has taken an unpredictable turn. The voice did not fall. The burly and sturdy Hulk slammed into the ground with his hind feet like a galloping cannonball and suddenly slammed into the Venom symbiote. His face is extremely hideous. Anger got him out of his head. The two arms are like iron, full of astonishing explosive power. Even with the indiscriminate bombardment of heavy tanks, there is no way to tear through his defenses. Once Hulk's combat power has grown to an unstoppable level, it will stabilize. Call it the Immortal Hulk, Green Morning, good come. Just to test my fruit ability, Buddha Fist, Dewey was extremely excited. It seems that every cell is constantly hissing. Immediately, the dark-colored liquid fibrous tissue seemed to be coated with a layer of gold and transformed into another substance. Big Buddha fruit. Not only can it endow the host with Buddha-like wisdom, the ultimate force that breaks through the limits of species, but also the ultimate sublimation of mental and physical skills, it can also transform him into a golden Buddha. Has the anti-sky combat power that is comparable to the Zhenjin fruit? Definitely. So far, Dewey has not fully grasped the characteristics of the Buddha's fruit. It can only mobilize a trivial amount of power. A golden ball cover shrouded his hands. The meridians of the whole body, even the limbs and bones, the blood is accelerating and boiling. The trillion cells in the body spurted out a shocking force. Strongest. Even the gods will retreat. Even the furious green-skinned monsters instinctively sensed a danger, however. But there is no way to dodge in time. How is this possible? He was able to block Hulk's fist. Do not. Looks like Hulk is frustrated. A murmur rang out. Next moment, the roar of gold and iron clashing suddenly exploded. The floor tiles burst open one after another. A wave of unprecedented scale radiated to all directions. Rocks pierced through the air. The fists of the two casserole file sizes slammed together fiercely. Everyone's heartbeat can't help but pause for a moment. It seems that the soul is suffocating. I also have a deep understanding of the Hulk and the force value of the Venom symbiote. No wonder, General Thunderbolt led a special force, and even bombers and heavy tanks were dispatched, but they failed to capture Dr. Banner. Tusk, JARVIS. Have you found any traces of other symbiotes? Stark had a frenzy on his face. Immediately after a brief silence, an emotionless mechanical synthesis sound rang in his ears. Gentlemen. In Southeast Asia, a number of wounding incidents were found, and the manned spacecraft of the Life Foundation also crashed in that place. A certain fish market has also reported relevant reports. Stall owner claims customers have parasites. JARVIS replied, crash. It seems that his guess is not wrong. There are other symbiotes out there. Southeast Asia. Tony Stark has a smile on his lips and has already started further investigations to detect the specific traces of the symbiote. Do not, or go to the Mara Peninsula in person. According to the investigation, the manned spacecraft of the Life Foundation crashed in the eastern part of the Mara Peninsula in the Bosso State Forest Reserve. Another symbiote will never leave this range. The chest arc reactor transmits powerful kinetic energy. Tony Stark couldn't control his excitement. He rose up from the ground and chose to leave the battlefield, straight to the tarmac, decided to drive the Quinjet alone and head to Malaysia on the other side of the ocean. Tony, where are you going? You actually left us. This guy, Captain America and Sister Widow couldn't help looking at each other. Heartfelt headache. Even as a world-famous superhero, Tony Stark is still unpredictable, and no one can predict his behavior. Even the little peppers can't do anything, the essential. After the fact, he can often prove his correctness. Just maddening. Be careful. Looks like Hulk can't take it anymore. Hawkeye bow draws the full moon. Immediately, an incomparable arrow was released again, planning to sneak attack on Du Yi, but at this time, The tearing air sounds are endless. Kunai shuriken like raindrops attacked the dragon team and the Avengers head-on, one shadow after another, and then transformed into a black-clothed ninja with scarlet eyes, posing for a battle and surrounded everyone. Black Shadow Ninja. Follow Duyi's instructions and take the initiative to share his pressure. Never tire. Obey his orders. Even the ghost demon King Tara is not qualified to snatch his military power, definitely. The Holy Master indirectly controlled the ninja corps through a black shadow mask. Compared to Demon King Tara, the Holy Master should be more depressed. Why did the Shadow Corps abandon him? You can almost imagine his expression, absolutely wonderful. What the hell, Shadow Warrior? Venom, there is such an ability. Who is controlling it behind the scenes? The widow widened her eyes. I almost suspected that I had hallucinations, however, the dragon group has become accustomed to it. The monsters and monsters leave quickly. The monsters and monsters leave quickly. Profound and unpredictable incantations reverberated. Next moment. The puffer fish and gecko dried in a green glow. The fierce and intimidating magic ray then hit the black shadow ninja and shattered it into a cloud of smoke. Magic must be defeated with magic. Old man, are you using Oriental magic? Captain America wondered. However, Zayooyu frowned and counted with her fingers. It seems that the real age of the captain is almost the same as that of the father. As a result, Akiyu is proud. An old-fashioned clock almost made her laugh out loud. Oops, don't disturb Daddy. Quickly take a look at the little snake. She's been in a coma for half a day. Dad was mad. Immediately, Sister Widow and Zayooyu hurriedly acted, surrounded by the former thief Jiang Yang. I saw Zio Snake's face was pale, and a lot of sweat dripped from his forehead. Whether his pulse or breath were extremely weak, it seemed that his life was on the verge of ending, and half of his body was buried in the soil. Squeezed out of vitality by the Venom symbiote, no one knows the exact reason, can only barely maintain her breathing. What happened? Doctor, is there a way? Sheriff Black stared. No idea. The medical expert shook his head, the voice did not fall. Sister Widow took out an injection, pulled out the cap, and was about to inject it into the snake. However, Zayooyu stopped her. What are you doing? Are you euthanizing her? No, Zayooyu spread her arms to protect the unconscious little snake, like an angry little tiger. Guarding the calf to the extreme? Brat. It's adrenaline that comes standard with the SHIELD agent. How can the Avengers kill people? The widow laughed dumbly. The evaluation of Zayooyu has also risen several grades in invisible. Optimism, generous. Know how to protect partners. Even in the face of the shadow soldiers who are not close to strangers, they will not change their faces and they will not be surprised. It's like a natural agent seedling. She couldn't help but cherish her talents. I want to train Zayooyu into a second-generation Black Widow. Ah, you are also an Avenger. Awesome. I hope you can cure the little snake. Zayooyu smiled brightly, quickly stepped aside. Then watching the widow sister push the piston and inject the transparent and clear special medicine into the deep veins of the snake. Next moment, the life-threatening little snake suddenly opened its eyes, finally reluctantly come back to life. Little snake, how are you? It scared me to death. Zayooyu's eyes were red, directly fell into the arms of the snake. The little snake narrowed his eyes as if he had been drinking to pieces. His memory was confused and the pictures he saw were all double images. Can't say a complete sentence for a long time. Let her rest. Zayooyu, take care of her. The widow sister's face was solemn. For the side effects of the Venom symbiote, I sincerely feel awe. However, this kind of extraterrestrial material is eager to parasitize itself. Not even Hulk can suppress Venom. If Venom chooses to parasitize Hulk, the picture is too beautiful, simply thoughtful. If Duyi learns about Sister Widow's thoughts, she has to praise her for her brain opening. However, he has no hobby of parasitic male animals. There is no way to get system rewards. Simply lose both. The Buddha fist can't solve Hulk. It seems that there is only one way to zoom in. Duyi's eyes were deep. Immediately, it was decided to use the hematogenous limit obtained from the intercolumnar cells. The secret art of wood escape. It is made by integrating the chakras of the two attributes of soil and water. Except for the first Hawkage, almost no one can master this secret technique. As for Yamato. Strictly speaking, it is not relying on its own ability. Awakenings wouldn't escape and blood following the limit, but the product of biochemical experiments. Moreover, since he was not a perfect replica of the first generation, he only transplanted part of the cells of the Senju column. The actual power of the wooden escape technique cannot be compared with that of the god of ninjas at all. And I have mastered the original wooden escape. Duyi grinned. The ferocious face is even more terrifying, terrible next moment. The potted green plants suddenly grew rapidly, turning into a resilient vine directly binding Rage's invincible Hulk. Would escape? Silent binding technique. Clap both hands. What are you shouting? Even Doogie inherited this feature of the original Hawkeye. No matter how complicated the technique is, he can skip the seal process and achieve instant casting in the true sense. New ability. Venom symbiotes can control plants. Archaeologists can't help but open their mouths. Everyone trembled. What the hell? What else does it have the ability to display? Who is manipulating Venom? Jackie Chan is simply incomprehensible. Head up again. At the same time, the Hulk, who was bound by the vines, also burst into a hysterical howl and struggled. There was a tooth-crunching noise. The vines tightened instantly, expansion to an unparalleled level. In the blink of an eye, it broke into several segments. It seems there is really no way to bind Hulk with this level of wood escape. Dooye's eyes flashed slightly. Immediately slap both hands again, would escape. Wooden ingot wall. A row of vigorous wooden pillars rose from the ground, forming an airtight arch, which instantly blocked the arrows shot by Hawkeye. Even the high-tech arrows invented by SHIELD scientists cannot tear through the defenses of the ingot wall. The tail feathers kept shaking, the Widow Sister's mood sank to the bottom. Wooden, the art of cutting, Dooye clapped both hands moment. The liquid substance on the surface of the body was transformed into a wooden structure, like a straight rattan, and it slammed into the Avengers. Cutting technique. It is an extremely cruel wooden escape technique, able to perform piercing attack on the enemy. Once inside, it will continue to fork and grow, tying enemies into quill, until the last drop of blood was shed, will stop breathing, simply inhumane. Immediately, the unpredictable plainclothes agent was recruited on the spot. After the rattan drilled into the body, it immediately absorbed nutrients and burst open. The pore of the plainclothes agent sprang out again, straight into a bloody quill. Sister Widow hurriedly covered Zioyu's eyes for fear of her being frightened. After all, the picture is too bloody. Even if she felt unwell, I have never seen such a mysterious and unpredictable attack. It's like a mutant who manipulates green plants. My God, unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. The archaeologist walked fast and Sayazi ran wildly, hurriedly avoiding the attack range of the cutting technique. Barely dodged. As for Hulk, not moving at all, the rattan couldn't pierce his tough skin at all. Even large-caliber bullets are enough to break the defense. However, the successive collapses made his anger reach an unprecedented peak. Anger swallowed his mind, the iris is bloodshot, the whole person turned into a furious prehistoric beast. It takes blood to quench anger. Even in the face of hatred, he did not show such anger. This shows how hateful the Venom is. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. It is the eternal truth. Looks like the big guy is going to die. Quickly back away. Captain America held up his shield and slammed it down. After defeating the Black Shadow soldiers, his eyelids jumped wildly. With his extraordinary perception, he has already seen Hulk's anomalies. Next moment. I saw the Hulk clenching his teeth tightly, just like Lu Zhishan pulling the willow tree upside down, using the column used to bear the weight as his weapon. Swing hard. One husband is in charge and 10,000 are invincible. Even Dooye is smacking his tongue. If he takes a hit, even if the horse charm can heal his injuries, the dog charm ensures that he will not die suddenly and he will experience unforgettable pain. Call, call, call. The weight-bearing column, shaped like a weightless plasticine, made a piercing wind out of thin air and suddenly swept towards Dooye. Power down, even Captain America swallowed, if it were him. I'm afraid we'll have to sit on the spot. As for the Venom symbiote. Even if you don't die, you have to shed a layer of skin. Boom, rumble, boom. I saw the Hulk waving the column like a never-ending fighting machine, launching a powerful blow at the Venom symbiote. Wherever the column goes, no matter what kind of material can resist the castration, it is easily broken, smashed, and instantly turned into powder. However, after the ceiling had no load-bearing facilities, there was a sour noise and the overwhelming ashes shook down. In an instant, the ceiling smashed to the ground one after another. Even if everyone avoided Dooye's cutting technique, there was no way to avoid the disaster caused by Hulk. Be careful, old man. Captain America raised his shield and hurriedly protected the gray-haired father. As for Zioyu, there is no such good luck. A heavy giant object just in the position where she was slammed down. If you really hit the middle and small jade, I'm afraid she will turn into a puddle of meat on the spot. But at this time, a pair of gentle big hands pushed Zioyu away. He fell under the ceiling. Ziona, Natasha Romanoff, do not. How so? Hawkeye, Captain America, and Zioyu, Sheriff Black, couldn't help constricting their pupils violently, and their eyes suddenly turned red. Almost lost the ability of language expression. The Venom did not get close to the Widow Sister, but it still caused the Widow Sister tragedy. It seems that all the limbs and bones were broken, and the fractures were highly comminuted. There is no chance of recovery. Even if you are lucky enough to survive, you will have to be with the wheelchair for life. Even when you eat and drink, you will need someone to accompany you. Live without dignity. No, Hulk's eyes widened and he suddenly calmed down. The expression of the whole person is extremely complicated. He never dreamed that he would cause the Widow Sister to be injured. However, apart from unrestricted brute force, he has no ability to heal and save people at all. Often this kind of thing is handled by Banner, correct, Banner. He must have a way. Hulk rolled his eyes, voluntarily relinquished control and returned his body to Banner. I saw that his size kept shrinking and in the blink of an eye he returned to an ordinary body shape. The slender physicist rushed over with his pants. Ziona. How are you? Hurry up and call 911. Dr. Banner had tears in his eyes. A time there are no good ideas either. However, Zioyu's light flashed. Charm, the spell will definitely heal her. Only, Venom stole all the spells. She was very aggrieved. Almost crying. After all, if she hadn't acted without authorization, the Venom symbiote would not have stolen the spell, and she would have been able to heal the Widow Sister on the spot instead of watching her gossip. Life is on the line. Oops, who is dealing with Venom? Dad can't beat it. Dad was mad. The situation reversed in an instant. The Avengers and the Dragon team are in an extremely dangerous situation. Swish swish, everyone's eyes fell on Du Yi, revealing sincere supplications as well as melancholy, disgust, hatred, extremely complex. Good chance. Du Yi narrowed his eyes. There was hardly any hesitation. Moment, liquefied, ejection towards the dying Widow Sister. Even Captain America, who has 5 sensitive senses, was too sad to stop Du Yi in time. Let him get into the Widow Sister's pore. Slowly penetrated into the body of the Widow Sister. It's over. Ziona is dead. Do not. It's all my fault. I'm guilty. Dr. Banner froze for a moment, then let out a hysterical roar. Heart rate soars again. On the verge of getting out of control, about to be forever degenerated into a furious beast. However, with a face like golden paper, the Widow Sister, who couldn't see it, suddenly opened her eyes. Unprecedented power, endless vitality, billions of trillions of cells in the body continue to emerge. Even the boulder that was on her body was pushed away by her. It was directly overturned to an extremely distant place. She turned into Superman. Physical fitness, metabolism has reached the point where the Captain of the United States is far behind. Even the unspeakable, as well as dark diseases and scars, have also improved one after another. Even her fetal chamber began to recover rapidly. Her face is not covered with fendi, but she is as white as the morning sun reflecting the snow. Zin's long neck has no fine lines and her exposed skin is as fat as jade and she can hardly find the slightest flaw. What? You are so beautiful. I remember now. This is the characteristic of the Venom symbiote. It can help the host become beautiful. Zioyu's big eyes flashed. She suddenly stopped her tears and woke up. Indeed, when the Venom symbiote is possessed by the little snake is also beautiful and indescribable, like an angel from heaven falling from the mortal world. Definitely. Even if the venom leaves the snake, this buff has not disappeared. After being rescued, she still showed her charming and moving side, looking forward to her beautiful appearance and clear water hibiscus. As if the dying state is an illusion. What's wrong with me? Why do you look like this? The widow was full of doubts. For everyone's expressions and her abnormal situation, she has almost no knowledge. Little Na, you were hit by rocks and nearly died. It was the Venom symbiote that healed you, Doctor. Banner mustered his courage. Come true. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully parasitizing Natasha Romanoff. Rewards have been distributed, pay attention to check in time. Nice, Du Yi laughed out loud. I never dreamed that this bloody battle would end in such a nonsensical way. Then he turned his attention to the backpack space. A durian-shaped exotic fruit with purple skin and spiral patterns appeared in front of him. A little familiar. It looks like the devil fruit eaten by the Drum King Wapol, Superman series. Swallowing fruits. There is nothing in the world that cannot be eaten. You can change your form and even synthesize new substances. After you eat an ability, there is a probability of inheriting ability. Note the weakness of not being able to swim in the sea and not being able to eat other devil fruits has been successfully erased. Really, swallow the fruit. Although this Superman devil fruit is not as cool as the thunder fruit, nor is it as powerful as the shock fruit, it left a very deep impression on him. The evil King Wapol, who was killed by the Straw Hat Boy, succeeded in inventing a new alloy with this devil fruit, Wabo alloy. Even the world government regards it as a treasure and is forced to trade for profit and dermatitis, admitting the evil Drum Kingdom he created. Strictly speaking, Wabo alloy is a form memory metal that can automatically recover even if it is damaged. Even the hardness and corrosion resistance surpass all materials on the market. General Frankie, a large-scale battle robot made by Frankie, it is the Wabo alloy used, with multiple transformation forms. It is enough to prove the sturdiness of Wabo alloy. It is said that even Vegapunks are amazed at the properties of Wabo alloy, using Wabo alloy in the new pacifist. After eating an ability, there is a chance to inherit ability. Do you clicked his tongue secretly? It fits perfectly with the innate ability of the symbiote. Definitely, he wouldn't do such a crazy thing. Compared with living people, he can completely eat the extracted gene fragments just like the intercolumn cells rewarded by the system. Indirectly master the ability you want, however. Before he could get excited, he heard a loud noise. What? Venom? Parasitic on me? The widow sister's cherry lips were slightly open and her black and curled eyelashes could not help but tremble. Even though she has gone through hundreds of battles and countless dangers, she has already accepted her fate and is numb, but still feel a little sick, can't help but vomit. It seems that this kind of action can change the status quo and spit out the Venom symbiote. Little Na, SHIELD's medical team will definitely be able to cure you. I'll give it my all, don't worry. Dr. Banner was carrying his trousers, his eyes full of tenderness but also shame and remorse. If Hulk hadn't knocked down the load-bearing column, it wouldn't have caused this kind of tragedy. Dr. Banner has 7 doctorate certificates. In addition, he also has a certain experience in the field of biochemical research. Mr. Lan, whom he was familiar with, almost cured him. If you can find Mr. Lan, you will definitely increase your chances of success. You must convince General Thunderbolt. Let Mr. Lan come out. A series of thoughts came to mind. Everyone was silent. Even Steve Rogers, who was determined and resolute, could not help but bow his head and have a headache. Unlucky. It's all Drake's fault, archaeologists complained. Then he suddenly raised his head and turned his attention to the little snake not far away. As the high-level security consultant of the Life Foundation, Little Snake is bound to know the secrets of the Life Foundation. Indeed, be clear. Liquid life from aliens, the Life 1 spacecraft that crashed in Malaysia, and the escaped symbiote, the Little Snake smiled bitterly. The inside information she knew was made public on the spot. After all, this matter is about the safety of the Avengers, and it also involves SHIELD, the World Security Council. As the Little Snake of the former Jiang Yang thief, he is extremely aware of the power of the state apparatus. And many more. Escaped symbiote? What do you mean? There is another symbiote and even the Life Foundation has no clear whereabouts. Sheriff Blake paled in shock. Zioyu, True Daddy, and Captain America couldn't help but get serious. The Venom symbiote is already so difficult to deal with. As for other symbiotes, simply thoughtful. Here comes the problem. How many symbiotes are there? Where is the hometown of the symbiote? People are desperate for answers. Feel sorry. I have no idea. This is the highest level secret of the Life Foundation. Only Dr. Drake has permission to view it. The Little Snake was apologetic. All right, the thread is broken. The top priority is to return to SHIELD as soon as possible. Inform Director Nick Fury of this in its entirety and apply for testing by a professional medical team. In addition, real-time detection of the Widow Sister's health index prevents the Widow Sister from running out of control. Also avoid the Venom symbiote from leaving the Widow Sister. Parasitize other innocent people. What? Quinjet has landed in the eastern Mara Peninsula, Brasov State Nature Reserve. The Widow was surprised. Mara Peninsula, isn't that where Life 1 crashed? Who is driving the Quinjet? Everyone looked at each other. Moment, a cynical figure came into view, Iron Man Tony Stark. It turns out that he has already investigated the trace of another symbiote. Extraordinary foresight. It made Captain America burst into laughter. It is good, Tony out. Don't worry about another symbiote. Return as soon as possible and return to the tricurved wing building. Only the technology of SHIELD can cure Natasha Romanoff. Captain America strutted and walked toward the armory, where he was about to requisition sonic fighters in Area 13. In this regard, Sheriff Black has no objection, because SHIELD is the real son of the Federation, formerly known as the Strategic Science Corps of the 1940s. After the Second World War, the Cold War, it still stands tall. Even though District 13, the Sentry Secret Service, nominally at the same level as SHIELD is under the jurisdiction of the Security Council, but they dare not say it. They are really comparable to Aegis. I seem to be fine. The Venom symbiote is in my body. No action. Sister Widow touched her lower abdomen with a strange look on her face. She even felt that her mental outlook was unprecedentedly good. The hidden illnesses for many years are gone. It's like coming back to life. Even the skin is as smooth as jade, impeccably perfect. Devil figure, angel face. Even Hollywood's popular actresses are not qualified to be compared with her. Moreover, her strength has also skyrocketed to an extraordinary level, breaking the steel bar with her bare hands and lifting true effortlessly almost nothing. Am I a dynamometer? The sumo warrior looked sad. Very depressed, don't abuse this power. The Venom symbiote also possessed me, but it made me almost out of control, which directly caused the tragedy in District 13 and many plainclothes agents died. The little snake said solemnly. After all, she has also served as the host of the Venom symbiote and has the most say. You and Zioyu, we will also go to District 13 together. This is Director Nick Fury's order. Barton hung up the phone, strode over, and said expressionlessly. Director Nick Fury, did the Aegis talk about this matter personally? Zioyu's big eyes flashed, immediately cheered, great. After coming to the United States, she not only came into contact with the magical 12 spells but also met the Avengers. Next, head to the legendary SHIE. LD headquarters, simply cool, little snake. Do you think the Venom symbiote interferes with your thinking? The Widow sister thought for a moment and couldn't help frowning, because she doesn't feel otherwise. Yes. It doesn't seem to take the initiative to do anything, but it keeps arousing my evil thoughts. Until you fall into the abyss. Being a cocoon, the little snake's delicate body trembled slightly and her face turned pale. It seems that I dare not look back. Even the dusty and painful memories were brought to life. She thinks of the mysterious organization that kidnapped her. Serpent coat of arms, that's why she was named Little Snake. Arouse evil thoughts, fall into the abyss. Thank you for your sharing. Sister Widow frowned. Immediately he sat alone in the corner of the Sonic Fighter looking at the rapidly retreating building through the porthole. The face reflected in the mirror. Bright and moving, charming and dignified, but also revealed a deep melancholy color, unspeakable confusion. No one dared to disturb the Widow sister without authorization. Even Dr. Bruce Banner is no exception. At the same time, Washington, D.C., a skyscraper standing on the banks of the Yacete River, the appearance is quite striking. Like a bald eagle that flutters its wings, it is dormant here. A car of solemn cars kept going in and out. There are also armed helicopters taking off and landing frequently. Compared with the White House, this building is more closely guarded, like a large machine that never stops, continuously monitoring everything in the Starstripe Federation and even outside in all forms. Avoid the signs of harming the Stars and Stripes Federation. Kill all threats in the cradle in advance. Quick. Get the operating room ready, and a professional medical team. Graduates from SHIELD are also invited. Whatever it takes to heal Natasha Romanoff. A sonorous and powerful sound of intimidation exploded. It's like a giant rage bear is roaring. Tall, burly, and sturdy, the director of Luden wearing a dark trench coat, one eye is angry as if he is about to breathe out fire. It's not good for the Avengers to leave the apprenticeship, and I sincerely feel a headache. After all, Avengers was the secret plan he led and initiated. He is solely responsible for this. He must bear the price of mission failure. What's more, Natasha Romanoff, as a SHIELD-7 agent, has always been deeply trusted by him. Chief. The Avengers are back, but Stark left the team and went to the Mara Peninsula alone. With a simple and honest face, the ace agent with a smile on the corner of his mouth, Phil Coulson paced over and lowered his voice. Watch Stark. Go back and find him to settle accounts. I'll go, and condolences to Natasha Romanoff first. The head of the stewed egg strutted and rushed to the apron in a hurry. His confidant Maria Hill followed. However, deep in Hill's pupils, the green light flashed away. Obviously, her identity is not as simple as it seems. Triple wing building, outside the ward. Everyone was like ants on a hot pot, walking around anxiously. Through the tempered glass, you can see the graceful Widow sister, who is conducting a series of test items: heart rate, EEG, breathing, bounce, intelligence, excretion, urine test. However, when the white coat was about to take a blood test, the Widow sister looked embarrassed. He didn't roll up his sleeves for a while. What's wrong? Is the Venom symbiote affecting her? Chief Braised Egg frowned. Symbiote, mysterious substance from space. He already knew something, but there is no more detailed information. Immediately, he turned his eyes for help to Maria Hill, who was not far away. Hill understood. A document was handed to him. This is the message left by the ancestors of the Skrulls. What? There is actually a symbiotic planet. Nick Fury's eyes widened, and even the pitch was raised a few decibels. After finding the abnormality, he hurriedly lowered his voice with an incredible look on his face. Cracked. On the symbiote planet, there are millions of symbiotes. Any living creature that sets foot on the symbiote planet is likely to be parasitized. The data will not be wrong. Only, both Talos and I didn't expect it. Why the Life Foundation was able to capture the symbiote. Maria Hill stared. 1 million symbiotes. Not a small amount anymore. Moreover, according to the data, the life parasitized by the symbiote will be improved in all directions. No matter the strength or the speed, it will skyrocket to a level that is different from ordinary people. Even a super soldier like Steve Rogers can't match the symbiote. There are two symbiotes in the whole Earth. One is missing in the Mara Peninsula in Southeast Asia. The other one is on the Widow Sister. Asexual reproduction. The symbiote can actually give birth to offspring. The offspring will still be stronger than their fathers. Nick Fury's pupils contract violently. He raised his head again and looked at Sister Widow's eyes full of meaningful light. If the symbiote in the Widow Sister can reproduce more offspring, used to disguise the Avengers, it is bound to be able to form a high-end combat team. Even if the ancient Eastern country on the other side of the ocean is about to form a bullshit army, there is no need to take it seriously. The essential. How to reproduce symbionts. The director of Braised Egg pinched his chin, his brows furrowed into a Sichuan character. At the same time, squeak, the door opens. The white coat looked solemn, came to Nick Fury and handed out an MRI video. Please see this location. The organ removed by Natasha Romanoff has grown back. It's incredible. Organ. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. Next moment, dilated pupils. 1,000 grassmud horses galloped past. Impossible. Can surgically removed organs be regenerated? Almost contrary to common medical knowledge, however, the symbiote can do it. Maria Hill's face was solemn. Call, do your best to calm down. Nick Fury put on a paralyzed face again. No one knew what he was thinking about, but at this time, suddenly there was a noise of Ding Ling's sugar palm, make him come back to his senses suddenly. In the pore of the Widow Sister, fibrous tentacles suddenly sprang out. The whole person looked like a demon stepping out of hell, and half of the face was twisted, and it was covered with a layer of liquid substance. Boom, amazingly hard tempered glass shatters. Next moment. The jet-black beard tied Nick Fury and pulled it to the Widow Sister, 4 eyes facing each other. Nick Fury suddenly fell into the abyss. It was as if he was looking at Satan. I can't help getting goosebumps all over, and even breathing is difficult and I can't fight back. He was directly reduced to a lamb to be slaughtered. After all, he did not inject super soldier serum, and his physical fitness is at best better than ordinary people. Natasha Romanoff. Wake up, this is Shield. You went home, Maria Hill said hurriedly. Try to awaken the Widow Sister's sanity. Next moment. Sister Widow's eyes became clear again, her consciousness took the dominant position again, and she slowly lowered Nick Fury to the ground with a face full of shame. Feel sorry, Chief, I'm tired. Sister Widow lowered her head and looked at her toes. Go and rest. Rest assured, you'll get the treatment you deserve no matter what. Shield will not give up any agent. Fury breathed a sigh of relief and said in a loud voice. After seeing the Widow Sister leave, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly and decided to discuss countermeasures with Talos. After all, the level of technology of the Skrulls is far beyond the current stage of the Earth. Even if Talos did not inherit the main heritage of the Skrull Empire, it was not something that Shield could neglect. Are you sure you want to leave her alone? Hill frowned. Someone is watching her. Fury smiled mysteriously, late at night. Through the open-air balcony, look at the lights of thousands of homes in the distance. A cool breeze blows in, pull up the fine strands of hair between the temples. The Widow Sister was wearing a bathrobe and curled up on the reclining chair barefoot. This was her habit all along. After the task was completed, she had to take a cold bath no matter what weather. Any weather could make her throbbing mind quickly calm down. However, washed up as usual. But it didn't really calm down. She can't describe her mood, pain, tired. Frightened, happy, it is possible. Since the 1990s, she has joined the Red Room and has become a highly trained top spy. With her innate beauty and a smart and alert mind, she has accomplished incredible tasks without ever feeling happy, like an onion. After tearing off the skin, the coat is empty inside. Until Budapest, she meets Graham Lynn T. Barton. Sister Widow made an unprecedented choice, job hopping, get out of the Red Room, although after coming to Shield. There are endless tasks, but she has the power to refuse and finally lives like a person. Why did you choose me? Sister Widow shook a goblet full of fresh red wine juice. I want to numb myself with alcohol. Cherry lips touched the rim of the cup, leaving a lip print. Even the strongest vodka can't get her on it, because the Venom symbiote has also boosted her metabolism to an unprecedented level. When alcohol enters the body, it can be broken down immediately. As long as she does something harmful to herself, the Venom symbiote will stop her immediately, as if she has got a tireless close bodyguard. Extremely considerate. Pity. The Venom symbiote doesn't seem to be able to communicate. From beginning to end, there is no display of intelligence. What? Feast for the eyes. Sister Widow's figure is really not a blow. Suck it. Is there a claim to ecological isolation between symbionts and humans? Dewey couldn't help laughing wildly. He watched the whole process of Sister Widow's grooming, even get involved. His disguise was very successful. No one knows his mental activity, and everyone thinks he is a single-celled creature. It just has the parasitic instinct of the symbiote. For this situation, even the ancestors of the Skrulls have not investigated clearly. Because the symbiote planet is extremely dangerous, without more than 2 samples, it is impossible to study the habits of the symbiote. Then he extracted the Tuntun fruit of the backpack space. In the blind spot of the surveillance camera, eat the strangely shaped devil fruit and wipe it clean. Gee, sweet and juicy, no poop and durian taste at all. The system produced it must be a boutique. There is nothing in the world that cannot be eaten. It's like the demon of the mountain. Bo gang, Dui is full of emotion, pa gang. It symbolizes Jen in gossip. Overeating, has an insatiable appetite. As she eats, her body grows, swells, and doubles. Comprehensive attributes will also usher in a wave of skyrocketing. However, compared to Tuntun fruit, Bo Gang's gluttony ability is not enough because he can generate a whole new substance. You can also inherit ability. Wabo alloy form memory metal. Once it comes out, maybe Tony Stark will be crazy, the powers of the Earth will also be robbed of their heads, and SHIELD will definitely be eager to master the formula. And many more. Bo Gang should also be regarded as a key female character, right? Cracked, do you really want parasitic waves? Dui's heart skipped a beat. I couldn't help shivering. Thinking of Bo Gang's respectful appearance, he almost broke the defense. After calming down a little, he spit out the 6 talismans he looted again and decided to use the fruit ability of Tuntun fruit to directly digest them. Let the Holy Lord never be able to resurrect. Chicken, mouse, horse, dog, rabbit, dragon, 6 spells. The surface is painted with lifelike animal patterns. He didn't show it because of the crowded eyes before. Now that the Widow Sister is alone, even with the surveillance camera watching, she can't hide from his senses. After all, the Venom symbiote originally opened the sky's eyes with almost no blind spots in the field of vision and can gain insight into the operation of the electric current and the biomagnetic field. All surveillance methods are almost useless. Go to sleep, go to sleep. You are tired, Dui started hypnotic ability Widow Sister. A yawn, drowsiness swept over. The Widow Sister's eyelids began to fight and she shrunk on the reclining chair and fell asleep directly. Creak, creak, the symbiote fibers make up a hideous face. A face can be vaguely seen. Immediately, he suddenly opened his bloody mouth and bit down on the spell. 3 times 5 and 2, he swallowed it in his stomach. It turned into a pure magic power and spread to every symbiote beard. Cool, Dui almost cried out, feeling my own metamorphosis again. It seems that it is about to break through the limitations of species and enter another level of life. Definitely. A long way to go. The ability he got has never had time to cultivate, and there is no need to change hosts frequently. It is better to stay on the Widow Sister temporarily and act as a Yayame pendant. Slowly get acquainted with what he has mastered, awakening to come. The Widow is in high spirits. Leaning on the reclining chair, he stretched out his arms and stretched out a big lazy waist. It's so sleepy that you can't take your eyes off it. The exposed skin is as fat as jade. The pore is barely visible. Even the hairs have dissipated like a beautiful artwork carved by Venus himself. It is simply perfect and impeccable. Even Mondalus's smile is not half as charming as the Widow Sister. There is also no sign of the behavior getting out of control again. Let the shift stare at her eyeliner, also secretly relieved. Fortunately, Sister Widow is safe and sound, able to cross with the chief, only. The Secretary General of the Security Council is coming. As the initiator of the mission, Alexander Pierce seems to be more eager for the Venom symbiote and also has first-hand information. It is good. I see. Go right away. Hanging up the phone, the Widow Sister couldn't help losing her mind. Only now is she truly aware of her alien identity. No one can feel the same. Even Lynn T. Barton, Dr. Banner, can only comfort a few words. At this moment, she is almost helpless. There is no object of complaint, simply heartbroken. After being in a daze for a while, she walked into the bathroom again, and after hanging the nightgown aside, she turned on the valve. The dense fog rose. Do ye feast his eyes again, suck, or Widow Sister to force? Even the little snake is slightly inferior. Wipe off the water stains and put on a clean Aegis uniform. The Widow Sister has no makeup, and her face is already bright and intoxicating, and her eyes can't extricate herself. Natasha Romanoff, Sister Widow. She seems to have grown taller. Aura of 2 meters. Pacing in the corridor, other agents are constantly running. After passing by, a murmur reached her ears. Grow taller, it seems to be really high. The Widow Sister realized later, only to realize that her leg shape is even more perfect. Venom symbiote. What do you want to make her look like? Angel or the devil? Hope it's not too exaggerated. With a different kind of thought, she came to the 3 curved wing building, the meeting room with bright and clean windows. Floors were spotlessly cleaned. Not far away, near the window, stood a tall, white figure in a suit. Even though he is old, he is not old at all. His back is as straight as a spear, and a sword demonstrates the qualities of a professional soldier. And the commander of the Aegis Rapid Response Force, Brock Rumlow, was accompanying him. They are all old acquaintances. Secretary. The widow sister said respectfully, I heard that venom is parasitic in your body. Can you control it? Old, loud voices echoed. The white old man slowly turned around, revealing an interesting face of vicissitudes. His face was full of stories, and every wrinkle was a medal. The eyes are shrewd, wise, the whole body exudes the majesty of the superior. It was Alexander Pierce, the first director of SHIELD, the current Secretary General of the Security Council. Moreover, he has two other secret identities, the spy leader of the Hydra organization and the behind-the-scenes funder of the Life Foundation. Control? I haven't tried it. Widow sister lost her way. I believe in your ability. Natasha Romanoff, Pierce encouraged. For the Venom symbiote, he was looking forward to it. However, he never dreamed that he would recover the Venom symbiote in this way. After a series of tests by S.H.I.E.L.D. experts, the symbiote could not be forced out. This shows how much Venom favors Natasha Romanoff. Fortunately, Hydra is good at brainwashing. Just take advantage of Fury's unpreparedness, tie Natasha Romanoff to the base, and use the device to complete the brainwashing. The Venom symbiote also belongs to him. Cut off one head and two grow in the same place. See Della Hale. However, the next scene made his eyes widen. Almost had a heart attack. Whoosh, whoosh. One after another, shadows were like living creatures rushing from all directions. Then he transformed into a silent, agile ninja in black, clenching his kunai and shuriken and approaching him at a rapid pace. As if to kill him directly, are you crazy? Are you going to kill the Secretary General? This is a heinous sin. Brock Rumlow is superbly skilled, firing several shots in a row, headshots. Black Shadow Ninja collapsed in pieces. It also made the Widow sister wake up instantly. It's just a fishy smell lingering on the nose. Who did it? Black Shadow Ninja. Sister Widow's beautiful eyes flowed, but she saw that the vase in the corner was overturned and the soup and water splashed all over the floor and also splashed on the Secretary General's trouser legs. All right, I'm going to change clothes first. Natasha Romanoff, don't publicize this. Otherwise, the commander will hold you accountable. Pierce looked serious. Leave in a hurry. God is such a great commander to be held accountable. Aren't you scared to pee? What? It's hilarious to show up at an old age. Dewey almost laughed out loud. As a bystander, he sees everything, also deliberately ordered Sombra to scare Pierce, who made Pierce threaten him. Result, Pierce is leaking. Dewey smiled and leaned back and forth. After the interlude, the Widow sister moved to another office. I saw the Dragon team and the Avengers sitting on both sides of a round table, and no one took the initiative to speak. Squeak, until the Widow sister pushed open the door. Natasha Romanoff, how are you? I heard that the Secretary General of the Security Council talked to you. What did you say? Barton, Captain America, Zio Snake, and Dr. Banner came over one after another. A look of concern. Always maintain a high degree of vigilance for the Venom symbiote and the Widow sister. In addition, outstanding graduates of SHIELD Academy were also summoned, and they were about to have another physical examination for Sister Widow, hoping to gain further insight into the mystery of the Venom symbiote. This is Leophys. This is Gemma Simmons. Both of them graduated from SHIELD and worked in the Ministry of Science and Technology. They are currently level 5 agents. I believe they will heal you. Phil Coulson, with a simple and honest face and a bright resume, took the initiative to recommend it. The key members of the future field team were pushed to the front of the stage in advance. Hello, Natasha Romanoff. I have long admired the name. I'm Gemma Simmons, majoring in biochemistry, even genetic engineering and medical subjects. I heard that you were possessed by an alien liquid substance. Can you describe how you feel? Gemma Simmons has a beautiful face, long hair like a waterfall and fragrant shoulders, and her waist is full of hands. She exudes an elegant and intellectual atmosphere, just like a lady who is full of poetry and books. There are also double doctorates. Sister Widow and Widow are two extremes. In the not-too-distant future, after Phil Coulson takes over the position of director, she will also be a blockbuster and grow into a courageous, strong, and responsible elite agent. Feel? Actually, I don't feel anything. Even I can clearly feel that my spirit is better. You can also summon elusive shadow warriors. Sister Widow thought for a moment, then laughed. In an instant, the ice and snow melt and spring returns to the earth. Everyone is like a spring breeze. Even the stubborn Captain America can't help but stretch his brows, and he is genuinely caught off guard by the Widow Sister's charm that can turn all living beings upside down, because he has worked with the Widow Sister for a long time. But I didn't find the Widow Sister so bright and moving. Is this metamorphosis brought on by the Venom symbiote? Yes, I can attest. Natasha Romanoff, who has been Venom's hosts longer than me and Zaya Oyu, has definitely gotten more promotion. The little snake has a complicated face. Even though she was beautified by the Venom symbiote, she still couldn't compare to Sister Widow. Judgment. Even she began to miss the moment of being the host of Venom, which was simply intoxicating. How to take away the Venom symbiote. She suddenly woke up. How could you have such a weird idea? Hey, unfair. Why didn't Venom strengthen me? Because I'm a kid, Zaya Oyu complained. After coming to the Sanqui building, she and Zaya Osh also went through a series of tests. After confirming that there is no liquid left in the body of the two, they regained their freedom and are about to return to San Francisco. Only, Tony Stark never came back, nor did they respond to a newsletter from the Avengers Alliance. Lost in the Mara Peninsula. Barton and I will go to the Bassa State Nature Reserve to investigate the matter. Banner, you are responsible for protecting Natasha Romanoff. Captain America's eyes are firm, and for the son of an old friend, he must rush to the rescue. Even if there really exists another symbiote, it will not hesitate. And me? The Widow was surprised. Leafiz and Gemma Simmons will be with you. Phil Coulson smiled, but the Widow sister's mood sank to the bottom. Du Yi, who was curled up in her body and connected physically and mentally, also felt the sadness of the Widow sister for the first time. For example, isolate by the partners who get along with each other day and night and become a guinea pig researched by a mad scientist. All kinds of emotions swept in. Even Du Yi couldn't help but pity Xiangxiu. Ding. At the same time, the Widow received a text message. A trap. Just after seeing Pierce, this kind of thing happened. It seems that Hydra is not dead. Du Yi peeped directly at the content of the text message. The unknown sender actually claimed that he could solve the Venom and ordered the Widow sister to rush to Hell's Kitchen alone in the evening. It's a trap, however. The Widow sister quickly breathed and couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly, revealing a longing color. She doesn't want to be a monster in the eyes of others. With her skill and courage, there is no way for the rogues entrenched in Hell's Kitchen to handle her. At dusk, Widow Sister Nun no whisper, then. Zaya Oyu, who was reluctant to part, said goodbye to Sister Widow and boarded the Sonic Fighter for the return journey. Captain America is also leading a tactical squad and is about to head to the Mara Peninsula. MS Romanoff, I heard that you resisted the blood test. Is the Venom symbiote interfering with your behavior? Or is your blood under the catalysis of Venom a wonderful metamorphosis? Gemma Simmons holds a pen and paper. For alien liquid life, I am simply curious to the point of inexhaustible. After all, she had just graduated and had never been exposed to extraterrestrial matter, so the frenzy was almost predictable. Once she successfully deciphers the habits of the symbiote, she will surely get the attention of Chief Shield. Take all the international awards. Even famous in history, don't forget Phil Coulson's mission. Fitz reminded, but he didn't hide the hearing from the Widow sister. At this moment, her physical fitness has been improved in all directions. Regardless of the senses, hearing, and vision, they have all reached the first-class level of Superman. She can also judge the health status of the client through blood flow, pulse, breathing, and heartbeat, and predict and avoid danger. It seems to have mastered the domineering of the world of pirates. Time passed little by little. The sun sets in the west. The skyline was like a red-hot soldering iron, and even the clouds were glowing. Evening time has come. With her unusual skills and anti-reconnaissance ability, Sister Widow avoided all eyes and put on a completely different outfit. Crossing the alley came to the nearest private airport. However, her bizarre disappearance has alarmed the long SHIELD. Check, block all traffic. Can't let Natasha Romanoff leave Washington. Nick Fury was furious with veins on his forehead, simply furious. He never dreamed that Natasha Romanoff would vanish without a single act of stupor. Damn it, where is she going? Did the Red Room reconnect with her, or is the Venom symbiote at work? Sorry, Chief, it's my incompetence. Melinda May looked ashamed. As a level 7 agent nicknamed Iron Cavalry and favored by the director, she was able to follow the Widow sister. There is hardly any reason to whitewash her dereliction of duty. You do need to blame yourself, but there's no need to blame yourself too much. Natasha Romanoff, she was the strongest spy in the Red Room, and she is still the strongest spy after she moved to SHIELD. Just where is she going? Fury frowned. At the same time, a plainclothes agent in a suit and leather shoes is wandering around the traffic point making a patrol, in order to prevent the Widow from leaving the DC area. Even private airports have ceased operations. It directly disrupted her overall plan. If only I could fly. The widow laughed dumbly. It seems there is no way for me to go to Hell's Kitchen and successfully inquire about the people behind the scenes. She decides to return to the Triple Wing building, but found an incredible scene. I actually got rid of the gravity and slowly rose into the air. What happened? I can actually fly. The widow was shocked. Is it awakening your innate mutant ability? Is she actually a mutant? No way, stupid woman. I helped you fly. The strange, magical voice sounded directly in my mind. It's like Satan is reprimanding himself. The widow sister was struck by thunder. Who is speaking? The widow sister looked around and found that there was no one around. She couldn't help but get goosebumps, thinking of the disgusting liquid life living in her body. Venom. It turns out that Venom has intelligence. Not dead. Disgusting. I cured your hidden disease. You call me disgusting? It's too incompetent. Dewey was furious. He can perceive what the widow sister is thinking. Even the widow sister can grasp it subconsciously. No secret can hide Dewey. Originally, he planned to keep his existence hidden, however. The widow sister is planning to take risks alone. Let him change his mind. Is it Venom? Can you speak? Can you see what I'm thinking? The widow sister was full of surprise. I am sincerely amazed at the wisdom of the Venom symbiote. The essential, why hasn't he uttered a sound? Are you just starting to communicate with yourself now? Because before there were many people with mixed eyes, a series of question marks hit his mind. The widow sister was puzzled. Even the mood is extremely complicated. At this moment, she realized that something was wrong, and she also felt physical discomfort because the voice of the Venom was clearly a male. Violated, the widow sister is almost ashamed. The toes are clasped tightly to the soles. Invasion? Are you kidding? I gave you the first-class ability of Superman. You should thank me. Dewey is extremely arrogant. Immediately, an endless stream of symbiont fibers drilled out of the widow sister's pore, wrapped her airtightly, and woven into a pitch-black battle suit in the blink of an eye. Go straight to the sky, into the clouds, speed towards Hell's Kitchen. Grateful? Am I begging you to parasitize me? Since you have wisdom, your choice to parasitize the little snake Zioyu must have your own purpose, right? Why? Widow sister's mind changed. It would be fine if the Venom symbiote had no intelligence. With wisdom, all behavior patterns must be for an ulterior motive. Otherwise, why didn't he parasitize Hulk? Rogers, such super existence, but a weak woman with a relatively weak parasite. What? I like, can you handle it? Dewey pretended to be calm, really shocked. Gee, this kind of mind as well as keen insight deserves to be the top spy in the Red Room. But if she wants to break her head, I'm afraid she won't believe it. It's because of the system. Only parasitic key female characters will be rewarded. Therefore, Dewey will choose the widow sister. How will you leave me? Sister Widow relaxed. Since the Venom symbiote has wisdom, the biggest problem is solved. With her words and charm, she can definitely convince Venom to leave herself and even leave the Earth. Hell's Kitchen, located on the west side of Manhattan. Not only the filthy slums, but also countless gangs with many evils and various evils are engaged in all kinds of unknown criminal transactions. Even Symbiote is powerless to encircle it. Because the owner of Hell's Kitchen before Nick Fury came to power has already made a great reputation. Wilson Faith Graham, also known as Jinbian, he is the largest underworld leader in the United States. Even Wallen has to take him as the leader, follow the rules and order formulated by Jin Bing, and trade within a reasonable range. Moreover, Jin Bing is thoughtful and wise far beyond ordinary people. Even his strength has reached an unbelievable level. He can punch through a wall with his bare hands, and his fighting ability is also at the highest level in the world. However, in recent years he has restrained his fangs and gradually transformed into an elegant taxpayer. But no one dared to really regard him as a kind. Natasha Romanoff. Did you show up? Darkness enveloped the earth. Behind the desk, the burly beast hidden in the curtain let out a sonorous whisper. His eyes were sharp, treacherous, and cunning. There is a cane at hand. Wearing a clean white suit, he was extremely tall and burly like a dormant bear, constantly stroking a cigar. She showed up. Do you really want to attack her? Aegis level 7 agent, Fury won't let it go. A vulgar-looking thug in a suit couldn't help frowning. Kidnap the widow. This was an order from Kim, and suddenly, not everyone was prepared. They were also sweating. After all, Black Widow's immediate boss is the famous Chief Symbiote, Nick Fury. Since Fury came to power, he has carried out a series of rectification plans resolutely, directly frustrating the criminal businessmen in Hell's Kitchen. Even if Jin Bing's forces were tragically removed, there were no other tough moves. Like a defeated beast silently licking the wound in the corner. However, Now Jin and actually decided to declare war, kidnap Nick Fury's #1 agent. What is the situation? The lieutenant was simply bewildered. Let go and do it. Remember, keep your mouth alive. Jin Bing's voice was low, neither sad nor happy. Immediately after watching his deputy leave, he couldn't help sighing deeply. An order from the Secretary General of the Security Council, how dare he resist? The largest underworld leader in the United States is also not qualified to wrestle with the Security Council. Even the SHIELD and even the Avengers, the soldier company, have to rely on the breath of the Secretary General, act according to the face. At the same time, the widow sister who was pacing in the alley, her beautiful eyes trembled. She almost suspected that she had auditory hallucinations. Are you sure? Alexander Pierce, the one behind the Life Foundation? And is he still the spy leader of the Hydra organization? Where is the evidence? Miss Widow lost her mind. Hydra, it's not that she hasn't heard the name. The Strategic Science Corps was created to fight against Hydra, but she is equally clear. The Hydra organization has fallen, ruined. There is simply no opportunity to invest in the Life Foundation. A veteran of World War II who once refused the Nobel Peace Prize and the current Secretary General of the Security Council can never be a Hydra spy. Evidence? My existence is proof. What more evidence do you need? Even the people behind the scenes who contact you are nothing but Pierce's minions. Do you laughed out loud, conveyed everything he knew to the widow sister. As for the widow, do you believe it? Unimportant. He just wants to let the widow sister understand who is his teammate. Does the director know about this? The widow sister said she felt confused. It's as if the worldview is collapsing. It will take a while to digest the top-secret information provided by Du Yi. The Snake Shield is just a few people who are innocent. Be careful. Even the director of the Braised Egg you trust actually wants to treat you as an adult and complete the reproduction of the symbiote. Du Yi's tone was narrow. Nick Fury's crooked thoughts can't be hidden from him at all. Snake Shield Bureau. Hydra has emptied the Aegis. The widow's eyes were dull. The mind can't help but be lost for a while. Give the assassin a chance. Boom, a faint noise sounded. Waiting for an opportunity to move, the sniper who had been dormant for a long time slammed the trigger. From the depths of the dark barrel, a special bullet was suddenly fired. Anesthesia bomb. Once the target is hit, even the elephant will fall to the ground on the spot and fall into a coma. Definitely. Under normal circumstances, this sharpshooter would never load anesthesia bombs at all. Just because this is Jinbian's request. Who is firing? Assassin? Oops. Widow sister's ears moved slightly and she snapped back to her senses. The whole person retreated, but it was too late. Can only sit back and watch the anesthesia bomb rapidly enlarge. Keep zooming in, stupid woman. Don't you know you've fallen prey to Hydra? Dare to swagger across the market. Do you curse it all the time? Immediately he suddenly activated the floating power of the chicken charm. The lightning-like anesthesia bullet was frozen in midair. An inexplicable force swept out through Sister Widow's body. The menacing anesthesia bomb was frozen in midair. Even the widow sister didn't respond. I can't help but my pupils burst. Is it the first-class advantage of Superman? It seems that there is absolutely no need to worry about your own safety. Next moment, her eyes were cast to extremely distant places. The old apartment at the end of the line of sight is the only location that can be regarded as an excellent shooting location. Snipers are bound to be dormant there. Failed. Start plan B. The sniper was shocked. He has always been confident in his marksmanship and hit all the right spots. Only slightly inferior to bullseye. Result, he missed it. Miscalculation of the power of action goals. Mutant or superhuman, cyborg, the Aegis agent is really not good. The sniper hurriedly packed up his equipment. His expression panicked, but his movements were orderly and he was about to leave the scene of the crime. However, not far. One shadow after another, like a living creature, suddenly rose from the ground. Immediately, he transformed into a silent ninja in black and immediately launched a surprise attack on him. Dark Shadow Core. Following Duyi's instructions, the assassin was surrounded right away. Kunai and shuriken like raindrops shot straight at the sniper. A sound of breaking through the sky resounded through the clouds. The sniper rolled over in a hurry, hid in a bunker aside, and took out a pistol from his back. The sudden black-clothed ninja reminded him of the notorious Polar Killer organization. Hand meeting. Mrs. Gao decides to betray Jin Bing. The assassin's pupils contracted. However, the hand is not qualified to be compared with the somber core at all. Shoes don't fit. It seems that your master is Jin Bing. A joking sound rang out. The widow sister stood in the air and she actually crossed several blocks in an instant and appeared in front of the assassin. An intriguing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Actually. Quite a headache. Jin Bian actually attacked her. It was as if a huge net was about to shroud her down, and she didn't realize it. Immediately, an endless stream of symbiont organizations penetrated the pore and converged into a ferocious face. The fangs are uneven, flashing a lingering color as if it can bite fine iron. What feck? What the hell is this? You actually have parasites on you? The sniper's eyes are enlarged, breathing almost stopped. Brains are roaring, oh god. Why does this disgusting thing happen? Like a puddle of slime, mud, even the shape is ugly to the extreme, not as cute as the bare child next door. Parasite? You are the parasite, do you? Was furious. Immediately, the blazing hot flames gathered deep in his throat, and he suddenly exhaled a scorching hot breath. Even the iron fence shows signs of melting. The temperature is so high that the widow sister can't help but smack her tongue. For the endless attack methods of the Venom symbiote, I sincerely felt an inexplicable excitement. The delicate body is shaking. After all, in theory, she can also use this ability. Who doesn't want to be stronger? Do not. Damn. The sniper's icanthus is cracked, and his scalp is numb. In order to avoid the oncoming flames, he directly chose an extreme escape method, jump off the building. At the same time, the ambush soldiers hiding in the dark were also killed. Almost all the elite forces of Hell's Kitchen follow Kim Bing's orders. Even if the commander comes to Hell's Kitchen alone, he will be hunted down by all criminal organizations. Who cares who you are and what is your halo? Boom, bang, bang, bang. The machine gun sprayed furious flames and the dense bullets like raindrops shot at the widow sister in the face. Everyone realizes the seriousness of the problem. Normal means can no longer take the Black Widow. Fire suppression is required. Dark Shadow Core. A strange, magical voice echoed. One after another, shadows rose from the ground one after another, and once again transformed into a black-clothed ninja with scarlet eyes, jumped off the high platform and unfolded the wingsuit for a short flight. Attracts the enemy's sight and firepower. Next moment. The widow sister was like a hot spring, and she was once again in a warm embrace. The Venom battle suit wrapped her delicate body and the package was airtight. Female Venom is back. What? Wanna die? Complete you. Dewey stepped on the ground with his hind feet and jumped up suddenly, like a galloping missile, rushing towards the enemy camp. Symbiote fibers converge into two exaggerated death god scythes, cut horizontally and vertically. Not even a machine gun made of fine iron could resist his cuts. On the spot, it turned into rubble. Can't even fight. Fake. Withdraw. The wind is screaming. Even if Kim puts a gun to my head, I'm not going to vote. Everyone hesitated for a while and then the tree fell and scattered. After all, life matters. For mutants and super criminals, everyone has always been tolerant. There is no need to stalk them and there will be no more benefits anyway. Even Kim wasn't the least bit mentally prepared. Natasha Romanoff. When did he become a hideous monster? Faith G building. Look into the distance through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Street lights sprinkled on the streets. It is obvious that a monstrous behemoth with a ferocious face is in the midst of a bloody killing game. Its body shape is long and fit, completely in line with the golden ratio of the nine-headed body, and the liquid substances on the surface are crisscrossed, just like the dark mercury. Even if the bullet hits it, it will splash a string of eye-catching sparks at most. Can't break the bones at all. Break it down. What's up with this guy? It seems that Black Widow transformed into Jin and his eyes darkened. His eyes were like a bottomless blue ocean. No one knew what he was thinking and no one dared to listen to his voice. Notify Mrs. Gao. I am willing to sell 30% of the profit. Let the Shao Association go out. Gold is extremely indifferent. He chose to back down for the first time, because, at this point, he also had no other choice. Ding, the deputy hung up the phone and nodded solemnly, indicating to Jin Bing that the negotiation had been completed. The hand club is about to rush to the battlefield. It's just that the deputy is always puzzled. Why is this action taken against Black Widow? Totally unnecessary. It is bound to cause long revenge from Shield and even a thunderous strike. Nick Fury, what is it? Don't mention the name, otherwise I'll cut your tongue off. Jin turned his back to his deputy and made a burst of unquestionable words. His most awe-inspiring existence is only the Secretary General of the Security Council. As long as the Secretary General of the Security Council speaks, Nick Fury's title of SHIELD will be easily removed and reduced to a street rat that everyone shouts and beats. Even the Avengers must obey the council. As ordered, the deputy hand is like a sieve. He closed his mouth hastily. He is undoubtedly very aware of Jin Bing's character. No sooner said than done. Absolutely will not break your promise. Even if Black Widow can fly to the sky, it will never defeat the wily Jin Bing. At the same time, street. The indistinct footsteps sounded rapidly from far to near. The ninja in red with a ghostly figure and vigorous movements under the cover of the night quickly walked through the alley. Boom, 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 boom. A group of archers took a stance and the arrow rain was ready to go. You was surrounded in an instant, definitely. The arrival of the red-clothed ninja did not deceive Dewey at all. He discovered the peeping of the uninvited guest for the first time. Hands Union, you even stared at me. Just to death, Dewey smiled grimly. Naturally, he has a deep impression and understanding of the notorious Dongying killer group in the Marvel world. Hand meeting. Its history can be traced back to the 16th century. Secretly believes in a dimensional demon, Beast. Through the secret techniques taught by the Beast, the Hand Society can capture the decedent and give its members the ability beyond ordinary people. Even after death, the body will not be left behind, but scattered into a pool of dust to prevent revealing the true identity. Hand Union. It turned out to be in Hell's Kitchen. Kim is directing them. Widow Sister lost her eyes, heartfelt headache. Since she got the Venom symbiote, dangerous events have been constantly staged, not only under unusually tight surveillance, but also become the prey of Jin and Hand. Venom. Promise me, get out of my body, okay? I'm really tired of this life. The widow was annoyed. The days that have been unchanged for many years have been broken by the Venom symbiote, and she is extremely helpless. The essential. There is no way to expel the venom yet. Her body can't be in charge of itself. It's hard even to die. What? Don't worry, I'll leave you at the right time. I hope that when that time comes, you don't cry and beg me to come back. Dewey narrowed his eyes, then slapped both hands, once again displayed the world's rare blood following the limit. Would escape, the sea of trees is coming. I saw that the moss that could be seen everywhere suddenly rose wildly and turned into a big tree that covered the sky and the sun in a blink of an eye. The crowns and leaves were connected in layers. A small forest was instantly generated. Directly cover up his whereabouts. What's the situation? There is a forest made by Black Widow. It's incredible. A heated discussion erupted. The gang thugs who had fled suddenly stopped and couldn't help but widen their eyes, feeling like hell. Even the red-clothed ninjas of the Hand Association are in a daze. Ninjutsu, secret law, or witchcraft, the mighty and sturdy savage creature even knows the mysterious and unpredictable Oriental secret method, undoubtedly beyond the cognition of the Hand Association. Where is he holy? Golden. Are you going to hide it from me? With a short stature, the twilight old woman with goose skin leaning on a bamboo cane, an intriguing light burst out from her slightly squinted eyes. She smelled an old breath. The smell of déjà vu reminded her of the super tyrant who once dominated the eastern continent twice. Fire demon, holy lord, symbiote, mysterious creatures from aliens. I am also under orders. Kim and candidly, alien creatures, to be able to control Oriental magic and also. Whose order Mrs. Gao pretended to be calm. In fact, the mood changes 1,000 times. For countless centuries, she has watched the changes of the world and even the change of dynasties from the sidelines. The years of practice in Kunlun also gave her a mysterious power that is enough to delay aging and avoid the erosion of diseases and drugs. Moreover, she has the ability of psychokinesis to move objects. Even her words are full of demagogic magic, and she can get quick self-healing when she is injured. But I have never seen this kind of magic. Mrs. Gao thought for a while and raised her head again. But it turns out that the situation has changed rapidly. The red-clothed ninja of the Hand Association draws the bow like a full moon and keeps firing arrows. However, the silent and sneaky shadow soldiers escaped directly into the ground, like a mirror light galloping, appearing behind everyone in an instant. He mercilessly swung his sharp-edged shuriken. The elusive death god frequently reaps the lives of red-clothed ninjas. I saw the red-clothed ninja who was caught off guard. The leak fell down like a leak and turned into a pool of dust one after another, and he couldn't die anymore. Black Shadow Ninja, why was he able to summon Sombra? This is the Shadow Warrior commanded by General Fuso Mummy. Mrs. Gao opened her eyes wide, almost suspecting that she was hallucinating. As an outcast who betrayed Kunlun and one of the fingers of the Hand, she once witnessed the ultimate darkness. Definitely. The righteous Seven Samurai sealed all the mummy generals and even the ghost demon King Tara into the no mask. Even the famous Black Shadow Corps disappeared for a while, and she never dreamed that she would see the Shadow Soldier again today, hundreds of years later. Hand meeting. In fact, it is a killer organization founded by the Sombra Corps, Shadow Warrior, General Mummy, no mask. Jin Bing's eyes were deep. He listened to Mrs. Gao's ravings, and he also had a crooked mind. After all, in the no mask, all the power of General Mummy is stored. If you can get it, you will definitely be able to go a step further and become a first-class Superman, omnipotent. Even the Secretary General of the Security Council is not qualified to pinch himself. What? And many more. It seems that a certain deputy once confessed to him and presented him with a Dongying mask. Just hang it in the storage room. Could it be the shadow mask? Jin and mind transfer. Immediately, he ordered his deputy to bring a mask, General Summer's mask. Golden, it's amazing that you have to collect. Mrs. Gao glanced, her pupils contracted violently, and she felt a burst of horror from the bottom of her heart. Summer, sharp ears and long teeth. The beard is extremely thick, he looks like a vicious ghost. The whole body exudes a sinister and ominous atmosphere, but it can also deter evil spirits, showing a unique and charming flavor. Even Jin Bing's surprise, this mask is actually a shadow mask, sealed the soul of the General Dongying mummy, Golden. I have to remind you that masks have the power to corrupt people's hearts. Once they are worn on the face, there is almost no way to take them off, and they will always fit the face. Degenerate into a dark puppet that destroys conscience. Mrs. Gao confessed frankly, Mrs. Gao, thank you for your suggestion, but I chose not to listen, because I believe in mastering this shadow mask. The corner of Jin Bing's mouth evoked a meaningful arc. People's hearts, conscience, compared with unparalleled power, what is it? Does he really need it? Next moment, holding the summer mask in both hands, he slowly put it on his face. Woo, 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 woo. It was as if the gates of hell had opened up. An unprecedented black aura radiated in all directions. Jin and slammed his head. I couldn't help but let out a hysterical howl, like a bloodthirsty wild beast. Even his size has grown a bit again. In contrast, Mrs. Gao looks like a maggot with a hunched and thin body that can be crushed to death by almost a finger. What? It seems that my choice is not wrong. Mrs. Gao, I should be able to summon the Somber Core too, right? Tell me the specific method. Jin Bian raised his head but changed to another ferocious face. The green headgear completely covered the previous appearance, and the brown eyebrows slanted into the sky. Even the pupils turned lavender, unfathomable. He can clearly perceive his own metamorphosis. Regardless of physical fitness, bones, speed, spirit, and mind, almost all have been significantly improved in all directions, completely getting rid of the weak and mortal body and realizing rebirth. The meridians of the whole body, the limbs and bones, are constantly emerging with a terrifying giant force. Even in the face of maddened alien parasites, Jin Bing has the certainty of victory. Method, call to the darkness in the depths of the soul. Madame Gao raised her eyebrows. Show yourself, dark shadow core. Jin Bing raised his arms and shouted. His voice was low, like a demon, revealing the taste of evil. Next moment, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, the shadows were like living creatures rushing from all directions. Immediately, he transformed into a troll warrior with big arms and round waist, unusually powerful and powerful. Troll warriors are almost as big as gold. The width of the fist exceeds the waistline of ordinary people. Every gesture is full of astonishing explosive power, and his even more proud specialty is an impeccable absolute defense. Even if a rocket hits a troll, it's tantamount to scraping and scratching. This is one of the few shadow soldiers who can resist a single fire explosion. If Dui feels it, raise your head sharply. Look at the skyscrapers at the end of the line of sight. He realized a mysterious and unpredictable energy fluctuation, which was very similar to the power of the shadows he had mastered. Is it? Someone summoned the shadow soldier. Kim, and, as we all know, the Black Shadow Corps is divided into 9 factions, and different factions have completely different strengths. In a certain field, they have advantages that other corps cannot match. Strictly speaking, Ninja Corps is the weakest corps, it's the most perfect team. Not only does he have comprehensive skills, but he is also good at reconnaissance of the enemy. He is proficient in using almost all types of weapons. Even housework and cooking skills can be given a 5-star praise. Hiss, what the hell? The height of the 10-story building jumped straight down. Don't want to live anymore, and many more. His outfit looks familiar. It looks so much like Jinbing. Why is Kim wearing a green mask? So ugly, a group of thugs shouted loudly. Next moment, everyone kept silent. Almost lost the ability to express language. I saw Jin and raised his head, revealing a ferocious ghost face. The muscles of the whole body have skyrocketed to an unprecedented level. Even the well-cut, high-quality white suits are cracked. The physique can almost overwhelm Hulk. There was an aura that the living should keep away from. Can't help but worship. Summer. Jin Bian actually wore a summer mask. Or the troll commander with amazing frankness. Dui's eyelids jumped wildly. Facing Jin Bing wearing a shadow mask, the Venom symbiote's beast instinct was the first to warn. Gold and. As the largest underworld leader in the United States, he originally had the highest level of fighting ability, and it was no problem to punch through a wall with his bare hands. Even Peter Parker could be suppressed by him. After obtaining the summer mask, the overall strength will inevitably increase geometrically, and even fighting against ability and restoring ability will also increase to an unprecedented level. What's more, Jin Bian can also summon a troll warrior with amazing stamina. In short, Duyi's catastrophe is imminent. Shadow Mask. Summer, it seems that you know something far beyond my imagination. The Widow sister's beautiful eyes blinked, more and more curious about Venom, because the intelligence displayed by the symbiote is really amazing. All along, being surrounded by all-round meticulous care, and even the face-to-face reprimand made her feel an unprecedented warmth. A different kind of affection takes root in the heart. This is a wonderful experience that human beings cannot give her. To shut up. I want to concentrate on fighting. It's all your fault. Have a trip to muddy waters. Smelly woman, Duyi cursed loudly. There is absolutely no scruples about the face of the Widow sister, but it gave the Widow sister a sense of trust and intimacy, also self-reflection, indeed. She can completely ignore the mysterious person's text messages. There is no need to take risks alone. Hopefully Fury has figured out what's wrong with Hell's Kitchen. The Widow prayed, at the same time, whoosh whoosh. One shadow after another, rushing towards from all directions, and then transformed into a burly and powerful troll warrior with a waist circumference of 3 feet. The size is comparable to that of the highest-level sumo wrestler Yokozuna. Silence and silence, standing majestically. Against the backdrop of the troll warriors, the ninja corps are like thin children, and even the clenched kunai and shuriken have become ridiculous children's toys. Venom, parasitic on me, you and I fit together. We can definitely become the strongest existence. Natasha Romanoff, I'm not good enough for you, the ghost-like language echoed. Jin Bing, with a ferocious face, actually changed his plan and planned to lure Duyi to change his host. He has grown up with bigger ambitions. Collect all the shadow masks, not only to become the master of the United States, but also to control the entire Earth in one fell swoop. Are you crazy? Look at your spoiled look. I bother. Don't disgust me. The road is facing the sky. Go to one side, it's good. Duyi scoffed. For the time being, there is no idea of changing the host at all. He has no hobby of same-s*x attraction. However, having said that, he was still worried. Without the formula recorded in Huaja Solitaire, there is no way to remove the Sombra mask. Trouble. Duyi's expression darkened slightly. This is a demon that can only be sealed by the 7 samurai. Want to run? Stop him for me. Jinan gave an order. Swish. Swish swish. The troll warrior turned into a shadow, moved to Duyi in an instant, and waved his fist at him. A burst of air-breaking sound resounded. A powerful and heavy blow. If it hits hard, ordinary people are bound to die and die. Even though Duyi has 6 spells, he doesn't dare to hold them big. After all, he did not devour the bull spell, which symbolizes the soul of the Holy Spirit and is infinitely powerful. Are you done? Widow sister pinched a sweat. From the perspective of the Venom symbiote, she has already sensed the danger and even began to worry about the safety of the Venom. Boom! A deafening roar sounded. It seems the whole block is shaking. The fist of the troll warrior hit Duyi with a thunderous force. Smash his body with one punch, however. Everyone stared and looked at it carefully for a moment, only to find that the Venom had disappeared without a trace. The smashed target and even a wooden puppet would escape. The art of surrogacy. At the moment of being attacked, move the body to another place. It seems that the ability you have is indeed extraordinary. No wonder. He's going to brainwash you. Jin and pupils contracted. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared, and he was looking forward to the metamorphosis where he and Venom merged. It is bound to be stronger than the Widow sister. However, Duyi, who moved to the safe area, was also aroused by anger. Tigers don't show their power when I'm Hello Kitty. He just didn't have a way to remove the shadow mask, so he didn't care about it. However, he was regarded as a weak and deceiving by Jin, and looks like it's time to show off the real technology. The corner of Duyi's mouth evoked a charming and maddening smile. Next moment, on top of the pitch-black liquid substance, a layer of brilliant golden color was instantly plated, and even the image was metamorphosis. The ferocious faces all showed a bit of a solemn taste of treasure, like a gentle monk and also like the angry-eyed King Kong of the Dharma Protector. Animals, phantom species, fruit for everyone, Buddha form, definitely. Compared with the Buddha's form in the Warring States period of Buddha, the ability displayed by Duyi is more unfamiliar, and has not completed the metamorphosis in the true sense, and is still adapting to this extraordinary power. As for the troll core, shoes don't fit. Just swallow the gold. Using the power of the fruit of Tun fruit, I will own the troll army. Duyi clenched his fists and his heart was ruthless. It's up. After all, one of the properties of Tun fruit. It is to eat the ability and inherit the enemy's ability. Even Bo Gang, the demon of the mountain, has to be ashamed of himself. It is good. Awesome. If I can become your host, I can definitely climb to the top of the world and become a veritable ruler of the earth. Kim and burst out laughing, overjoyed. The stronger the Venom symbiote shows, the more it can bring him closer to the ideal he has pursued throughout his life. Sand sculpture. It seems that General Mummy has eaten your soul. Dewey's face was full of disdain. Immediately, a golden halo appeared on his fist. The voice did not fall. An unprecedented energy shockwave which burst out in a frenzy in an instant was comparable to the strongest blow of the shock fruit and was shown to the world for the first time. Boom. The gust of wind was blowing, almost flattening all the buildings along the way and even scraping off a layer of the ground. The rocks were flying and the dust was piercing the air. All buildings within a radius of 100 meters seemed to be shaking violently. As if it could tip over at any time, the glass burst one after another. Prism fragments instantly turned into dust. Even the troll warrior with amazing frankness facing Dewey's gale force punch is like a small boat in the storm. The area where he was standing also suddenly sank by half a meter and he couldn't help falling to the ground. It exploded directly into a cloud of ashes. Next moment, the fist wind was cast incessantly, and it once again swept towards the burly beast at the end of the line of sight. Even if he wore a shadow mask and got the strengthening of General Mummy, Jin Bing couldn't help feeling hopeless, but it was too late to dodge. Can only resist Dewey's strong wind punch. The high-quality suits in perfect condition were shattered into cloth strips under the sweep of the energy shockwave. Gold and almost naked, two deep dents were also plowed in the ground. What feck? What the hell? Is this kind of power also driven by humans? It seems to be stronger than Hulk. If I remember correctly, she is the 7th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the top spy codenamed Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. S.H.I.E.L. D decides to bring down Hell's Kitchen. A bunch of gangsters couldn't help but be horrified. Talking is useless, teeth chattering. There is no exact word to describe everyone's shock. Even Thor is nothing more than that, right? Be afraid, be terrified, despair, rejoice. All kinds of emotions came in one after another. No one dares to stay here for a long time, hastily fled to a place 100 meters away, afraid of suffering a calamity. At the same time, Washington, D.C., Triple Wing Building. The science department has caught a sudden burst of high-frequency radiation, right in Hell's Kitchen. Faith Graham Commercial Building near Jinping or Natasha Romanoff. Hurry up and dispatch the local plainclothes agent to investigate. And also, get ready for the Avengers. The resolute one-eyed chief issued a series of orders in an orderly manner. Immediately, Quinjet descended slowly. Captain America and Hawkeye led the way out of the cabin. The tactical team followed and lifted Tony Stark, who was in a coma on a stretcher. Vital signs are good. Hormonal stability, all indicators are normal, but no Su Xing came over. Strangeness. Leafiz and Gemma Simmons couldn't help looking at each other. Sincerely feel suspicious of life. What is the situation in the ward? Tony Stark's eyes were closed like a deep sleep. No other issues. However, Su Xing has never been able to come over. Even SHIELD's most advanced equipment cannot detect the crux of the problem, like a vegetative person in the physiological sense. However, his brain still maintains high-level neural activity. It means that his cognitive ability has not been completely lost, and he has not yet entered a vegetative state, not an irreversible coma, but no one could pinpoint the source of the problem. Don't dare to take drugs without permission. Could it be? Has he found another symbiote? And as the host of the symbiote, I applied for MRI to confirm my suspicions. Leafiz thought for a while and then came up with a bad idea. Symbiote, even in the host body, traces can be detected by NMR. If Tony Stark does become the host of another symbiote, even if there is no specific solution, it will not be headless, and even the research direction will have no clue. Fizz, are you crazy? The arc reactor adsorbent in Tony Stark's chest is shrapnel in the blood. Once you turn on the machine, I'm afraid you will die on the spot. This is murder. What's more, you can't take off his armor at all. Gemma Simmons was speechless. Heartfelt headache for Fitz's proposal. Has the entry threshold for the Ministry of Science and Technology been so low? Just outrageous. All right, 2. Tell everyone good news. Natasha Romanoff's location confirmed is in Hell's Kitchen and she's on her way back. She should be able to figure out Tony Stark's illness. Phil Coulson, who had a simple and honest face, patted his palm lightly and finally showed a smile. Next moment, an engine roar resounded through the sky. Quinjet landed slowly. The hatch is open. The graceful widow sister paced in front of everyone with apologetic expressions on her face. Sao Rui, I thought I could handle it myself. Done? Get what? Is there anything in Hell's Kitchen that appeals to you? Gremlin T. Barton and the Captain of the United States hated it for nothing and scolded it in a deep voice. Even Dr. Banner made a face. This shows how much everyone is worried about the safety of the widow sister. After all, she was violated by the Venom symbiote, Before the symbiote is resolved, the Widow Sister had better not participate in any action. Golden, wearing a black shadow mask and gaining unparalleled power for ordinary people. Even if I can use the power of Venom to win the gold, there is no way to remove the mask. Because of the mask's removal formula, it was recorded on the cardboard. The Widow is honest. Prove that your actions are not without rewards. Even if she was paddling the whole time, no action at all, it is always the Venom symbiote that controls everything. After witnessing the power of Gale Punch, Jin didn't even have the slightest hesitation and chose to run away. Even Faith's commercial company, which has been in business for many years, has been abandoned. She and Du Yi were unexpected. It has to be said that Jin Bing is wily and has a mind that is different from ordinary people's evaluation, which is by no means groundless. Even wearing the shadow mask, it did not suppress his wisdom, and it seems that he has been significantly improved. Exactly this time, plainclothes agents also arrived at the scene. The Widow Sister took advantage of the situation to get down the donkey and returned directly to the Sanqui building. Shadow mask, a total of 9, Kimon got one of them. Are you sure it's not nonsense? Fury pinched his chin and frowned when he heard Widow Sister's testimony. The mood is extremely complicated. This, what the hell, completely contradicts his cognition. A pair of no masks conceal the Toyo Mummy General. No matter who wears the mask, he will get a force that is different from ordinary people. Without the corresponding formula, the mask cannot be removed at all. It's like a storyline shaped by a fantasy work. It can't be fake anymore. Venom told me. He shouldn't run the train with his mouth full, right? The Widow hesitated. You mean the Venom symbiote? What's the meaning? The Venom symbiote is not a dead thing, so it can talk to the host. Everyone looked at each other. Almost suspected that he had auditory hallucinations. However, a roar sounded. The pitch-black liquid substance instantly penetrated the pore, forming a ferocious pocket head. It seems that he is in a rage and he is not angry. Stinky girls, I reminded you. Can't reveal my existence. You actually broke your promise. Du Yi grinned. Then there was a strange and magical voice. Everyone was so frightened that they fell silent. Almost dare not breathe loudly, quiet. The scene was almost silent to the point where a pin drop could be heard. Everyone had expressions of horror on their faces. It seems to have completely overturned his own cognition. The worldview has collapsed. What's the situation? The Venom symbiote actually has autonomous consciousness and understands the language of human beings on Earth, even swear words and slang words. Incredible. Leofiz and Gemma Simmons looked at each other. Suddenly I saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Venom can talk, which can undoubtedly shorten the research process to a great extent, and even find out the details of the symbiote group, the area and coordinates of the hometown. Even with the help of the Venom symbiote, the medical and technological level of the Earth at this stage can be improved. Bailey and No Harm, what? You actually chose to show up. The Widow Sister was full of surprise. She was just going to make a joke. In this way, the Venom symbiotes will to think is covered up. Result, Du Yi took the initiative to show up. No plans to hide at all. What on earth happened? Is it because of a comatose Tony Stark? The Widow Sister's thoughts changed, and she also discovered Tony Stark's abnormal situation. It turned out to be very vegetative and also had a familiar biomagnetic field. Most likely, another symbiote is in his body. Can other symbiotes be able to speak? At this moment, the Widow Sister realized that she had no understanding of the symbiote race at all. Thinking of the experience of Hell's Kitchen, she believes that at least Venom is not a bandit. Venom, why did you choose to parasitize Natasha Romanoff? How can you leave her? Captain America hesitated for a moment and asked. Obviously, he has adjusted his mentality, put Du Yi on the same level as him, and began to negotiate and communicate. No contempt at all. After all, strictly speaking, the Venom symbiote is still the savior of the Widow Sister. If there is no Venom to repair the injury suffered by the Widow Sister, I am afraid that the best end for the Widow Sister is to be paraplegic in a high position. A lot of nonsense. How old are you? Do I need to answer your question? Du Yi narrowed his eyes, didn't pay any attention to Captain America at all. His attention was on Tony Stark. Because he was able to clearly perceive the familiar mental fluctuations curled up in Stark's chest, another alien symbiote was actually found by him. Only, even Du Yi was full of question marks. Tony Stark, why became a vegetable? Even if he inherited the entire memory of the Venom symbiote, there is no reasonable answer to explain this bizarre situation. Venom, I am the strongest Avenger. Even if you must have a host, you should choose me. Leave Ziona, Doctor. Banner gathered his courage and prepared to be the next host of the Venom symbiote. Anyway, he already has Hulk on him. Add a Venom and there is no pressure at all. 3 people can also fight the landlord, double, super double, however, Du Yi scoffed. There is no idea of changing the host at all. Even if you change the host, you will not choose Banner. After all, if he wants to get the rewards of the parasitic system, he must parasitize key female characters. Gemma Simmons should count. Dewey muttered in his heart, but did not parasitize Janema Simmons for the first time. He didn't want to cause panic just yet. What's more, Jinbian, who fled in the desert, is like a sword hanging from the ceiling, and it must be solved as soon as possible. Fury. Go to Fusing. Looking for a car manufacturing factory. Huaja Solitaire is in the factory. You must stop Jin and collect the shadow masks. Otherwise, the whole world will fall into the ultimate darkness. If you're not sure, let Team Dragon do it. Dewey spoke in an eloquent manner. Dragon Group, Car Factory, everyone was dumbfounded. There is simply no understanding of the Venom symbiote's intentions. However, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. Because of the surveillance camera of Hell's Kitchen, all the battles were completely recorded. The troll warrior, whose fist width exceeds the waistline of ordinary people, can't help but let Dr. Banner take a deep breath. His body shape after he turned into a Hulk seems to be nothing more than that. And 8 other masks. The Huaja Solitaire records where all the masks are hidden as well as the removal spell. It's not too late. Hurry up, Phil Coulson frowned. However, even more sensational pictures, this has just been staged. In the picture, the Venom symbiosis in the form of a giant Buddha unfolds, and a punch of flames directly destroys the dead and annihilates the troll warriors in an instant. Immediately, everyone is silent again. She cast an extremely shocked look at Sister Widow. I didn't expect it. Me and Venom Quack kill. I'm in charge of Quack, he's in charge of killing. We, the Widow Sister's face paled. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. What a Quack kill. Originally, the Widow Sister was the weakest in the Avengers Alliance, but she changed her body and became the strongest by relying on the Venom symbiote. Even the probability of losing control of the mind has become extremely small. After all, the Venom symbiote can communicate as long as he coaxes him well, but at this time, a roar sounded. The alarm bell of the physical sign detection device is a masterpiece. Tony Stark, whose life is uncertain, opened his eyes suddenly. Swish, Tony Stark snapped his eyes open. The pupils are constantly shaking. It seems to see an extremely terrifying picture as well as an unspeakable past, and it also involves the Big Bang, time, rule, dimension, order. Such a mysterious realm. The end of the long dream, as if a momentary thing, also like an endless eternity. He could barely distinguish between fantasy and reality. Vaguely remember. He drove Quinjet and landed on the Mara Peninsula, the boss of State Forest Reserve, and he really found another symbiote. As for the aftermath, Stark's memory is blank, totally forgot. What is this place? Shield. I am starving. Stark braced himself. With a face like golden paper, an unprecedented sense of weakness swept over, and the whole person was hungry, as if a drop of water had not entered for a few days. Unspeakable pain and anxiety. However, the food came to him, sniffing his favorite hamburger, but not the slightest motivation to eat. Even if I force myself to eat, I can't help frowning as if I'm tasting expired, disgusting swill. I can't help but vomit. Even the bile is about to be spit out. What happened? The level of food in SHIELD can't even keep up with half of my group's canteen. It's just too bad. Stark's face was full of pain. He blamed the behavior on food issues, however. He didn't even realize what had happened to him. The symbiote changed his diet at the same time. Outside world. The Avengers Alliance members who originally planned to express condolences to Tony Stark for the first time listened to Dewey's words and couldn't help but stop abruptly. The pupils contracted violently. That's right, another symbiote riot. On Tony Stark, the riot, and even the leader of the symbiote planet carries an arsenal with him and is at the top of the food chain. It's what caused the fall of the Life One spaceship. Compared to me, the riots prefer to hurt the host's body and watch the host's nutrition pass by. Until the moment of death, Venom had a ferocious face and then issued a strange and magical babble. Everyone's eyes narrowed when they heard the words. The mood sank to the bottom. No way, the countdown to Tony Stark's life has begun. In the end, how to do it to save Tony Stark. Immediately, the look for help fell on Sister Widow. As the host of the Venom symbiote, the Widow Sister will surely be able to pry open the venom and find out the way to cure Stark. Then, everyone was surprised. Why didn't the situation like Tony Stark appear after the Widow Sister served as the host of the symbiote? On the contrary, appearance, figure, and even ability have skyrocketed. Even if you are alone in danger, the Venom symbiote protects the law, and the treatment of Tony Stark, it is simply a cloud and mud. It seems not all symbionts care about the health of their hosts. Host. Just a puppet, it's just that I'm more specific. Dewey grinned. After all, other symbiotes don't have the protagonist's treatment and can be favored by the goddess of luck. It's just that Yi is also muttering, why didn't the riots choose to show up? Within his perception, the riot was like a mass of dead objects and his mental fluctuations were almost zero. What was going on? A series of question marks hit his mind, even he doesn't have a clear answer. So, how to cure Stark? There was a burst of heartbeat from Sister Widow. Avengers Alliance. Can't do without Tony Stark, because the biggest sponsor of the Avengers Alliance is Stark Industries. Once Stark falls, SHIEL. D will undoubtedly have an inescapable responsibility and will be sanctioned by the Security Council and even condemned by social speech. It's just no good. In any case, Tony Stark's life must be extended and the evil symbiote within him must be purged. Phenethylamine. The symbiote needs a lot of phenethylamine to sustain itself. Any food that contains phenethylamine can temporarily relieve his pain. As for why I didn't bring you a negative influence, because I am the most special. Dewey was silent for a while but decided to save Tony Stark's life, not for anything else, simply being kind. Secondly, he also needs to know the situation of the riot symbiote in time to prevent more symbiotes from appearing on Earth. One of the symbiotes in this world is enough, no need to transform into the terrifying Venom universe. In this way, his advantage of understanding the plot is also voided. Phenethylamine looks like chocolate contains phenethylamine. Quick, go get some chocolate. No matter the brand, no matter the place of origin, buy them all for me. Nick Fury waved his hand. The care and attention to Tony Stark has undoubtedly reached an unprecedented height. Smell the aroma of chocolate. Tony Stark can't help but move his index fingers. What? When did you get hooked on chocolate? He felt like he had an appetite. When I came back to my senses, there were wrapping papers everywhere. Even his mental outlook has returned to normal. It can be said to be radiant. Almost forgot. Has the task ordered by the Secretary General been completed? I left the battlefield and went to the Mara Peninsula just to find another symbiote. It's just a pity there was no gain. Stark sighed, however. The other Avengers Alliance members, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, couldn't help looking at each other. No gain, you have become the host of the symbiote, not even feeling at all, finished. Rest assured, basically done, the Widow sister smiled. At this moment, she has reached a tacit agreement with Venom, will not expel Venom again and maintain a peaceful situation for the time being. Venom also has to help SHIELD to heal Tony Stark as soon as possible. Great, I should go home. I hope little Chili doesn't cry with red eyes. Stark whistled. Immediately, I tried to control the Warframe to take off but found that the Warframe was severely damaged and there was no flight ability. What has he been through? Stark scratched his head. I can't really remember it at all. However, the dream he had made became more and more believable. It was as if he was there, watching the process of the Big Bang, and even the scene of the god of creation opening up the world could be instantly remembered. Even in my mind, there are countless incredible knowledge. It is constantly decomposing and eroding his body and mind. Compared with the lifespan of the symbiote, Tony Stark, who is only in his 30s, is almost no different from a fetus in swaddling, and will inevitably be affected by indelible effects. After all, he does not have the favor of the goddess of luck, and there will be no system to protect his sanity. It's just that no one noticed this anomaly. Even Dewey is in the dark. For some reason, Tony Stark and the riots are not purely parasitic, they are more inclined to the real integrate. A new life form is about to be born, keep an eye on him. Also inform little Chili, prevent Tony Stark from losing his mind. Fury's eyes darkened, orderly issued a series of orders. Letting Tony Stark leave is just a tactic to slow down the army. Anyway, there is no other way at the moment. Fortunately, the Venom symbiote is willing to cooperate. Cooperate? Funny, just to gain trust. Reach other key female characters through the channels of SHIELD, like Gemma Simmons. Dewey secretly rejoiced. He decided to leave Sister Widow temporarily in the middle of the night and parasitize Gemma Simmons. In the near future, he will also live in the Avengers Alliance building with his Widow sister. No matter Pepper Potts or Heilun Zhao, none of them can escape. Venom, you say, should I reveal Hydra? Still hide it. The Widow sister had a sad look on her face. Hydra, this is an evil organization founded by Nazi leaders, always conspiring to turn the world upside down. Originally, she thought that the Hydra organization had fallen and scattered. As a result, the emergence of the alien symbiote actually involved the Hydra organization and the current Secretary General of the Security Council, Alexander Pierce. The World War II veteran who once rejected the Nobel Peace Prize is regarded as a role model by the Minister of Air Daxia and Nick Fury. It is the spy chief of the Hydra organization. Simply stunning. Hide, no need. However, don't reveal anyone other than Nick Fury and the Avengers Alliance. Maybe they are all spies, Dewey suggested. Then, Avengers Alliance and Nick Fury came to another top-secret place and learned about the existence of Hydra through the mouth of the Widow Sister. Impossible. The Hydra organization is dead. I beat it myself. Captain America's face was full of disbelief. After all, he still remembers the final battle in the Siberian ice fields. Not only did he and the Howling Commandos break the Hydra crystal in one fell swoop, it also completely destroyed the logistical supplies of the Nazi Empire, Anim Zola. It was he who rebuilt Hydra, and he's still alive. In the form of digital life, the Widow Sister said sternly. Digital life. Hearing the unfamiliar words, Captain America frowned, however. Nick Fury was silent. There was no doubt. Yes, Natasha Romanoff is not lying. Alexander Pierce does have a ghost. It's just that I don't have hard evidence. Fury said melancholy. Evidence, it is the best weapon to bring down Hydra. Speculation without any evidence is just slander with ulterior motives. Evidence? Isn't it enough to let tarots go out, copyright star people, being able to inherit the memory of the copycat target and even the gene's ability? Dewey appeared again and there was a strange smile on his hideous face. Talos, copycat star? Everyone couldn't help looking at each other. I am sincerely puzzled by the name and even the title that Dewey mentioned. However, Nick Fury's pupils contract violently. I can hardly believe my ears. What's the situation? Venom actually knew about Talos' existence. What happened? In the 1990s, he was involved in a racial dispute in the interstellar category, and he also met Talos by chance, the leader of the wandering forces of the Skrull Empire. The two forged a deep friendship. All the while, they have often interchanged identities to carry out dangerous missions. Even his henchman Phil Coulson knew nothing about it, only. He never dreamed that the Venom symbiote from space would actually know about the existence of Talos and even revealed it in public. Fury, looks like you need an explanation, Captain America said solemnly. Moreover, the other Avengers Alliance members also frowned, as if they would launch a fatal blow at any time and disarm him on the spot. It's a long story. In the depths of Nick Fury's one eye, there is a deep reminiscence. Concise and concise. Talk it out. Listening to his narration, everyone was silent, then could not help but awe. Your eyes. It turned out to be blinded by the Kree. It's great. No wonder you're going to be Chief Shield. Tusk. It really can hold a cup. The crowd babbled and complimented. However, just when Nick Fury was enjoying the toast, he heard a burst of extremely harsh words. Cup. Who is filling the cup? Fury couldn't help glaring. Immediately, I saw Dewey let out a burst of laughter, his face full of teasing. Can you blame the Kree for being blinded by a cat scratching his eyes? It's yours, Fury. Ha, cat. Everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly fell into a strange situation. Everyone absolutely believes in Nick Fury's words, but no one dares to ignore the opinions of the Venom symbiote. After all, he was the one who discovered the existence of Hydra. And the spy status of the Secretary General of the Security Council, why does he need to deceive everyone? Cough, cough, not a cat. It should be called the Primordial Devourer. Also known as Flaken, it is an endangered alien creature with a very high degree of danger, and it is also one of the most dangerous animals in the universe. Even Thor is no match for it, Nick Fury hastily defended. So, Chief, where is the Primal Devourer you speak of? Why do you want to form Avengers since you have a Primordial Devourer? The Widow Sister smiled. Whether it's the curved eyelashes or the raised corners of the eyes, there is a playful look, obviously falling into the trap. Original Devourer, won't obey me. After spitting out Tesseract, it disappeared without a trace. No one knows its location and it may not be on Earth, Fury sighed. However, the mockery of the Venom symbiote did remind him. As long as Taros transforms into the Secretary General, he will be able to grasp his true identity. Through the short-term memory copy, it is bound to find the flaws of Hydra, destroy it in one fell swoop. It is good. I'll make it happen. Only. The symbiote on Stark must also be dealt with as soon as possible. Venom, do you have a good idea? Fury's conversation changed. Swish, everyone's eyes were fixed on Dewey. Look around for a week. I saw everyone's faces full of eagerness. Dewey couldn't help tingling his scalp. What can I do for myself? Then, he got right into the Widow Sister's body. Does the Venom symbiote need sleep? The alien creatures from space cannot be defined by the rules of the Earth. By the way, I'm a little sleepy too. The Widow Sister covered her mouth and yawned. The dark Aegis uniform highlights her figure vividly. The sleepy eyes are also irresistible. At this moment, she is like a beautiful work of art carved by God himself. Even the legendary god of beauty Venus cannot be compared with her. However, another symbiote host has no such honor, lying in the room tossing and turning. There is simply no way to get a good night's sleep. From time to time, there was a faint whisper in my ear. As if the devil was speaking, scare, open your eyes suddenly, sweat had soaked the bedding. Stark's throat was dry, his lips were turning white, he hurriedly opened a can of beer and started drinking. Vomit, what, swill, did it expire? Stark clenched his fists with a grim expression on his face. He even kneaded the cans into scrap metal with his bare hands. My power, exaggerated to such an extent, what happened? At this moment he was slumped in the corner and he couldn't help holding his head and screaming, and the dusty memories swept in. He finally understood the cause and effect. It turned out to be the host of the symbiote, Riot, the leader of the symbiote group. The other symbiote is called Venom. Like I killed the symbiote, precisely, did my brain obliterate its wisdom. Stark suddenly looked up. The white and bright moonlight made his handsome face half light and half dark. It has an evil smell late at night, gloomy and invisible. Ministry of Science and Technology, Aegis Dormitory. Gemma Simmons, who was already asleep, had an incredible dream in a dream. She seems to be parasitized by the Venom symbiote. The body and mind have undergone incredible changes, and the figure and appearance have also been significantly improved. Even the strength is amazing, enough to break a piece of granite with bare hands, however. After Su-Xing, she found that she was not at all abnormal and couldn't help laughing bitterly. It seems that he is really evil, too eager to decipher the substance of the symbiote. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully parasitizing Gemma Simmons. Rewards have been distributed. Pay attention to check in time. A pleasant beep sounded above the sky, a place that even the Aegis satellites cannot capture. Dee temporarily separated from the widow sister and successfully parasitized on Gemma Simmons. His guess was not wrong at all. Gemma Simmons was also judged as a key female character. Ding, open backpack space. Impressive ornate props come into view. You couldn't help but get short of breath. This thing, does the system hint that it can collect infinite gems? Infinity Gauntlet, it can perfectly exert the power of infinite gems, and it can be regarded as a powerful magic product. Note, the system is produced, it must be a boutique. Hiss, Infinity Gauntlet, almost indistinguishable from the Infinity Gauntlet in the show. Made of ulu steel, the surface is covered with exquisite Viking-style patterns, and the knuckles are covered with 6 oval grooves which can be used to set infinite gems. After collecting all 6 infinite gems, a snap of fingers, all incredible ideas can be realized. Even the history books can't match the power of the top-notch Infinity Gauntlet, because the scope of the Infinity Gauntlet is the entire universe. However, Dee has no idea of collecting infinite gems for now. Besides, infinite gems are not omnipotent. There is a setting that cannot be ignored. Infinite gems, after leaving the original universe, will turn into an ordinary gem and become a waste. Ulu God Steel, the legendary metal from Asgard. After being eaten by me, it should enhance some aspect of my attributes, right? Dee couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly. Compared with the function of Infinity Gauntlet, he cares more about the original material of Infinity Gauntlet, Ulu God Steel, regardless of the Meow Hammer, or the Spear of Eternity, the Storm Axe. Almost all of them are forged by Ulu God Steel. It has magical properties against the sky and can store magic power, even if its hardness is not inferior to vibranium or even adamantium. It is said that Endgame, the Tyrant's blade used by Thanos, and the gold armor battle suit are all products of Nidavellir, the country of Dwarf. Even the iconic shield of the United States captain was directly turned into a pool of broken copper and iron under the attack of the Tyrant's war blade. Sizzle. Dee's face was full of ecstasy. Immediately, the fruit ability of Tuntun Fruit was activated, and the pitch-black substance like liquid mercury instantly covered the Infinity Gauntlet. Eat it on the spot and wipe it up. Next moment, an unimaginable and wonderful feeling suddenly hit my heart. The texture of the symbiote's whiskers actually filled with a metallic color. It seemed that the molecular structure was metamorphosis again, and by swallowing the fruit, it had been successfully transformed into another material. Definitely. A pair of Infinity Gauntlet can't bring him a full range of metamorphosis, and more Ulu Steel is needed to really break the cocoon into a butterfly. What? Good. Feeling great. Even the operation of the power of the spell is smoother. Even if the Holy Master comes back to life, don't try to suck out the power of the spell. Dee couldn't help but let out a long howl. The rolling sound waves directly washed away the cumulus clouds in a radius of 100 meters. With his extraordinary perception, he also discovered the existence of an aerial building. Buzz, the roar of the engine resounded through the clouds. The buildings full of sci-fi colors are hidden in the clouds and mists of the mountains and plains, like a lighthouse standing on the coastline. It actually gave Dewey a feeling of déjà vu. What? Red Room? Dewey narrowed his eyes slightly. Then urged the chicken and rabbit charms to gallop towards the air fortress. He didn't hide his tracks at all. There seems to be no need to hide at all. After all, the Red Room organization served as the military commander of the Tsarist Russian Empire, General Ivan Drenkov. It is also the culprit behind the tragedy of the Widow Sister's life. If General Drenkov can be captured alive, the Widow Sister will undoubtedly be moved in a mess. Maybe it is possible to meet their slightly excessive requirements. Besides, he also needs a secret base. Red Room organization, undoubtedly the best choice. At the same time, beep, beep, beep. An alarm sounded. Wearing a body sculpting suit, the female agent with long brown hair tied into a ponytail, bright eyes, and white teeth suddenly opened her eyes. The approach of the unknown flight object was immediately discovered. Notify Sir Melina. The figure in the high-speed movement, it looks like Iron Man Tony Stark. The Avengers Alliance has most likely discovered the location of the lighthouse base. Dang, 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 there was a loud sound of footsteps. The agents on duty at the Red Room base almost came out. Everyone is armed to the teeth, loaded with live ammunition stationed in key areas of the air fortress. For the upcoming uninvited guests, everyone is not afraid or apprehensive. Without exception, they look solemn, willing to die for General Drenkov. Definitely. It's not because General Drenkov is good at brainwashing and has sufficient charisma. From the blueprint of the brain he discovered. Through the blueprint of the brain design, the scientists of the Red Room have developed a super potion that can control the minds of all secret agents and decide the life and death of the parties in the remote terminal, if the Widow Sister did not change jobs in time. I am afraid that it will also become a real puppet. No mind of your own, murder like hemp, you can't even control your own life. General, the unknown flight object is approaching the Red Room. Sir Melina asks for instructions, ignore it, or launch an attack. A curvaceous blonde girl, after hearing the words from the headset, hurried to the main control room. On the sofa, a bloated, fat, middle-aged man wearing a silk nightgown is drinking vodka. It's the infamous General Drenkov, the man who woke up the Widow Sister countless times. Even Dewey didn't expect that he would meet the Red Room organization by chance. Before the Civil War, had the lighthouse base developed by the Red Room organization been successfully tested? Incredible. I heard someone speculate. The uninvited guest is most likely Iron Man. Do not worry, Tony Stark has returned to the Stark building. It's impossible to be in this place at all. General Drenkov grinned. In the last century, since the 1990s, he has quietly spread the super spy he cultivated all over the world. Even SHIELD has an ace agent lurking. Not even Natasha Romanoff knew it. Moreover, he is also aware of the mutation that the Widow Sister suffered, infested by alien bugs from space. Only, the ace agent also has no access to core secrets. He couldn't fully answer his doubts. Yelena, miss your sister. It's about time. Bring her back to meet me. The corners of General Drenkov's mouth twitched upwards. My heart has begun to compose a script of sisterhood. However, a corner no one noticed. One shadow after another, like living creatures, rushed from all directions, moved directly behind the Red Room agent. Immediately, he transformed into a silent ninja in black, swiping Kyoa and Shuriken across the target's neck. No precaution. The elite agents cultivated by the Red Room organization, leaks generally fell down. Even the surveillance cameras did not capture the murderer. Tang, Drenkov stood up suddenly. Who dared to slaughter my capable agent? Just to death, face to face with me if you can. Boom, the vodka bottle fell apart, juice flows. The sound of heavy breathing echoed in the quiet room. His eyeballs were rolling around, and he was so nervous that he couldn't help sweating. After all, he was already a very personable official, and his promise to move the Red Room to a high altitude was fulfilled, and he almost became the regent of the Tsarist Russian Empire. Even arrogant and domineering oligarchs must submit to him, however. Beneath his serene appearance, he concealed his fragile and cowardly heart. Face to the line, what? I hope it doesn't make you cry, a strange, magical voice sounded in the corner. A jet-black, strange substance shaped like oil penetrated the pores of the building and then shaped into a behemoth with a powerful hole. Liquid fibers are intertwined and scattered on the body surface, but it has facial features that fit the aesthetics of ordinary people. Well known. Animal-type devil fruit, into 3 distinct forms, humanoid, beast-type, human type. After eating the Buddha fruit after a long period of adaptation, he has inspired another form, different from the venom form, the humanoid in the form of the Buddha. Even the positive organs are perfectly simulated. You can also see the outline of the 8-pack abs. Moreover, because of eating the Infinity Gauntlet, the molecular structure of the symbiote undergoes metamorphosis, and it has unprecedented hardness, which is different from the same kind of resistance ability. Even strong troll warriors have a hard time breaking defenses. Who is your excellency? You and I don't know each other. Why did you break into my castle? Drykov's pupils contracted. Even if he is well informed, he has never heard of such a thing, liquid, and many more. It looks like the alien parasite described by the shield spy. No way, parasites cannot stay away from their hosts. Why did he appear above the sky? Is it Natasha Romanoff is coming too? General Drekov's mind changed sharply. Simply baffling, at the same time, squeak, the door slammed open. Melina led an ace team and appeared in the main control room. Her valiant appearance, even if she doesn't wear makeup on her face, does not weaken her beauty in the slightest, and it also reveals a mature and intellectual aura. Like a warm-hearted sister next door. A wild rose with thorns, Melina, also known as the Iron Lady, she is the nominal adoptive mother of the widow sister. In fact, it's only been a year. It is for the blueprint of the brain that a temporary family is formed, 2 other family members. Father, Red Guard Alexei Shostakov. Sister, the second-generation widow sister Yelena Belova. The former is in deep jail. As for Yelena, far in the sky right in front of you. Good, both should be able to count as key female characters. I can harvest a wave of rewards. Dewey is overjoyed. He never dreamed that he would be able to bump into the Red Room base. Red Room, there is no Avengers Alliance level of combat power. The vast majority of agents are also weak women. There is no threat to him at all. The Lighthouse organization seems to be in his pocket. Venom, you are Venom. Did Natasha Romanoff order you to come? General Drekov's eyes widened suddenly. The real identity of the uninvited guest has finally been determined, however, too late. Even if you know Dewey's identity, you can't turn the situation around. Protect the general. Attack. Melina's beautiful eyes narrowed. Immediately, the ace team she led pulled the trigger one after another. A dense string of bullets unloaded. Like raindrops, it hit the Venom symbiote. Moment. The roar of gold and iron clashing can be heard incessantly. The spark shot out and the bullet casing fell to the ground, but it did not cause any substantial damage. It only left a white mark on the surface of his body. That's all. Even breaking defense is a luxury. Benefit from the enhancement of Ulu Kobolko. The toughness and defense of the venom fibers have also been improved to an unprecedented level. Even if the improvement is limited, it is beyond his reach, and the small thermal weapons at the current stage of the Earth cannot trouble him. Definitely, that doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants. When the Battle of New York breaks out in the future, with the help of the alien weapons left by Chitauri, the level of Earth's technology will also advance by leaps and bounds. Even Quinjet will have aerospace ability. Sending Hulk to Sakaar will not fall apart, which is enough to prove the qualitative change of Earth technology. Tony Stark's armor will also leap to another new level. Hold the venom, don't cease fire, attack. General Drekov was panic-stricken and kept retreating. There is almost no defense against the sudden arrival of alien parasites. There is no way to deal with it. At this moment, there are only 36 things he can do, and walking is the best. Leave the Green Hills, don't worry about no firewood. General, do you still need to take away the items you have collected? Yelena frowned. Next, she opened the secret vault. Bejeweled jewelry, gold bricks honored by criminal forces, ornate bronzes, and even a golden necklace. The necklace exudes a magical wave. The surface is covered with ancient ornamentation in Egyptian style, rare in the world, priceless. It also made Dewey feel familiar. What it turns out, it looks like the Eye of Aurora. Windfall, Dewey couldn't help laughing wildly, Aurora's eye. This is a mysterious prop in Jackie Chan's adventures. Treasures of Venice, possesses unparalleled power. Just say where you want to go and you can move there instantly, even if you have never been there before. Good. After he eats the Eye of Aurora, he is bound to inherit this heaven-defying displacement ability. Whether it is escaping for life or arresting people, it can also play a vital role. It seems that General Drekov's effect on the Eye of Aurora. Know nothing, simply cheap yourself. No more, leave now. General Drekov turned a blind eye. Immediately, a secret passage was opened and rushed towards the armory. There's a sonic fighter jet parked there. As long as he gets on the fighter plane, he can leave this place of right and wrong. As for the life and death of the Red Room agent, what's with him? It's like a box of paper. After use, it should be thrown away. Anyway, you can always continue to cultivate. However, on his way, one shadow after another rose from the ground. Then he transformed into a black-clothed ninja with scarlet eyes. Holding the kunai and the shuriken tightly, he hurriedly approached him. Terrified General Drekov slumped to the ground. Ninja, Shadow Warrior. Venom can also summon Shadow Warriors. General Drekov's 3 views exploded. It was as if breathing had stopped. At this moment, he finally understood the cause of death of the elite agent. This kind of elusive ability is simply impossible to guard against. The Eye of Aurora. It's mine. Dewey clenched his fists suddenly, in an instant. The oncoming bullets were instantly frozen in midair under the effect of the chicken charm. At the same time, the Eye of Aurora was also controlled by psychokinesis and moved in front of him. He was directly eaten and wiped clean by his symbiote slender whiskers. Immediately. His body is in unspeakable metamorphosis again. Magic affinity soars. There is also a clear perception for the ubiquitous magic factor. Moreover, he also mastered the divine power of the Eye of Aurora and can instantly reach any place, the teleportability of any place. Like a teleporter shaped by a movie, the fly in the ointment is that it is limited to the scope of the Earth. Still can't match Camertage's signature magic weapon, Sling Ring. Hold the Sling Ring, concentrate, imagine every detail, and be able to open a portal and travel through the multidimensional universe. It's just that he is not qualified to touch Sling Ring at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully parasitizing Yelena Belova. Rewards have been distributed. Pay attention to check in time. The pitch-black liquid substance is like a spider web he suddenly wrapped around the curvaceous blonde girl. Next moment, a pleasant beep sounded. System rewards are in hand. As predicted, Dewey's guess was not wrong at all. Yelena Belova is also a key female character. I believe that Iron Maiden Melina will be no exception. However, just at this time, he smelled a completely different smell. It seemed that another harmful substance appeared in Yelena's body. Through this substance, General Drekov can remotely control Yelena's life and death from the site terminal, and even her behavior and thoughts will be controlled by human beings. Chemical Conquest seems to be called this name. Dewey was amazed. Then he used the characteristics of the symbiote to wipe out the fragments of the Chemical Conquest potion in an instant. Yelena woke up like a dream. It was as if a drowning dying man suddenly came ashore. I regained my own will again. Also understand her current situation. I become the host of the Venom symbiote. What happened? Natasha Romanoff. Yelena's eyes were red. The hazy eyes of tears are simply heartbreaking. At this moment she has truly become herself. Also remembered the sisterly Natasha Romanoff. Although we have only been together for a year, it is one of the few good times. Rest assured, you and Natasha Romanoff will meet soon. A strange and magical voice came. Dewey also had insight into the sadness of the widowed sister Yelena. After the symbiote possesses the host, it can share the host's senses and even all the memories of the past. Then, he saw endless killings and dangerous missions of near-death time after time. Compared with the widow sister, Yelena is undoubtedly more pitiful. No one can save her, definitely. Everything is over. The Red House organization will also change hands, dominated by Dewey. Meet. Real. The widow sister's face is full of disbelief, but there was also a sense of joy. Immediately, an endless stream of symbiote fibrous tissue penetrated her pore, and once again transformed into a powerful behemoth with a height of about 3 meters, but in line with the golden ratio. Even evolved a human face, revealing a wickedness. The liquid substance on the body surface is filled with a tin foil color. The texture is exactly like Ulu Kobolko. When the iron is hit, there will be a roar of gold and iron, basically no injuries. Now you, Melina, Dewey is full of smiles. Immediately, he fell on Melina's body again and quickly penetrated into her body. He also gained insight into her memory and solved the Chemical Conquest potion on her body. By the way, Melina's dark wounds and hidden illnesses were healed. Even his face looks younger. Made her almost cry with joy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully parasitizing Melina Voskov. Rewards have been distributed. Pay attention to check in time. Nice, 2 rewards in a row. Even if your face is dark, you will open up surprising props, right? Hiss, sizzle. Dewey broke away from the host again and appeared in front of everyone with a gesture of acting alone. Melina, Yelena, catch Drekov for me, tie him up. I'm sure Natasha Romanoff will be very happy. Dewey was full of smiles. For some reason, he began to look forward to the praise of the widow sister. Love, unrequited love. It doesn't seem to be pure sympathy for more, widow sister. Definitely the most tragic character in the Marvel universe. None of them. Childhood was kidnapped to the Red Room and even organs were removed. In exchange for the soul gem of the past time and space, he was directly buried in the Vomir Star. There is no way for the corpse to be brought back for burial. Do not. Stop. You can't do this. Stop. General Drekov staggered back and shifted his steps. Soon he was leaning against the corner. There is no going back. Yelena and Melina would not obey no matter what orders he issued. Because of the effect of the Chemical Conquest potion, it has been successfully purified by Dewey. Then the two tied him up. As for other agents, under Dewey's operation, the control of the chemical agent was successfully released. The entire Red Room has truly become his domain. Ness. After the widow sister falls asleep, I can come to this place and have fun. Above 10,000 feet in the sky, looking down at the entire Earth, Dewey's face is full of joy, sitting directly on the sofa. A slender, fibrous whisker spread out from the surface of the body, directly prying open the cork of the expensive red wine and then penetrated deep into the bottle. Drink right away. Then he opened the backpack panel. Start checking out the item rewards that the Parasitic System gave him. It doesn't matter if you don't look. Startled at a glance, earn big, the Red Room organization is my blessing. Dewey's eyes light up. Can't help but cheer. First of all, the prop reward that catches your eye is a tube of azure injection. There was a burst of starlight in the bottle. At first glance, I thought it was a T-virus. However, the T-virus is not qualified to be compared with it at all. This is compound no. 5. It can stimulate the potential of the human body, rewrite the genetic map of species, and awaken the hidden mysterious factors. Awakening is an extraordinary supernatural power. Note, safe without side effects. Compound number 5, the anti-sky drug from black robe pickets. Developed by scientists of the Nazi Empire during World War II, it has a certain probability of addiction. Whoever takes Compound 5 has the possibility of awakening the incredible ability and also has the opportunity to incarnate as a low-level Superman. In theory, anything is possible. Good. After absorbing Compound number 5, he will definitely be able to go a step further, and maybe he will be able to awakening the body of steel and become a god in the true sense of the word. Cool. And many more. My eyes. It hurts. Without hesitation, do you directly use the power of Tuntun fruit to eat Compound number 5 and wipe it clean? Moment. It's like taking a big tonic. A manic, blood-splitting feeling continued to spread, as if the trillions of cells in the body were constantly roaring and roaring. The whole person is metamorphosis again, let's call it the eyes. There was a burst of red light, 2 half-foot diameter scorching heat rays burst out, directly cut the aluminum alloy steel plate. The cuts are so smooth, even General Drekhov couldn't help but widen his eyes. Almost scared to pee, fortunately Venom did not cast this ability against himself. Once hit the human body, I am afraid that you will die on the spot. Can't die anymore, call. Dewey suddenly opened his bloody mouth and suddenly let out a breath, in an instant. There was frost all over the room. It seems that the temperature has dropped sharply to below zero. Everyone can't help shaking their teeth. For the sudden temperature change, I sincerely felt a burst of physical discomfort. I couldn't help shivering, heat vision, frozen breath. And super hearing, super brain power. I actually awakening the Man of Steel. It seems that Goddess of Luck really likes me. Dewey almost laughed out loud. At this moment he has insight into his own mutation. Really awakening Superman's set of abilities? Definitely. Not as powerful as the real Superman, at most a low-profile version, but attractive enough. At the same time, his form has also undergone a more subtle transformation. The shape is more inclined to Earth human beings. Even Yelena and Melina couldn't help being in a trance. Why do you think Venom has become handsome? Hallucinations? The two were puzzled. And Dewey turned a blind eye, because he has another item reward that he hasn't checked. See Tower Stone, the hardness is comparable to that of diamonds and it can inhibit the fruit ability of the ability. Note, Mutant's X factor can also be suppressed. Halo Stone, this is a rare mineral in the pirate world, seen as a solid C. Ability to weaken the fruit of ability. Under normal circumstances, chains and shackles will be made to enslave ability users by controlling the purity of the sea stone. Only the country of Wano can produce this substance. There is no way to damage it by conventional means, however. The remarks added by the system made Dewey straighten his eyes. Not only can it inhibit the fruit ability of the ability, but it can also inhibit the X factor of mutant. When he eats the Sea Tower Stone and fights with mutant in melee, won't he always have the upper hand? Awesome, Dewey couldn't help laughing out loud. There is almost no hesitation. The Sea Floor Stone was extracted, eat it on the spot. The pitch-black substance like liquid mercury is shaped like high-temperature asphalt, but it is filled with a tin foil color which obviously has ultra-high hardness. Even laser swords will have little effect. At this moment, Dewey's three-dimensional properties have been significantly improved in all directions. But it always feels like it can't fit perfectly. The obtained ability is restraining each other, there is an incredible entropy increase benefit, and the energy is chaotic. On the contrary, it caused his combat power to decrease. No wonder. The Holy Master needs the Tiger Charm to balance the conflict between magic powers. It seems that I have to convince Sister Widow to find the rest of the other spells. Dewey made up his mind. Tiger Charm, it is the only antidote to the entropy effect. Careless, no retaining dragon team. The dragon group favored by the heavens is attached to the righteousness, and it is easier to come into contact with mysterious things, which is enough to help him collect 12 spells. Are you leaving? When bring Natasha Romanoff here. Please tell her I miss her so much. Yelena was about to cry. She also gets the beauty of the Venom symbiote. The special combat uniform highlights the graceful figure vividly. The colloquial speech with the tongue sound is also very pleasant to the ear. General Dreykov falls. There is no place to dock at the Red Room base. Venom, are you going to drag us into Symbioted? Melina stared. As a confidant of General Dreykov, she undoubtedly knows more secrets and intelligence. Naturally know the true origin of Venom, also resisted committing to Symbioted because an agent hurt her loved ones. Symbioted? No, you will all serve me. The materials needed will be sent by the Shadow Soldiers. Dewey smiled grimly. For Symbioted there is hardly the slightest favor. Besides, Alexander Pierce is about to fall. In order to protect itself, the Hydra organization is bound to launch a thunderous strike. The winner is king, the loser is coup. No need to mix it in. All right, after dawn I will convince Natasha Romanoff to come to the Red Room as a guest. Where's Sasha? Have a great time working together. Dewey waved his hand. Immediately he silently recited a place. Next moment, his figure disappeared in situ. It has already crossed the distance of thousands of mountains and rivers and teleported to the Aegis dormitory where the Widow sister lived. It's a long story, but the process is actually very short. It took almost no time to occupy the Red Room base. In the room, the Widow is still sleeping soundly. His departure and return did not disturb anyone at all. Hiss, sizzle. I saw Dewey melt again like liquid mercury. The tentacles continued to spread and directly drilled into the Widow sister's body. The Widow sister couldn't help but let out a sigh, tactfully. Sounds great, even Dewey was intoxicated. I believe that the Widow sister should be happier after seeing General Dreykov and her two relatives. Time passed little by little. The sky is white with fish belly. The sun shines brightly on the earth. The dazzling morning light reflected on the face of the Widow sister through the window lattice. Make her delicate three-dimensional, angel-like face and make her more holy and noble. Dark, curvy eyelashes fluttered. The Widow opened her eyes. The tan pupils are like amber with extremely high purity, revealing a translucent color that is flawless. Venom, the Widow sister murmured subconsciously, but he couldn't help laughing. When did you start to develop this habit? After Su Xing hurriedly confirmed the existence of Venom, is it? Has she really been addicted to Venom, reluctant to leave Venom? Stinky girls, what are you calling me for? To disturb my uncle's dream. I see you are itchy. Do you pretended to be annoyed? Immediately, an endless stream of liquid fibers penetrated Sister Widow's pore and turned into slender tentacles which began to scratch the soles of Sister Widow's feet. A string of silver bell-like laughter sounded, warm painting style. It was as if all worries and troubles were thrown away. However, a sudden ringing of the phone interrupted the amusing behavior of the two. Little Na, confirmed. Alexander Pierce is the head of the Hydra organization. Fury is collecting evidence. Also marking Hydra inside Symbioted. It's about to close the net. Lynn T. Barton said solemnly. It is also reminding the Widow sister to be alert to the Hydra organization's dead fish and nets. After all, the Widow sister has a Venom symbiote. If the Hydra organization wants to make a comeback, it will undoubtedly need the assistance of the Venom symbiote. It is possible to suppress Hulk, and even the entire Avengers Alliance. Understood. There's one more thing. Have you found out the whereabouts of Huaja Solitaire? The Widow sister stared. Floral Solitaire. The locations of all Sombra masks are recorded along with the corresponding removal recipes. Don't even try to remove the Sombra mask if you don't have any cards. Gold and, after wearing the Shadow mask, he instantly gained the first-class strength of Superman. If he cooperates with Hydra and finds another 8 masks and puts them on the spy's face, he will undoubtedly create 8 monsters. And the Avengers. There is little hope of winning. After all, the Shadow mask seals the soul of General Dongying Mummy. After wearing the mask, not only can you get the power of the Mummy General, but you can also summon the Shadow soldiers who are elusive. Not everyone has Venom-level combat power. Rest assured. The Dragon team has arrived in Dongying. Things are going very well. Only. Stark has stayed at home so far and seems to be working on a new kind of armor. Fury wants you to visit Stark. Hawkeye hesitated, but there was no way to ignore Tony Stark's safety. After all, he has another symbiote on him. If Tony Stark loses control, the Avengers will be dead in name only. There will undoubtedly be a series of chain reactions. It is good. Understood. Widow sister hung up the phone and started normal washing work. Twist the valve open. The cool water is pouring down. Soon her long hair was soaked. Dewey thoughtfully handed over the towel. The whole process was always silent. Actually, the saliva is almost drooling down. Suck. Dewey feasted his eyes again. The Widow sister put on a casual outfit, with a sweater attached to a hood and starched white jeans which made her legs more straight. Even if the plane face is facing the sky, it can cause frequent glances from pedestrians, and the rate of turning back is 100%. In the end, even the scouts handed over business cards and wanted to invite the widow sister to star in a top Hollywood masterpiece. The audition process is waived. It's all your fault. Venom. The widow sister declined the invitation and couldn't help complaining. But the corners of the mouth are always upturned, not really blaming Dewey at all. Stark Building, located on Madison Avenue. The sci-fi office building can be regarded as a unique landmark building in New York. Since the last century, Stark Industry has launched numerous advanced weapons and even technological equipment that benefits society, and it also plays an important role in the Stars and Stripes Federation. However, the person who really made Stark Industries world famous is the son of Howard Stark, Tony Stark. He faced media reporters and publicly admitted that he was Iron Man. Start a new era of heroes with your own hands. The establishment of Avengers has also made him a top idol in the world with education, brains, wealth, appearance, equipment. All are outstanding, simply envious. It is no exaggeration to say that his every move affects the operation of the entire world. If he is out of the slightest, the world will be sad, and one person may drown Nick Fury. So, to ensure the safety of Tony Stark, Fury sent his kind. Another symbiont host, Miss Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Fortunately, you are here. Stark should be happy to see you. Pepper Potts, with long blonde hair curled up, wearing a slim-fit lady's suit, straight calves, and stepping on crystal high heels, greeted him first. Through Phil Coulson's mouth, she probably understood what was wrong with Tony Stark, but there is no solution. Moreover, Tony Stark has also changed himself, locked himself in the laboratory, and even stayed at home all the time. Not even Colonel Rhodes could convince Stark to leave. It is good. I'll talk to him. The widow sister stared. She just realized the seriousness of the problem. She originally thought that all symbiotes were similar. Now it seems that she is naive. Not all symbiotes can be called Venom. What? It's weird. The riot seems to come back to life. Dewey was quite surprised. He has already heard a wave of spiritual fluctuations from the riot. After all, strictly speaking, Riot is the master of the symbiote group. Even Dewey has to obey him. Venom. You actually picked a B****ch as the host. It's a shame. Hurry up and change the host. A roar sounded. Laboratory. Tony Stark, who was wearing a clean white shirt and had a mustache, had a keen insight into the arrival of the widow sister at the first time and also discovered the existence of Venom. Next moment. An endless stream of symbiont fibers penetrated his pore and then formed a ferocious pocket head, sharp teeth, extremely vicious, enough to scare children in kindergarten. Riot, this is the leader of the symbiote group. He is also the leader of the infiltration plan. Located at the top of the food chain, the fighting power is a mess. With Tony Stark's current level of technology, it is impossible to defeat the Riot. But by accident, he became the host of the Riot and fell into a coma for a long time. Under all circumstances, even Dewey was amazed. Riot, be polite. Whether Venom or Natasha Romanoff are our partners, we should be humble in the face of beautiful ladies. Stark smiled. Immediately, the control symbiote fiber picked up the goblet and handed it to him and the widow sister respectively. Head up and drink. The cup is full of chocolate puree, gives off a natural oily scent, contains sufficient phenylethylamine. It can meet the daily wear and tear of the symbiote. Always maintain a good mental outlook. After serving as the host of the Riot, regular food has no way to fill Tony Stark's belly. Only chocolate containing phenethylamine can make him feel a little full. To this end, he also acquired a number of chocolate manufacturing factories. Specially developed for him different flavors, different types of chocolate food. Try to move the delicious food made of chocolate to the 3-star Michelin banquet hall within 1 year and let ordinary people enjoy the king's feast. Do not like, Stark frowned. Suddenly I found that the widow sister had a face full of embarrassment and she had no appetite at all for the steaming chocolate puree. How is this possible? No symbiote can resist chocolate unless, Venom, you're not eating people secretly, are you? Thinking of another possibility, Stark's face was full of narrowness and he couldn't help but tease. Phenylethylamine only exists in 2 substances, chocolate and the human brain. Since Venom can resist the temptation of chocolate, it is bound to taste something even more delicious. However, he was really overthinking it. After eating the Buddha fruit, Dewey's diet has undergone earth-shaking changes. He is not subject to phenylethylamine at all, and even fast food can supplement nutrition. What's more, he also ate the Tuntun fruit. There is nothing in the world that cannot be eaten. In the absence of food, even turf, water bottles, and plastic bags that can be seen everywhere can fill the stomach and even generate a new composite material. What? Riot, I have achieved evolution. The next moment is to witness the miracle. The sound of hissing sounded. The liquid mercury-like substance drilled out of the widow sister's pore also formed a pitch-black head. The appearance of green face and fangs exudes an inhuman beauty which is quite pleasing to the eye. Then, the symbiote's arms and feet covered a sheet of war armor material. Even gulps up, spit it out again. It directly generated a silver brick with the purity of the sky. Wabo alloy. This is a mysterious metal created by Tun Guo. Has a good extension ability and will not be corroded by any substances. Even aqua regia has little effect. Moreover, Wabo alloy also belongs to the category of shape memory metal. Once shapeshifting, subjected to pressure, bending, and under certain conditions, it will return to its original shape. Frankie's General Frankie used this Wabo alloy, which has multiple transformation forms. Through Wabo alloy, it is also possible to create iron armored treasures. Definitely, you can only mass-produce Wabo alloys but does not have the ability to create mechanical life. The required knowledge reserves, even if the symbiote has a lifespan of 1 billion years, can only be sighed. After all, the symbiote is simply alive. There is no active learning process at all. Fortunately, Widow Sister brought him to Stark Industries. By handing Wabo alloy to Iron Man, you will be able to create more advanced technology and speed up your own evolution. JARVIS. Scan this piece of metal. Stark's eyes narrowed slightly and he also found something wrong. He had never seen this kind of material at all, as if it was the first time it came out, and even the periodic table of elements had never appeared. Beep, 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 a burst of laser rays swept away. The smart housekeeper started a series of monitoring work. Gentlemen, it's a completely new material. According to the module calculation, no matter any parameter, it is superior to gold titanium alloy, even comparable to the secondary adamantium, and it seems to have a more unique effect. Can store energy. A slightly surprised electronic synthesis sound rang. JARVIS are amazed. Brand new material, there is no substance on the periodic table. Was it created by the Venom symbiote? As if the riots can't do it, is it? Has Venom really evolved? Stark's face was dark, and there was an intriguing light in his slightly squinted eyes. Comparable to secondary adamantium, for battle suit materials he has already thought about breaking his head and is also trying to buy vibranium and even adamantium. But there is no formal trade channel. Not even Colonel Rhodes dared to make his own decisions, because the formula of adamantium, including the secret origin, is firmly controlled by the military. Hand of General William Stryker. And he was only a mere colonel, how could he convince a general? It is said that the Sentry Secret Service, founded by General William Stryker, captured a group of mutant criminals who entered the country illegally and was deeply trusted by the commander. Coming soon to the Pentagon, compete with General Thunderbolt for the position of Minister of Defense, however. Stark never dreamed that the Venom symbiote would be able to eat ordinary metals and generate a brand new mysterious substance. The problem of the armor material is solved. Only, what qualifications do I have to let Venom keep making this mysterious metal? Stark pinched his chin and couldn't help laughing. Natasha Romanoff, just swap symbiotes with me and let me be the host of Venom. The riot is yours. Walter, swap symbiotes, Sister Widow, and do you looked at each other. Seems to be confused, just mind-blowing. Is the symbiote still playing? Enough, I don't like men. If you want more Wabo alloys, give me shares in Stark Industries. I want 50%. Dewey opened his mouth directly, the voice did not fall. Puff, Stark almost choked to death. Even the Widow Sister couldn't help but open her lips slightly. 50%? Dare to say it. Even Tony Stark's own stake is only in his early 80s. If he sells 50% of his shares, his voice will undoubtedly plummet, and even the board of directors will be expelled from his seat, Stark Industries. It will also completely draw a line with the Stark family. Are you crazy? 50%. I will sell at most 15% of the shares. And you must ensure that the annual output of Wabo alloy is more than 200,000 tons. Stark bargained. After all, he was a brilliant arms dealer before he became superhero. After his calculation, even if he sells 15% of the shares, in exchange for an annual output of more than 200,000 tons of Wabo alloy, it is still a safe and profitable business. Wabo alloy, almost comparable to secondary adamantium. And the secondary adamantium was originally worthless. 1 gram is as high as 1 million USD. After being made into a battle armor by him, and even after cutting-edge technology, the value will inevitably skyrocket further, which can trigger global capital looting, and even the military has to purchase it. 15% of the shares are really better to flow than to rot in your hands. What's more, even if a share transfer agreement is signed, the Venom symbiote is not qualified to act as a legal person and must be signed by the Widow Sister. And he and the Widow Sister are both members of the Avengers Alliance. 1 to 2 to go. In fact, the shares have not been lost at all. Why not lose? Simply make a lot of money. What? Do you think I'm stupid? 49% of the shares, otherwise no discussion. Dee's face was treacherous, still took a step back. 49% vomiting blood. How is it different from 50? There is no sincerity and cooperation at all. Stark can't help but hold his forehead and his head hurts, however. The alien symbiote from space cannot be viewed from the perspective of an ordinary person. He can only take it slowly. After a round of haggling, in the end, the shares were fixed at around 35%. The annual output of Wabo alloy must be as high as 300,000 tons. As for raw materials, will be provided by Stark Industries. Since the Venom symbiote does not have the qualifications to act as a legal person, the signing ceremony will also be completed by the Widow Sister. Dividends will also hit her account. Simply do it all. It's not too late. Quick, move all the sheet metal to the Stark Industrial Building. The more the better. Stark was all smiles. Immediately he dialed Pepper's phone. Even the Minister of Security, Happy Hogan, is out. One after another, the trucks drove into the Stark Industrial Building and quickly transported thousands of tons of metal plates to the agreed location. Then, the driver quickly backed out. There are no idle people waiting to stop. Prevent the existence of Venom symbiotes from leaking, causing unnecessary accidents and troubles. Hiss. The liquid pitch-black substance drilled out of the pore and instantly covered the Widow Sister's body. The tall female Venom made her debut in an instant. In the face of thousands of tons of metal plates, Dewey showed no signs of hesitation. Extend your arms. The power of swallowing fruit was activated on the spot. The fibers of the symbiote are intertwined, and almost in an instant, all the metal plates are wiped clean, and the molecular structure of the material is rearranged and combined again. A brand new metal element is directly generated. I saw a piece of silver bricks piled up into a city wall covering an extremely wide area, and there was almost no loss of the board. However, the value is already incomparable. After several repetitions, 300,000 tons of Wabo alloys were piled up directly in the warehouse. As for Dewey, at most I feel a little tired physically and mentally. Simply stress-free. Ding, a payment message pops up. Tens of millions of USD have reached the designated account. It's a little hard work. Stark laughed. Hiss. The Widow Sister couldn't help her pupils shrinking. Millions of USD. Even if she is a level 7 agent of Aegis, she has a generous salary and treatment. Even if she doesn't eat or drink, it will take 50 years to earn tens of millions of wealth. Result. With the creation ability of the Venom symbiote, she directly became a millionaire. It's like a dream. Venom, how on earth did you master this ability? Tell me now. A magical voice sounded. The riot was full of hideous faces and could not help but let out a hysterical roar. He was almost going crazy. As the leader of the symbiote group, he was surpassed by the Venom at the bottom of the food chain, and even the host wanted to replace him. He simply suffered a great humiliation. Evolution. This is something a symbiote dreams of. Regardless of riots or venom, even with a lifespan of 1 billion years, it can copy the host's genetic code, achieve longevity in the true sense, and live with the world. But there is no hope of crossing the limits of species. Definitely. It was only after he parasitized Stark that he discovered that this Earthling had a secret that he could not understand. It is bound to bring him unprecedented metamorphosis. It's just that the riots didn't expect that the Venom symbiote is one step ahead and has mastered the ability to turn decay into magic. Is this an ability possessed by the Venom host? No way. In Tony Stark's memory, Natasha Romanoff was just a vase. There's nothing extraordinary about it. The riots turned abruptly, desperate for a definite answer. Even the same kind of knives do not hesitate. It turned out to be malicious to me. Riot, surely evil. Stark, who served as the host of the riot, must have been negatively affected, right? Dewey's heart is alarming. With Superman's first-class perception, he has a keen insight into the hostility of the riot. But it didn't happen on the spot. After all, only after reaching a tacit agreement with Tony Stark, he directly obtained an astronomical amount of operating funds, which was enough to solve the supply of the Red Room base. Why tear up your face? After thinking for a while, he couldn't help showing a sly smile. Riot. Westchester County, Xavier Manor. The bald old man who is paralyzed in a wheelchair can answer your doubts. Dewey's face was full of sincerity, as if decided to drive away the tiger and swallow the wolf. Trick the riot to the Xavier Young Genius Academy. When Professor X discovers the existence of the riot, he will definitely make the right decision to help Tony Stark save himself from danger. It is good. If I don't get a satisfactory answer, you're finished. Riot narrowed his eyes, decided to believe in Venom for now. After all, symbiotes don't lie to symbiotes. Remember to tell Fury, I'm fine now. Pleasant working together, Stark waved, but there is an evil spirit that cannot be concealed, made the Widow Sister's heart skip a beat, got goosebumps. Venom, what happened? The Widow Sister said in amazement, heartfelt heart palpitations. Do you was also wondering, I thought Stark and Riot had integrated into a whole new life. Result, the Riot was revived with blood again. The vitality of the symbiote is indeed tenacious, however. Once the thinking of the Riot symbiote overwhelms Tony Stark's mind, it is bound to cause irreversible consequences. Iron Man, who was immortal in his previous life and stood shoulder to shoulder with gods, will also degenerate into a supervillain, the ultimate Iron Man. This version of Iron Man, based on the characteristics of the symbiote, has developed a rare intelligent memory material in the world, endosym, literally translated as endosymbol. Different from nanotechnology, Ultimate Iron Man's symbiotic body armor does not have any tedious operation steps and does not require him to manually activate it. But it can track and sense Stark's thoughts without the slightest delay and lag. Regardless of weapon expansion, appearance, or shape, it can also follow the change of ideas. Even you can temporarily leave the host and perform remote control within a certain range. Even magic and psychic damage will do little. It is simply a luxurious upgrade version of the Extremis Warframe. No one knows how the Ultimate Iron Man completes this sky-defying armor. Even the Tony Stark of this world is no exception. Fury must be notified promptly. The Widow Sister stared. She has always had lingering fears about the riots. This is a real evil symbiote. A plan must be made to expel him from Stark's body. The essential, what can we do about it? There's almost nothing she can do. Little nah, the symbiote fears two things, flame and sound waves. Because when the symbiote was born, it suffered the burning of the furnace and the beating of the hammer. It is suggested that the white coat of the Ministry of Science and Technology invent a sonic weapon. It must be possible to drive out the riot. Do ye spoke in an eloquent manner. But the Widow Sister frowned. Sonic, how is this possible? She had an MRI. There is no effect on the Venom at all. Let alone a riot stronger than Venom. Really, the Widow Sister is full of disbelief, however. Do ye grinned, stupid woman? I said it. I am the most special. I have also evolved. Most special. It turns out that the Venom didn't fool himself. The Widow Sister couldn't help but turn up the corners of her mouth. There was a sense of superiority in an instant. What? I also prepared a surprise for you. Do ye manipulated the Widow Sister, threw off her eyeliner and walked to the dim alley. Next moment, her figure disappeared in situ. In an instant, it crossed the distance of thousands of mountains and rivers and appeared in the sky fortress above the clouds. General Control Room. Squeak, the door slammed open. Yelena, who had long golden hair tied into a ponytail and was wearing a tactical uniform, couldn't help widening her eyes. At the same time, the Widow Sister also realized the abnormal situation and turned her attention to the Widow Sister. The two looked at each other. It was as if time stood still. A touching BGM sounded in my ears. Natasha Romanoff, Yelena, what is this place? The two spoke almost in unison. Immediately, the impatient Widow Sister sprinted directly into the Widow Sister's arms. I can't help but cry. Even though the two have only been together for a year, they are still family in the true sense, and no one can change this fact. Not even God is qualified. Then Melina arrived late. She stopped to the side and did not take the initiative to approach. A smile appeared at the corners of his mouth and his eyes were moistened. It seems like 10 years have passed since we last met. This is the Red Room. General Dreykov moved the Red Room to a height of 10,000 feet. The widowed sister cried, What, Dreykov? Didn't he die in Budapest? The Widow Sister was stunned. In my mind, the earth-shattering explosion also appeared. It didn't kill Dreykov. His life is too hard. Yes, Dreykov is still alive. It's locked in the cell. The Red Room has changed hands. Melina answered. Change owner? The widow was thoughtful. An incredible candidate hit her heart. Venom. Since Venom can bring her to the Red Room, it must have settled General Dreykov. What? It seems that there is nothing to hide from you. Like it. A surprise I prepared for you. Do ye ask for credit? Hiss, sizzle. The pitch-black liquid substance penetrated the Widow Sister's pore and formed a hideous head. I saw his face full of pride. It seems to be waiting for the praise of the Widow Sister. Venom. Thank you, the widow murmured. Immediately she held Dewey's head with both hands, pulled it closer and tiptoed slightly, like a dragonfly on the water. Dewey felt a heat on his face. Even the widowed sister and Melina couldn't help being stunned. What's the situation? Has Sister Widow confessed to Venom? The two looked at each other and smiled. Watching the fun is not too big of a deal. New York, Westchester County, Salem District. 1407 Grama King Road, the banks of the Hudson River, there is a gorgeous and elegant old manor. Green vines crawled all over the wall. Even the green plants in the courtyard are trimmed to be pleasing to the eye. In the pond, schools of fish cruising, the sound of reading aloud came. Here, it is the famous Xavier Young Talent Academy, also known as X Academy. All teachers and students in the school are mutants without exception. Even SHIELD and even the Sentry Secret Service had to follow the silent tacit understanding and take a detour to avoid disturbing the teachers and students in the manor. However, the roar of an engine suddenly resounded through the clouds. It directly broke the peace of Xavier Manor. Using the gold-red paint scheme, the Mark 7 armor that already has the laser-guided tracking and deployment function is like a bolt of lightning across the clear sky. Directly spans distances of multiple blocks. Landed straight into the Xavier Manor, boom, a dull echo sounded. I saw Iron Man hitting the ground with his fists, posing in his classic debut pose with its own sound and light special effects, making people unable to extricate themselves. Dang. Dang dang dang, intensive footsteps sounded. The mutant students who were in class also didn't want to listen to the lecture and went directly to the window to stick their heads out. I couldn't help but take a deep breath, almost screamed. Iron Man, wow, how handsome. Why did he come to Xavier Manor? Hurry up and notify the principal and director. Forgot, the X-Men went out on a secret mission, they haven't returned yet. Only Wolverine and Sister Chin are at home. Wolverine, Miss Chin. Stark hadn't heard the slightest bit about unfamiliar names. Not even the X-Men knew anything about it. He came to this place because Venom brought up the Xavier Manor, a bald old man in a wheelchair. Can it help the symbiote to complete its evolution? Even if he couldn't believe it, he couldn't hold back the rants and pleadings of the riot. Symbiote, born with no way to metamorphosis. Even if the symbiote can copy the host's innate ability, still can't control their own destiny, will be subject to the god of symbiotes, living abyss. Nar, in order to get out of Nar's control, he will lead a competent person from the far end of the universe to this mysterious and unpredictable planet. It's just that the riots never dreamed of. Venom was one step ahead of others and completed metamorphosis first, showing the power that he would never be able to do. After the molecular structure of the substance is broken up and reorganized, another brand new material can be generated. I am the leader of the symbiote group. Can't lose to Venom. Stark, quickly find that bald head. The riots conveyed a manic mood. Even though Tony Stark is determined, he is still influenced by the symbiote, more and more conceited and arrogant. The character has returned to the period of the Arms Chief. He didn't even notice it himself. Hey, little guys. Is the owner of the manor at home? I'm Tony Stark. I want to ask him to talk about something. The mask is raised. I saw that Stark's mouth was smiling and his eyes were looking around. Immediately, the tall figure in the leather jacket and the tall girl with red hair and shawl paced in front of him. You're interrupting the students' class. Please come back after class. The tall and slender girl has deep facial features and exudes a noble and glamorous atmosphere, just like a top model on a fashion show. The unsmiling appearance makes people unable to take their eyes away, and even the scale of the career line is exaggerated, showing a sense of grace and luxury. Phoenix, Chin Gray, she is the rare Omega mutant in the world. It is also the perfect host recognized by Phoenix Force. Has the ability of psychokinesis, telepathy, however, but she found she couldn't read Tony Stark's heart at all. Chin, do you need me to take action? With a cigar on his lips, with his keen beast sense of smell, Wolverine, who already sensed the approaching danger, said in a low voice. Even in the face of the world-famous superhero, he has no pressure at all. No matter how powerful Tony Stark's armor is, it's invincible. It is also bound to be unable to resist the claws of the original adamantium. Wolverine Logan. The original adamantium was injected with ultra-high purity through General William Stryker's X-Weapon program, and it has survived unbelievably. Since then, he has possessed a fighting power against the sky. Even his half-brother Sabretooth, who has the same ability, is no longer his opponent. Definitely. The adamantium bullet hit his brain, causing him to lose almost all his past memories. Coming to the Xavier Manor was also an accident. What? You're still planning to attack me? I have no ill will. Stark's pupils contracted, and with the help of the violent symbiote's perspective, he read Wolverine's lips. However, there is no malice in his mouth. The arc reactor in the chest has already lit up with a strong light energy transfer. I saw him raise his palm, and the micro-pulse cannon instantly burst out a blazing, dazzling beam, hit the Wolverine directly to the extreme far away. The furniture in the room was knocked into pieces. The skin explodes directly. The wound is almost deep to the bone. No offense. Looks like you're impatient. Wolverine stood up and the veins on her forehead jumped. Three razor-sharp steel claws pop directly out of the fingers. At the same time, the innate superspeed self-healing ability takes effect. All wounds healed at a speed visible to the human eye, overdrive self-healing. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be recovered in a very short time. If you want to stop his regeneration, you can only destroy him both physically and mentally. So, Wolverine would be the perfect candidate for the X-Weapons program. It also endured the high-temperature erosion of the original adamantium and successfully survived. Wow, your ability. Simply amazing. It seems that there is no way to kill you by conventional means. Stark looked surprised. It is also the first time to have a keen insight into the bright luster of the original adamantium. Adamantium. It turned out to be part of his skeleton. How is this possible? Only by injecting high-temperature liquid adamantium into the body can there be a chance to achieve this incredible feat. However, normally, no one is immune to adamantium's damage. Whether bones or muscles will be roasted in an instant. Can't die anymore. Madness. His regeneration ability saved his life. A strange and magical voice echoed. Riot reminded. Indeed, Stark had a look of surprise on his face. This sky-defying self-healing ability can indeed reverse the results of in vivo experiments. Dang, 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 dang at the same time. Wolverine took a stance, took a stride, like a tiger jumping into a stream and suddenly slaughtered towards Stark. Nearly 5 meters away, they turned a blind eye. Because he can not only speed up self-healing, but also has Superman's first-class agility, strength, and jumping ability, which is comparable to Spider Telepathy's beast sense of smell. There was a deafening sound of breaking wind. Adamantium steel claws hit directly on the shell of the Mark 7 armor. Clang. Clang clang, a string of eye-catching Mars bursts. The sour noise almost pierced the eardrums. Wolverine was amazed. It seems that I didn't expect Tony Stark's armor material to be so tough. Even his steel claws didn't break the defense, is it? Is this adamantium? With Tony Stark's financial and material resources, it is indeed possible to buy a large amount of adamantium and make an indestructible steel battle suit. It seems that JARVIS also has times when judgment is wrong. Wabo alloy, hardness is higher than subadamantium. The mask is closed. Stark pulled away and retreated, standing above the void, and felt a pain from a blunt object, almost dislocating his ribs. Even if the Riot symbiote can heal the host, there is no way to block the fluctuation of neurons. That's right. The main material of the Mark 7 armor is Wabo alloy. Stark building, with professional cutting machines and even fully automatic assembly lines, can mass-produce steel battle suits without human control at all. Definitely. He has not fully deciphered due to the properties of Wabo alloys. Mark 7 didn't take advantage of the Wabo alloy form memory at all. Once he understands the essence of shape memory alloy, I am afraid that Veronica armor may come out ahead of time. With his brain and talent, it is not impossible to tinker with shape-shifting King Kong. Logan. Stop. Stark Industries, the funding of the Xavier estate, has been around since the 1970s. Professor X and Howard Stark are good friends too. Phoenix raised his palm slowly. The fingertips seemed to drop the invisible silk thread. An inexplicable force directly controlled the behavior of the two, and at a very critical moment it successfully prevented the outbreak of the battle. What? Is the Stark Group still funding this place, Professor X? The name is a bit familiar, as if my father really mentioned it. Stark showed a thoughtful expression, but he never remembered what Professor X looked like. Look at Chin's face, spare your life. Wolverine rubbed the lighter, lit a cigar again and puffed up, but let Stark have no temper because the body of adamantium. Coupled with the sky-defying self-healing ability, there is really no way for me to restrain myself. It seems must develop a new armor that can be used against him. At the same time, a roar sounded. Like a hawk, a jet-black stealth fighter with streamlined wind resistance characteristics slowly landed at a high altitude. This is the exclusive car of the X-Men, Blackbird Fighter, X-Men, with a technological level ahead of the Earth thanks to the brains of Academy Director Beast Hank. Beast Hank's IQ is also at the forefront of the world, and he has his own unique insights in the fields of genetic material and biochemistry. In addition, he also has a physical strength that is different from ordinary people. Even the strength of his legs is quite developed. He can also see things at night, and he can quickly recover from ordinary wounds and colds. The hatch is open. The bald old man in a wheelchair was the first to catch the eye. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems that Tony Stark's visit has been discovered before returning to Xavier Manor early. However, after the Omega-level mind ability scan, he frowned, showing a deep melancholy color. There is another soul on him. It seems to be spreading malice. 2 souls? Professor X was surprised. Immediately, he used his innate variant ability again, and his thinking was infinitely extended, and he directly spied into Tony Stark's mind. As one of the few Alpha-class mutants, Professor X born with the incomparable telepathy ability. He can almost read, even manipulate, erase, create memories out of thin air, and control the behavior of anyone. No one can resist his spiritual power. Moreover, there is a special brain wave enhancement device in the dangerous situation training room under the Xavier Junior Genius Academy. He can expand his spiritual power to an unprecedented level, enough to monitor the entire Earth and instantly annihilate all ordinary humans, even superhero. Definitely. In the vast majority of cases, he will strictly restrain his behavior, and he will not spy on other people's minds without authorization, and he truly sets an example. Only, facing the menacing Tony Stark, the son of his best friend as an elder, he made a spiritual diagnosis. It doesn't matter if you don't look startled at a glance. Tony Stark was parasitized by a strange substance. And weird substances have souls, hysterical malice, guiding and interfering with Tony Stark. Buzz, the scene in front of him is spinning. Stark is top-heavy. As if the whole person is falling wirelessly. Open your eyes again, moment. He found himself in another place, the cliff villa where he lived. The bald old man who was paralyzed in a wheelchair stood up and gave him an amiable smile. Stark, your situation is very dangerous. Fortunately, you took the initiative to come to the Xavier Manor. I will heal you. A magnetic aged voice echoed. Professor X opened a bottle of red wine, sniffed the natural fruit aroma emanating from the bottle and couldn't help laughing. Romani Conti, very tasteful. He directly transmitted a wave of spiritual fluctuations, but it makes Stark creepy. This is, where, magic or witchcraft. I'm obviously at the Xavier Manor, Stark whispered. He had never experienced such a thing at all. Even if I guessed the identity of the resident of the Xavier Manor, I did not expect that Professor X's ability would go against the sky to such a degree. Mutant. I heard there's a mutant college hidden in Westchester County. It turned out not to be groundless. Stark Group has been funding the Xavier estate. Looking at his father's face, Professor X should have no malice, right? Stark's mind turned sharply. Suddenly calm down. This is the Mind Palace. I'm having a spiritual conversation with you. That way the parasites on you can't hear it. Later, I'll help you get rid of the parasites too. Professor X spoke in an eloquent manner. Through the power of the mind, he discovered Tony Stark's recent experience and also watched the superhero's mental journey. As for the extravagant private life, I didn't browse too much and just passed it by. In the end, he witnesses the fight between the Riot symbiote and Tony Stark. It ends with Tony Stark's defeat, however. In order to prevent the Riot symbiote from becoming a disaster, it will continue to harm innocent people. He volunteered to be the host of the symbiote and trapped the symbiote on himself. As for what happened next, everyone knows it. Real. Why doesn't it match my memory? Stark wondered. At this moment, he realized that the ability of the Riot symbiote seemed to rewrite his memory and distort his thoughts. If there is no Professor X, I am afraid he will never realize this. SHH, don't make a sound. I'm trying to seal the parasite's mind and mind. All right, Professor X laughed. All right, how long does it take? The professor was able to seal the autonomous consciousness of the alien symbiote. It seems Natasha Romanoff was saved too. Stark reacted a little and couldn't help but smile. However, next moment he was stunned suddenly. It seems that his original intention to come to the Xavier Manor was the suggestion made by the Venom symbiote. Could it be that Venom has already seen Professor X? Venom. And another symbiote? Stark, the symbiote is dangerous, it's better to take me there. Professor X frowned slightly, cannot help but dignified up. Although he has never been in contact with the symbiote group, he has also spied the tip of the iceberg through the riotous mind. For countless epics, constantly changing hosts, letting the hosts die, and constantly copying the host's ability, knowledgeable. Even Professor X almost failed to control the riot. Danger? Yes. Then ask Professor X, my partner, another Avengers Alliance member, Natasha Romanoff, has an even more powerful symbiote. Venom, Stark said with lingering fears. It's just unimaginable. The widow sister who was possessed by Venom, what kind of twisted her mind? Washington, D.C., Security Council building. Boom, kicked the door open. Captain the United States took the lead, storming the Security Council Secretary General's office with a shield. Hawkeye, Phil Coulson, Hill agent, followed. No trace of Alexander Pierce was found. Run away. Steve Rogers had a gloomy expression on his face and couldn't help but curse it inwardly. If Alexander Pierce is not caught, the snake catch plan will fall through. Hydra tissue did not hurt at all. Even if you catch a bunch of gangsters, it's not worth the slightest bit. Shet. If Cortana could participate in this operation, Pierce wouldn't be allowed to run away. Gremlin T. Barton complained, Natasha Romanoff, SHIELD top agent. He is good at disguise and cross-dressing, and is also proficient in a series of fighting techniques, judo, grappling, and even ninjutsu. Even her acting skills have reached the level of an Oscar statuette, and almost no one can see through her disguise. Ambush beside Pierce ahead of time, and he will definitely make it impossible to escape. However, due to the presence of the Venom symbiote, Cortana is almost isolated from SHIELD, will not be entrusted with important tasks. For fear that she will run out of control, become another Hulk, never mind. In the end, Hydra was solved and the collapse of SHIELD was avoided, and even bigger potential crises. Also, the Huaja playing cards are all in hand. The Avengers Alliance is also in dire need of expansion. Just bring in the Dragon team. Steve Rogers laughed. He undoubtedly left a deep impression on the archaeologists with high martial arts skills. Jackie Chan's unarmed fighting ability, I'm afraid he won't lose to himself. What's more, the peers who are called Daddy have also mastered the mysterious and unpredictable Oriental magic, which is bound to enhance the overall strength of the Avengers Alliance. Avengers Alliance expansion. Captain, there is no need to worry. The director makes his own decision. Phil Coulson smiled, but know what Nick Fury does. SHIELD would not consider it even if District 13 could take over the role of the Dragon team, because Jackie Chan is still the origin of Daxia. In his opinion, it is not trustworthy at all. There is no need to attract the attention of the land of Daxia, Soldier Company. It's enough of a headache. It is said that even mysterious aliens have descended on Juxia City. Sounds like Riene. At the same time, beep, beep, beep. The Red House base above the clouds. The widow received a text message. This is the secret signal she and Barton agreed to. Yelena, I'm leaving for now. There are tens of millions of USD in the card. The password is your birthday. You can use this money as you like. The widow sister handed out a credit card and rubbed the widow sister's head. Even if there is a lot of reluctance in my heart, I must return to SHIELD. After all, her current identity is a SHIELD 7 agent. If you leave the Aegis without authorization, you will be regarded as a traitor and wanted by the Stars and Stripes Federation. She was tired of hiding and had no plans to leave SHIELD. My birthday. Real. The widow sister was surprised. Immediately tears fell like rain, impressed. It seems that the widow sister always misses herself, haven't forgotten the past. Bye. Sister Widow waved her hand. Next moment, her figure disappeared in situ. When he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in the Aegis dormitory. Surveillance cameras are unable to capture blind spots in the field of vision. Boom, dong dong, there was a tight knock on the door. Open the door. An anxious oriental face came into view. Iron Cavalry. Melinda May, she is an experienced female agent who is also trusted by Nick Fury. Thoughtful, tenacious, and very good at piloting flight machines. He was ordered to keep an eye on the whereabouts of the widow sister. But I lost my widow in the alleyway outside the Stark building. After confirming that the mission target was missing, she rushed to the SHIELD dormitory as soon as possible, holding the last glimmer of hope, and actually saw the widow sister. Hide and seek. You lose. The corners of the widow sister's mouth upturned. From beginning to end, she knew about Melinda's stalking. In order to whitewash her bizarre disappearance, it was directly treated as a prank. Ms. Natasha Romanoff, the chief is looking for you, and a bald old man in a wheelchair accompanied by Tony Stark, Melinda said sternly. The fists clenched tightly. Twice, she even lost the widow sister twice. Everyone is a level 7 agent. Why is she inferior to the widow sister? Really dissatisfied. You are strong. It's just that I'm good at anti-reconnaissance. The widow was relieved. Immediately, he paced towards the reception hall, and he couldn't help being slightly solemn about the bald old man mentioned by Melinda. Who are you referring to? A sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. Through the frosted tempered glass, a few figures can be vaguely seen standing. There is also a bald old man in a wheelchair, wearing a well-cut high-end suit with a smile on the corner of his mouth, exuding a harmless smell like an old-fashioned gentleman. Professor X. Stark actually went to Xavier Manor and brought Professor X to SHIELD. Do you was shocked? 10 million grassmud horses galloped past me, almost yelled, Pit Father, reception hall. Before the door was opened, a hearty laughter could be heard. Squeak. The widow sister entered the reception hall. I saw Tony Stark wearing a Mark 7 nibbling on a steaming cheeseburger. It looks like he has not eaten for 3 days, like a hungry beggar, pitiful to the extreme. Tasty. It's simply irresistible. I must thank Professor X. Blocking the negative impact of the symbiote on me. Finally can continue to enjoy fast food. Stark has an appetite, killed 2 Christmas carnival packages in almost no time. I couldn't help but burp. The loud burp made everyone laugh, that is this time. The widow sister came to the front of everyone. Hello, Ms. Natasha Romanoff. My name is Charles Xavier. Also known as Professor X, he is the principal of the Xavier Young Talent Academy and a mutant. The bald old man in a wheelchair shook hands and offered himself. Behind him there are two figures standing. A middle-aged man in a leather jacket with black hair shaped like a wolverine with a cigar on his lips is breathing clouds. Even if the lady is present, there is no taboo at all. Hello, I am Chin Gree. Another lady wearing a blood-colored trench coat, even her hair has the same color, exudes an intellectual and noble atmosphere. Zin's long and straight legs are even longer than those of the widow sister. The widow sister needs to look up. Chief, is Hydra done? After the greeting, Sister Widow expressed her doubts but did not get a satisfactory answer. Pierce escaped. And the tactical squad was attacked by troll warriors. Heavy casualties. Fortunately, the Dragon team found the flower tie card. It's being cracked, Fury side. Even if the X-Men were present, there was no cover-up. Because on the eve of his taking office, he had already dealt with the X-Men, and a series of embarrassing incidents happened. Fortunately, Professor X is broad-minded and let go of the past. Otherwise, there is no way for the two sides to sit together at all. Flowering Solitaire, it is good. Finally able to solve the gold merger, Sister Widow couldn't help clenching her fists. To this day, he has never forgotten Jin and wore the shadow mask. Simply vicious. Even a troll warrior whose fist width exceeds the waistline of ordinary people is a well-deserved confidant, must be removed ASAP. Ms. Natasha Romanoff, can you summon the Venom symbiote on you? I want to talk to him. Professor X smiled, but he could not help frowning. With his telepathy power, there is no way to understand the reality of the Venom symbiote. At most, he can detect his existence and perceive that he is not malicious. What happened, is it? Venom symbiote has psychic resistance. The professor frowned, the voice fell, hiss, sizzle. A hissing sound rang out. The pitch-black liquid mercury penetrated the pore of Sister Widow's body one after another, and then gathered into a ferocious pocket head suspended in the air. The fangs are uneven, saliva drawing. It's like high-temperature asphalt and it's like black oil. But it has strong activity and vitality. Even the well-informed Wolverine can't help but shrink her pupils. Never seen such a disgusting thing at all. Nausea. He is inseparable from you. Wolverine looked disgusted. Looking carefully at the liquid fiber whiskers implicated in each other, I couldn't help my scalp tingling, simply nauseated. Hey, Wolf Cub, watch your tone. Want to be beaten? How dare you say that you are disgusting? Do you broke the defense on the spot? Swearing in pain, spit stars all over Wolverine's face. Even though he admires Wolverine as a person and sympathizes with his experience, he cannot tolerate Wolverine humiliating himself. He almost tickled his teeth with hatred. I almost got away from the widow sister and beat up Wolverine. After all, he not only ate the giant Buddha fruit and intercolumnar cells, but also unlocked the template of the low-grade Superman through compound number 5. Even if Wolverine has the body of adamantium, it may not be his opponent. Can you speak? Who are you calling a wolf cub? I see you are courting death. Wolverine froze for a moment, then jumped into a rage. His educational level is limited to prenatal education. After he became an adult, he participated in 2 world wars. Self-cultivation and demeanor had almost nothing to do with him. Happiness was his pursuit. Swish, 3 adamantium steel claws pop out. War is imminent, however. Professor X decisively stopped. Logan. Have you forgotten my charge? The professor said sternly, but not too harsh on Wolverine. Compared with the riot, it seems that Venom is more benign and it also has various unknown qualities. Even with his spiritual power, there was no way to seal the Venom, and he was bounced off by an invisible magnetic field. It seems he couldn't fix Natasha Romanoff's troubles. It won't necessarily be trouble. What? Old man, you have Alzheimer's. Did you come to see me for medical advice? You spoke amazingly. Moment. The warm atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. Whoa, a word stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone can't help but short-circuit their brains. Even Professor X was stunned. Alzheimer's disease, commonly known as Alzheimer's. This is a degenerative disease of the nervous system. The onset is relatively insidious, and it is more common in the elderly over the age of 70. Often accompanied by epilepsy, aphasia, memory loss, cognitive ability decline, behavioral disturbances, personality changes. Even life can't take care of itself. The essential dementia is currently incurable. It would be fine if ordinary people were sick. The issue is, Professor X, have the strongest brain on Earth. After wearing the brain wave enhancement device, you can monitor the world almost and raise the innate variant ability to the rare Omega level in the world. Kill all creatures on Earth in an instant, however. Once Professor X becomes ill, has epilepsy, and loses control of his mind, a mental bombardment on an unprecedented scale is bound to break out. All living creatures within the range will explode and die. Can't die anymore. The power is comparable to that of weapons of mass destruction. And he has no choice, can only endure, allowing others to dictate their own food, drink, and Lazarus has no dignity at all. This is the main plot of Wolverine 3: Twilight Wolf's Homecoming, in the play. After the onset of the disease, Professor X directly killed all the X-Men under the condition of losing control of his mind. Even innocent people in Westchester County suffered heavy casualties, and no one was spared. Professor X has become a lost dog. Live in no man's land on the frontier of the desert, go ahead and steal your life. At this moment, through the perception ability of the symbiote against the sky, Dewey has discovered the abnormal situation of Professor X. The brain is degenerating, and the operation of neurons is also chaotic. The onset of Alzheimer's is not far away. Once the disease occurs, the entire Juvenile Genius Academy will be razed to the ground. The X-Men will all die, and he was able to cure Professor X's Alzheimer's. Horse charm, it symbolizes healing and restoration. Can expel all abnormal effects caused by external forces. Even if he eats the horse charm, he can manifest it again and act as a temporary magic weapon. However, he will not cure Professor X for no reason. What? Alzheimer's? Real or fake? Professor, how are you feeling now? Is there no one who will tell me what is Alzheimer's and what is Hamer? Fury, Stark, and Phoenix, the Widow sister, can't help but be shocked. The four people's thoughts changed rapidly. The consequences of Professor X's illness have been almost predicted. However, the voice did not fall. Wolverine frowned slightly and felt a daze from the bottom of her heart. With his educational level, he really cannot understand Alzheimer's disease, and even the spelling of words is smeared in both eyes. After all, with his innate overdrive self-healing factor, he has never suffered from any disease at all. Alzheimer's disease? Charles, is that true? Wolverine narrowed her eyes slightly. Even if he activated his beast sense of smell, he didn't have any insight into Professor X's abnormality. It seems Venom's symbiote is alarmist. Swish, 3 adamantium steel claws pop out. With his fiery temper, he has no idea of getting used to Venom at all and chop him to pieces. However, a piercing sound of breaking the sky sounded. The steel claws of the original adamantium material but did not split the Venom symbiote alive. Blazing sparks, as if gold and iron clashed, a sudden reaction force shocked Wolverine on the spot. How is this possible? Your head is actually harder than his armor. Wolverine can't help but gasp. The worldview is about to collapse. Venom symbiote, a hardness that rivals the original adamantium, simply unbelievable. When exactly does it start? Adamantium sucks. Wolverine was stunned. Even Professor X and Chin were stunned. Ow, wolf cub. It seems that you are really an old birthday star who hangs himself and has a long life. I originally planned to cure Professor X's Alzheimer's disease, but now I'm free. Dewey has gold stars in his eyes. I haven't recovered for a long time. After waking up, I can't help but grin, almost laughed out loud. Ulu God Steel, YYDS. Even though his symbiotic beard integrates a small amount of Ulu Kobolko, it has the hardness that the original adamantium can't match. Besides, after that, he ate half a ton of Wabo alloy. The shape memory properties of Wabo alloys are also copied over, if you count the all-round increase brought by the form of the Buddha. Strictly speaking, Dewey is no longer afraid of any superhero at this stage. It's just that there is no need to tear the face off. Due to the entropy-increasing effect of energy, his abilities are also constantly conflicting, which indirectly weakens his combat effectiveness. So before he ate the tiger charm, he still decided to grow up in a vulgar manner. There is no need to be the enemy of the world, and many more. What did you say? Can you cure Alzheimer's? Chin-Ji Lei reacted a little and couldn't help but widen her eyes like a drowning man who grabbed a life-saving straw and suddenly pulled into the distance between her and the Venom symbiote. Both are within reach. Dewey's nose could smell a refreshing fragrance. Nearly fell on Phoenix's body, however. He kept his emotions under control. Why be in a hurry? As long as Professor X's Alzheimer's is not cured, he has a chance to parasitize Chin-Ji Lei. Cure Alzheimer's. If others claim that they can cure Alzheimer's, they will not believe it. However, it's Venom, alien symbiotes from space. No matter who it is possessed, it will give him the Superman's first-class force and even the ability of climbing walls and self-healing at extreme speed. Even if you are seriously injured and are on the verge of death, you can still be rescued and you will be alive and kicking. Moreover, the Venom symbiote can also summon the haunted ninja. Work for it. It seems Venom intends to parasitize Professor X. The Widow Sister's expression changed, obviously revealing a melancholy color, frowning tightly. She is used to the existence of Venom and she doesn't want him to leave at all. Shut up, Parasite. Why do you say Charles has Alzheimer's when he must have Alzheimer's? Stop being alarmist. Wolverine looked disdainful. Almost a punctuation mark is not believed in the intimidation of alien symbiotes. After all, Professor X, as an alpha-level spiritual mutant, even if he has entered his old age, his physique is not comparable to that of his peers. The X factor has greatly enhanced his physical fitness. The chance of getting sick is far lower than that of ordinary people. He wouldn't believe in disgusting alien parasites without credible evidence. Wolf Cub, you are so impatient. Do you think I can't handle you? Dewey smiled coldly, then he sucked in a sharp breath and let it out. The temperature in the reception hall plummeted. Suddenly it dropped to freezing point. A strong cold air, wrapped in the power of ice, directly enveloped the rebellious Wolverine. Freeze him on the spot into a lifelike ice sculpture. Even the potted plants and green plants in the corners are covered with a layer of white crystals. As if the seasons change, spring and winter come, heating equipment almost stopped working. Freeze breath. One of the heaven-defying abilities from Compound Number 5, belonging to Superman's signature skill. Even the Superman of the Silver Age can create hurricanes, change the weather, and even blow out fixed stars. It's just that Dewey is not so powerful. Definitely, the future is uncertain. He might actually be able to awakening Superman's body of steel. Logan, how are you? How exactly should it be thawed? Chin-Ji Lei's eyes widened. She couldn't help being horrified. Venom, when did you have this ability? The Widow Sister's cherry lips slightly parted. It's so scary. The riot is almost incomparable to him. Fury and Stark looked at each other. I don't even know how to describe how I feel. The voice did not fall. I saw Wolverine's eyeballs rolling around and hurriedly sent a message for help. Be careful. I'm going to cast ability. Chin raised her palm. Immediately on the palm of the hand, a cluster of blazing fireworks suddenly appeared. The temperature of the entire reception hall also rose again. The faces of everyone are also reflected in the flickering and darkening. Phoenix Force, primal life emotional energy from the multi-universe. Born at the beginning of all things. It has the terrifying property of burning everything in the world. However, Chin-Ji Lei never dared to use this ultimate power frequently. It stems from her fear of her own ability. Another dark and twisted extreme personality was gradually generated, always angry, full of violence, always eager to break out of the cage, destroy this world. However, Professor X used his spiritual power to seal Chin-Ji Lei's second personality. But as Jean Grey grew up, the strength of the mental cage was constantly weakening. If Chin-Ji Lei frequently uses Phoenix Force, it will inevitably cause irreparable bad consequences. Could it be? I'm going to sit back and watch Logan freeze to death. Chin-Ji Lei said, after all, the activation of the superspeed self-healing ability also requires the support of the cells of the whole body. If cells cool dormant, the regeneration ability will no doubt be ineffective too. Logan really could have died here. Woohoo. A dazzling hot flame swept out, covering the frozen Wolverine again. In an instant, the ice sculptures began to melt rapidly. Even the floor has a layer of water stains. It's almost too late to pass everyone's shoes. Call. Wolverine hit the ground with both hands and took a deep breath. Sweat dripped down his cheeks. I saw his face full of the color of the rest of his life. For the first time since being frozen into an ice sculpture, Wolverine experienced the feeling of being on the verge of dying, as if the death god was about to swing his scythe. The Trident-tested self-healing ability of overspeeding is also unable to play the slightest role. Turn out to be his ability will also be restrained. Freeze breath. Do alien parasites have their own abilities? Wolverine raised her head. An inexplicable look appeared in her slightly squinted eyes, and she was so angry, but there is no way to get rid of the hatred. All right. Logan, Venom is right. I did check for signs of mild dementia. Professor X's face was full of bitterness and he forced a smile. Even he did not expect that the Venom symbiote had the ability to diagnose at the microscope level and exposed his condition of Alzheimer's in public. Until now, he was really relieved. Professor, rest assured. SHIELD will definitely help. Nick Fury busy. Professor, you can trust my medical team, Stark also commented. However, Professor X shook his head. Because of the comprehensive technology level of Xavier Manor, in fact, the aegis of Voltage Regulator and Stark Industry are one step ahead. Even Beast Hank, who is proficient in the fields of biochemistry and genetics, is helpless. As for the others, I'm afraid it is enough.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.